Mister, get me and scared told me so. La 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 la, turn it down on the radio. La 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 la, my full summer about scale. Mister. Mister.
You're live.
Good afternoon, gamers. Welcome to the SRC District Championship event. We have had 4 fantastic events leading up to this point, and now we have the best of the best with us today competing for the title of the SRC Championship champion. I'm here. My name's Tegan. I'm going to be with you in the commentary box all afternoon long. I also got Brennan. He's here with us too. Brennan.
Hello.
Hello. It's great to have you here. And later, as you saw, there will be some guest commentary coming in from Karthik Kanagasabapathi. Super excited. It's going to be a really good event. As you can see on your screen now, you've got the championship points. So just like a normal district and First Robotics, teams had the opportunity to compete at 2 events, score some points, and then the top 24 were invited to district championships. And my goodness, it's going to be exciting. We have the double select alliance method, which is going to be really fun. We're going to explain that to you later. This event too, hosted on First Updates Now. We're supported by VexPro for this stream too. So the stakes are high. They are going to be donating a $25 gift card to each winner on that number 1 winning alliance. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Might not necessarily be number 1, but it will definitely be the best alliance coming out on top after some grueling qualification matches, and we got to get those started shortly. So like I said, we have 24 competitors here today. They were invited based on their championship point ranking. You can see on your screen. Going into this event, we've got our number 1 seat of Josh 4910, followed by Jack, Cone, Jeff, C. Gorms, Brennan, who's with us in the box. He's not on the field today. Dar 2655, Waxon, Javelin, Anthony, Dakota, Labib, Logan, Jose, Andrew, Nick not with us today, C4678, Jake, Ricardo, Adam, Bacon, Space Turtle. I believe we've got Mike, Colin, and Cooper. And Metal Jello, our other competitors. So it's going to be a lot of fun here. We got some really great skills. We got a lot of experience on the field, and we have some newer players who are looking to, make their mark. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Brendan, what are you expecting to see in this event?
Yeah, well, I think we have a lot of interesting players to talk about. All the players, just so that the audience know, are currently in a driver's meeting, so they're getting any rule updates, any questions that they might have about today's event, and getting that all out of the way. But in the meantime, we're going to talk to you a little bit about some of the players to keep an eye on. So why don't we talk about the players that maybe aren't here that are going to make a big difference in this field. I think there's two big players, specifically myself, who was unable to participate, and Nick 862, two of the top premier players. The SRC top 10 just came out, so some of these players are on that. I believe I was first and Nick was like sixth or something. So two big heavy hitters not going to be showing up for this competition, which is going to get a little bit interesting for the other competitors in the event, as they're going to maybe find their ways to different alliances that are maybe stronger than they normally would have found.
And I think one of the best things is that there are, having a little bit more of an even field. Losing two of those top players does help even it out and make a lot of different things possible to be viable on the field. So for those who might be tuning in for the first time, we have 3 robots that players are able to hop onto the field with. We've got one called the OG FRC Shooter. It's basically, you got your small hopper, you've got a climber, you've got a color wheel. It's low, it can go under the trench. Then you've got 2 that are modeled after real FRC robots. So there's 125, the Neutrons robot. So you've got your turreted tall robot, and there's one modeled after 2481's infamous far court shooter with the giant bike wheel in the center. And again, all of them have that climbing and color wheel capability. So you can mix those up, and there's a lot of viable combinations right now. We've been seeing in 6-mans, our more casual competitive league, where you can just kind of hop on, do a match or 2, call it a day. And other than that, like there's so many different combinations you can do that make it possible to be competitive. And we'll see a lot of alliances. They might try out something different in qualifications. Again, there's ranking points and quals. There's not in the limbs. And we'll see kind of what meta changes happen between that as well.
So up on the screen right now is the SRC top 10. This is voted by the competitors playing today. So this will give us a decent idea of what to expect here, as we see the number 1 player not playing in this event, but number 2, not far behind, Logan 4476, 113 points in voting, is competing. Along with Cone. So maybe those are the top 2 players that we're going to look out here for. What are your thoughts on Logan and Cone specifically?
Well, I think they are undoubtedly some of the strongest players at this event. I think Logan has shown some really good versatility and top-level skill on all 3 robots, as well as Cone, who, he had a lot of those, he was at the top of the 6-man's leaderboard for quite a while. He may still be. It's either between him or Logan. So those 2 players, I think they bring a lot to the table in terms of alliance versatility, but they can also carry when needed, which is really something that we might see. We do have 24 players exactly, so if they end up on the first alliance together, in theory, they're also paired with possibly the weakest robots. So the double alliance selection might make things interesting in that regard, but we'll really see, I expect, a lot of the carry capacity from Logan and Cone this time around.
100%. And they're also paired up with our TLS series, where there's pre-made teams, so they're definitely comfortable with playing with each other. But looking down the leaderboard, Adam 10-8-3-6 and Josh 49-10, very strong competitors in their own right as well. Adam is a very strong inertia player. He's also been dabbling in the OG department, so he has gotten some of his flexibility back that he might not necessarily have had so much previously. And then Josh 4910, arguably the best Roboteers robot, and can really dominate on that robot. he's definitely played other robots as well, but he's definitely had a focus for that Roboteers robot as of recent.
Indeed, and we have seen a lot of the different styles come up. Oh, saying hello to everyone in chat. We are going to be keeping an eye on that too throughout the competition. I'm interested to see Adam too. He's known for his inertia play. There are some players here who are very one robot heavy, which does shake it up as opposed to the more versatile robots of Logan and Cone. So interested to see how that also works out. There's different kind of roles for everyone.
Yeah, and one other person to talk about is Casey 1086. He was the #1 seed of our last event. Unfortunately, he got declined multiple times due to #1 seed not being super great for the format that we were running. But he is definitely one to look out for with his inertia play and recently his OG play.
And we've seen a lot of players too using that 6 minutes to try out things that they may not have been as comfortable with. You see on the top 10, you don't see him there, but Jose is another one of those players who, very, very comfortable with one robot, but then the different, different metas there definitely coming into play. So I'm interested to see kind of who fits in their roles, who doesn't. And again, we see the championship points, so Metal Jello coming in 28th. He's going to be rounding out our number, rounding out our 24 players. And that's another big thing to keep an eye out for. The gap between the best robot and the 24th best robot is significant. And some would be, it would be difficult to notice, where that cliff is. And I don't want to call out where that cliff is, but definitely people are going to want to be keeping an eye on in those alliance selection. Where's the cliff? Who can you get that keeps you on the right side of falling off into the endless void?
Yeah, 100%. And, one thing about the rookie teams, or not rookie teams, but newer players, is they have an opportunity to really take the event by storm. They haven't been playing as long, but that also means that they're going to be able to improve much quicker than some of these veteran players. So I'm really excited to see what they can provide to the table. How much they've been improving over their last few weeks when they haven't been competing in the events that they've been attending.
And there's definitely been that amount of vast improvement over such a short period of time. We've seen a lot of that coming in, especially from people like Metal Jello, like Cooper, like GH Mike, a lot of those players, and Space Turtle too. Look at the difference between these two events, 11 versus 26 points. We see that vast improvement in, going from not being picked at one event to being on one of the upper alliances and in their second event. Improvement happens in this game very quickly, especially if you've got those alliance partners that are also willing to help you out. Having Logan or Cone or Josh or Jack guiding you in what you need to be doing a little bit, it really helps out, especially if you're newer to the game. Something else I do want to point out, we see here Adam and Bacon scoring 0 points in their second event. These are players who have qualified on a single event, as is GH Mike. We have a few of those players who only were able to do a single event and still made it in, which, maybe they're ranked a little bit lower than they might need to be. But we'll see how they perform. We'll see if they can perform a little bit more respective of their skill rather than their standings in the championship points.
Yeah, 100%. What are some of the other underdogs here? Waxon, one of those players that maybe people are underrating, despite being ranked 8th in terms of championship points. He is a pretty decent shot of getting up there for sure.
And I would argue that Andrew 2137 tied for 14th with Jose and Nick. Andrew's been showing a lot of really good skill in both single player and in multiplayer mode, which has been helping, boost his reputation a little bit more. I believe he did make an appearance in the FRC top 10, and I think that's pretty fair. Yeah, we see he's ranked 9th in the FRC top 10 versus 14th, tied for 14th in the standings, and I think that's pretty fair. I think he's definitely one of the top 10 players who's going to pull out something pretty impressive in this event.
Absolutely. So we are just a few minutes away from getting started with our first match. Why don't you talk a little bit about the double accept alliances that are going to be formed once we get to alliance selections, give our audience a little bit of an idea of how that works.
Yeah, for sure. So the double accept, well, first let's talk about what normal accept is, right? Just go over alliance selection. Generally, you can pick or be picked. If you decline, that's totally fine, but you can captain your own alliance. In the case of double accept, you can accept an offer, but you can also accept an offer from someone else. So say I'm the number 1 captain, I can extend an invite to someone they might accept. They could get yoinked from me by the number 4 alliance captain later on in the alliance selection. And so if you decline, you're locked in where you are. Otherwise, you're going to be forced to, you might be flying around, and if you get taken, your alliance is then next up to pick. So picking order isn't exactly the same as what we might see normally. Generally, we're going to be following to some extent number 1 through 8, and serpentine back, going the other way. This is still a serpentine style. And then because of the 24 players, everyone's going to go with picks. So no stress there. Everyone does get to play in eliminations, but it is going to be definitely it's interesting because you've got the theory of, like Nightbot just said, double accept is a unique alliance selection style in which each player can accept 2 alliance invitations instead of 1. It makes it a lot more exciting. And also, the aspect of maybe you want to pick someone who's a little bit lower down because you're hoping to get yoinked later, and you want to put someone who's a little less skilled further away from you. There's a lot of different ways that someone can approach that double alliance selection method, and it all depends on how confident you are in your own abilities, how confident you are in either getting picked. Maybe you've chatted with someone. We've got a lot of people in this competition know each other, so they could be talking behind the scenes, planning out things. And also, we'll see what happens, because double alliance selection, especially if the best player doesn't seed first, definitely gets really interesting, because then you have, some people might decline, elect to start their own alliances, and then they get locked in a later position, and then the alliance captain can get taken later where they belong. There's a lot of different ways that you can go about the double alliance selection strategy, and we're going to see that all unfold. But we have to get through the qualifications first, which could also change how things go in that double elims based on who's got a better schedule and who plays better than others.
Yeah, definitely.
All right,
and so looks like they're still in the drivers' meeting.
And maybe we should go over some of those major rule changes that happened, and for those who are newer, go over how things are different than FRC. And so we were talking about we see the 2021 championship popping up on your screen. We were talking about how in FRC, pins are a thing, right? You can get pinned out and there's only 5 seconds or whatever, and then you have to back off. In XRC, which is very much not like what happens in real life, you also get dropped on the other side of the field if you're in your other alliance, if you're in your opposite alliance zone of the field. So, obviously we don't have real flying robots here, but one of the main changes between XRC and First Robotics is that it is now we've made it illegal so that you can't reset yourself if you're pinning another robot or being pinned. You're not allowed to reset yourself if you're in contact with another robot and they are, pushing you, trying to manipulate your robot into another position. The exception to this being, like, if you are landing on top of someone over and over and over, obviously you can reset yourself. So that was one of the big changes. You used to be able to just kind of reset yourself, go back to your original position whenever you wanted. Now there's a different, a different way about doing that. And that's a major change between our last event and this one, which we've seen some people, they've been playing 6 minutes to get used to that. One person that's going to burn a lot is Labib. Labib was known for his ability to get out of pins by resetting at the very last second to get maximum potential out of, disturbing the other alliance while not getting reset. Because when you get reset, there's a moment or two where it's more difficult to control your robot. It kind of skates around instead. And you might see that because we're going to still have some resets happening on the field. This time you just can't reset yourself.
Yeah, definitely. And we're about 5 minutes away from our first match. So why don't we talk a little bit about the first match and what we are expecting from these players that are playing here.
For sure. And so the first match, we're going to see our Red Alliance. Speaking of Labib, it's Colin, Labib, and Metal Jello on the Red Alliance. And they're facing off against Josh 4910. Remember, your number one seed from the championship season, along with Jeff and Jose Babelli. So, three very experienced players on the Blue Alliance. Metal Jello, a little bit newer to the scene, but Colin and Labib have that experience that they can bring to the table there. And it's hard when you're up against the number one seed to say that you're favored. I think it is definitely in Blue Alliance's favor here. But what can the Red Alliance do? That's something that they'll be looking to. Are they going to just go for the ranking points? Have they decided that it's a lost match and they want those 2 extra RP? Or are they going to push for the win and see what they can do there?
Yeah, definitely going to be interesting to see what both these alliances can put forward. And, I think it's going to be a pretty close matchup for our first match of the day, which is always nice to see when players are kind of in position to keep the match close, keep the match exciting for our first match of the day, of course. And looks like the players are outside of the drivers' meeting now, getting queued up and ready to go. Just so that everybody knows, behind the scenes, all the players have voice communications, so they are able to talk with each other, much like a real match. In between, strategize, talk about things beforehand, figure out what robots they want to play, and then even during the match, they can communicate, something that they need or, where they're going, that kind of stuff. So definitely have some elaborate strategies that can come and really showcase themselves with this format.
And something too, we'll see those different robot compositions, and once we load onto the field, Brendan and I can go over them in a little bit more detail. Other thing that I want to go over is we do have those 2 fields we're going to see here. We've got the arena, the mood is set. This is what it looks like. We've got some power cells lying on the field from a previous match, but it starts set up similar to a standard robot. The only difference is robots don't come preloaded in SRC. You have to go pick those power cells up yourself, which also makes for some interesting pathing strategies. And we see our first robot onto the field now. And he's on the. Sorry about that. I had to sneeze. Didn't think everyone would hear that. We've got Collins on that original robot, and Labib is on the inertia. So Labib again having the benefits of a turret. Colin, on the other hand, can go low, and Metal Jello has further, scoring abilities. He can score from as far as behind the color wheel.
Yeah, so just so the audience knows, the Roboteers robot is actually mimicked off of the 2481 Roboteers 2020 robot reveal. So it does have that gigantic wheel, can shoot from long range, so we might see some of that from Metal Jello. And then the Inertia, or 125 Neutrons team, that robot is also built off of or designed around that original FRC robot. So 2 fantastic FRC teams drawing inspiration from their designs to make it into the real game, which is pretty neat.
And I mean, we see here each of them, they even have, to some extent, you can see if we get a better close-up of Metal Jello, it even has the Roboteers logo on it. So each team getting their credit where credit's due. We'll see if we can get that for you in just a second. It's the pirate logo there on his hood. That's the Roboteers logo, which is pretty cool to see. And we do have a lot of different views too that you guys will be able to see during the event. There's even for the players, they can go from their first-person view to driver station. Probably won't be doing a ton of that. That is possible, but we'll see in just a second.
Yeah. So talking about robot compositions or alliance compositions, we see what we call the Tribot for the Red Alliance, where they play each of the 3 separate robots. That tends to be the most common composition, but we have seen other ones as well, and maybe we'll see some of them for today's matches. I'm sure we'll see more than just Tribot. So far, Inertia and OG for the Blue Alliance. Final robot coming in, Josh 4910. You would have to suspect it's going to be the Roboteers, so a double Tribot likely to happen here.
And I wouldn't be surprised. Again, we're still waiting on that last robot to load in, but I think that would be a pretty fair strategy. It's pretty common. That is one of the most common robot compositions. we do see. And something you see right now is that balls are spawning in the center. We're just going to update the field for you because luckily, thanks to the really hard work of Gluten Dad, he's from FTC team 115, has been putting in a ton of work behind the scenes to make the field as good as possible. Try to make it as realistically simulated as possible. And so now, it's not like you have a human player throwing balls out the side. There's no human player mode that you can play in, but at least that way, power cells are they're spawning in the right spot too, which makes it a lot better. One other notable difference, if you've been joining us for FRC and not seen SRC before, there is a slightly modified rulebook, so there's no fouls. Everything's pretty much a technical foul, and those are worth 25 points, just to balance it out, because you're allowed to hold more than 5 power cells, which means the scoring potential goes way up, and we need to balance out how much a foul is worth to make up for that foul.
Yeah, and looks like we have all 6 players on the field, so we're going to get match number 1 underway, starting, right now.
Yes, the qualification match number 1 about to get started. We see this view gives you a little bit of a better view of all the robots that get selected in case you miss it. And we're going to get this first match underway. And seeing again these auto pathings, we don't start with the preloaded power cells, which means we see these interesting power cell pathing. And we see both alliances kind of mimicked each other pretty similarly there, but it is the Blue Alliance who had a few extra power cells go in the autonomous period. They're currently up 106 to 118, and Jeff firing off some power cells that he stole from the red human player station before auto ended will help them seal, kind of extend that advantage.
Colin is beached heavily on balls. Just like real life, you can get stuck on power cells, and it can be devastating.
And so you are allowed to reset yourself, but if you do that, you also lose all the power cells that are within your hopper. So we will see in some cases they really just try to work around it as best they can. A lot of power cells on that red side of the field right now. Colin and Labib going to clean it up as best they can. And Colin also almost hitting Metal Jello, but Metal Jello is able to stay clean of that contact and will now play some counter defense, making sure Jose can't get in and defend Colin. So Jose, as the inertia, will take on more of a counter defensive and defensive role than the other robots, because if they're shooting under defense, they still might get those power cells. And we do see both alliances lit up their goals, which means the color wheel is activated. They can spin that for rotation control. That's for an additional 10 points. And we see Labib right now doing that for his alliance.
Blue has finished it, but Labib looks like he had a little bit of a miscommunication. Labib started it, but then Colin went to finish it. So some teamwork for the control panel. Interestingly, too, all of the Blue Alliance has won an event this season so far, and none of the Red Alliance has. So lots of well done. Practice with this Blue Alliance playing well together.
And so that's also something to notice, is not all of these players. A technical foul. Again, 25 points added to the Red Alliance score. That helps bring them back in it. They were falling behind a little bit. Now closer to 40 points. Something to note is both of these alliances have one player who can't speak with the rest of their alliance. Both Labib and Jose don't play with a microphone, so communication is a lot harder. You can tell them what to do, but if they're stuck, they can't cry out for help without having to take their hands off the control and typing. So we see
looks like Red Alliance trying to get that last stage of the control panel done. Ooh, it's just slightly off at the end, and that is going to hurt the Red Alliance.
That's not going to make the match difference, because again, that's only an additional, I believe, 20 points for that last stage. But that's what it looks like. For position control, they light up the color wheel, and so that tells you which one it needs to go on. And we see as the robots log off of the field, we'll wait for the referee to tell us if the match is under review, if it's official, what's going on there. But what we can see here is, look at this match breakdown. The points differential over time really just ran away from the Red Alliance after that autonomous period. They were only down by 12 points out of auto, but that quickly spiraled, and they didn't have the teleop power of the opponents. So 25 points in penalties did help Red stay within it a little bit. You see that jump near the end of the match, but it's not quite there. And they just weren't able to bring it back. And really, what could you do? This is a game where if it spirals away from you, it's really hard to get back up without something major happening.
Yeah, Blue Alliance just in control the entire time, but look at the end game score. Notably, neither alliance getting that extra ranking point for the end game. Really going to hurt both these, all the players involved with their ranking point score as they go into trying to get ranked as high as possible.
And it looks like this score will stand. Got the call from the head ref. And looks like, from what I can tell, the Red Alliance missing out then on both of those ranking points. So instead of electing to go for them like we said they might, they went for the win. It didn't pan out in their favor. Blue Alliance should take 3 ranking points. They've got the control panel, both stages activated, and they have the 2 points for the win. So no 4 RPs yet, but it is definitely there. Climbs just didn't go in either alliance's favor in that match.
We're just getting those scores updated in the ranking sheet, and then we will be good to go with qualification match number 2. Talk through this match a little bit here, Tegan. What are we expecting from Quals 2?
Yeah, so Quals 2, previewing our players. On the Red Alliance, we have Dar 2655, Javelin, and Bacon versus Anthony, Jake 5468, and Cone. So a lot of heavy hitters on both sides. Dar, Bacon, Cone, and Jake, all of these have been known to been playing very frequently in our 6-man's ranking, so they've got that experience under their belt. Cone, obviously, on the Inertia, that's one of his, preferred robots. Bacon's one of the higher scorers, but, he's a bit more high risk, high reward kind of a player. Dar on the Robotiers, I'd say he's one of our more consistent players for the most part. Anthony, one of the older players who's come back more recently, been putting in the work on the sim. We see Javon, who is one of the most annoying defensive players you'll ever play against, in that he just does not let you do what you want to do. He makes it really difficult for you to score when you're on the offensive as that Inertia. We can even see one other difference to the FRC game is that you're allowed to lift up your climber whenever you want. So we do see some players, like Javon was doing in the pre-match, lifting up their climber to block the shots of the far robot and get in the way. So, I would personally say I think this match is going to be a close one. I think there will be at least bonus ranking points going around, but I think I still want to give it in favor of the Blue Alliance just because they have that Cone with that experience, and both Anthony and Jake can put up some decent numbers. But we'll see. Again, anything can happen in XRC Sim, especially the first match of the day for these people. At least this competition could be struggling a little bit. And we do see Bacon missing 2 of those power cells from the human player station. He'll go and grab them, but it's a little late. We see Javon and Jake. That's critical. Javon holding up Jake, which meant that Bacon was able to go into the human player station. That's what reloading looks like. Cone there, skating around his robot grayed out for a little bit. You don't get control of your robot. Anthony with a massive steal and doesn't get penalized. This is now Cone lifting up his climber 151 to 158 as the score continues to climb. We're only 40 seconds into the match, so we're going to see some really big scores coming in from this next match. 181 to 173 currently, so Red has taken it back. For the time being, we see Dar, the Robotiers, he put up a closer cycle, which is, despite the fact Robotiers can shoot those far shots, going closer gives you that better accuracy for the 3-point shots instead of the 2. And right now it's working in the Blue Alliance's favor because Anthony's about to put up another cycle and extend their lead just a little bit further. But again, we've got Javon. He's not going to let Anthony do it very easily. He does back off because Jake is shooting in that protective zone, so wouldn't be able to make much of a difference there. Blue Alliance now taking the lead back in a back-and-forth match. Cone going for the steal, does get caught, will not get
teched out. But he gets back.
So the tech foul, he dragged Bacon across the field with him, and in that case, got tech fouled, so it is a net 0 gain, but it is definitely that was risky from Cone. He went in for the steal, and he almost got punished for it, but was able to make it up by bringing Bacon along with him. Bacon and Anthony now going toe-to-toe by that Red Alliance goal. Anthony trying to knock Bacon off course, but Bacon does get his cycle off. 402 to 433, so this has been a back-and-forth match. Bacon now popping that hopper. Javon and Cone They were playing a little bit of defense, but it's less effective when it's turret on turret, and it also means that Anthony's able to get those power cells off because Cone is defending for him. It looks like the Blue Alliance is able to do the final stage of the color wheel. Red not quite there yet, as Blue has started to break away in the last few seconds of the match. Red Alliance just not keeping up with the pace, and Cone going for another steal. That's so critical in this match, and while he will just get away in time, Red Alliance finally able to do the color wheel. It's so late in the match, they might miss it.
Did he get it?
Climb
I think
the
he
end.
did.
They're going up at the end. They just get the color wheel, perhaps, but as the score goes up, it was such a back and forth match, but unofficially it's 642 to 578. And we see the contributions there. Bacon and Dar both over 225, but Javon scoring only 67. So that's the big difference between how these two alliances played. You know, Bacon and Dar were really focusing on the scoring, Javon more on the defense, whereas Cone is the inertia for the Blue Line. Still put up 180 points, which is pretty significant.
Yeah, definitely. Very interesting match there. Looking at the tentative results here, you see the big difference here between Cone and Javon. You know, just almost like over double the score, actually. Cone on the same robot, not traditionally well known for scoring very much, but, you know, the 150 plus area for inertias are, you know, that's a very high score for them for sure, and that really put Blue Alliance just a little bit ahead there.
And do keep in mind Cone's score padded by the fact that he scored one of those fouls, that foul on Bacon. But something that you really want to note is I wouldn't be surprised if the one person who didn't climb on the red lines, they missed out on that ranking point. They just got the control panel at the last second, so they're not going home empty-handed. But I wouldn't be surprised if the person who didn't climb was Javon.
Yeah, rough for the Red Alliance. They're going to come away with just one ranking point. Could have had two, but, you know, it's only the first match, and there's still plenty of time left. So let's jump into Qual's match number 3 here.
So just want to note, 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance there, with our current high score of 642 points. Now, there's been 2 matches, so the high score, it's probably going to change at some point, but just want to keep that in mind. Now, looking to qualification match number 3, though, we got Logan 4476, Dakota 346, Ricardo Narwhal on red, Jack 155, Andrew 2137, and GH Mike on blue. What are you thinking for this match, Brennan?
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be another close one. It's going to depend on some of these players. Interestingly, GH Mike playing OG, he's not really well known for that, so I think it's going to really hinge on how well he can play that robot and then whether or not Ricardo can abuse that. But we're going to get right into it. Qualification match number 3.
Take it away.
All right, match underway. We're going to see the Tribot battle once again, as we see Ricardo and Jack tussling it out in the middle of the field. Lots of shots coming in. Logan and Dakota unloading their hopper. We're going to see steal attempts from both alliances. We're going to see Mike and Dakota both able to get a sizable amount of power cells from the protected zone of their opponent's loading station, with the Red Alliance just a little bit ahead early on in this match, 151. And now 161 for the Blue Alliance. So Blue Alliance coming back at it very hard here. Logan, our top-rated player potentially here in this event, going to see what he can do as he's piloting the Roboteers robot, going to unload from the trench, the protected area, and do a great job there. Dakota getting a little bit mixed up with Ricardo Narwhal, but he's going to be able to unload most of his hopper. Andrew on the other side. Oh, there's a technical foul there on Jack. That's going to help the Red Alliance kind of cement their lead, as they're now 60 points ahead here. But Jack and Andrew, very well known for great performances on their robots that they're on. Roboteer for Andrew, an ex-world record holder. We see the color wheel active for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance has already completed the first stage, I believe. And I believe
so. Blue now has the opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, looks like they have not sent a player over to do that yet, though. So we're going to see what they can do. Looks like they're just focusing on cycling.
It could have come in late because we do see now that they...
oh, yeah.
You can see essentially the bar around the goal kind of indicates how far you are into hitting that next stage. And we see Red Alliance has hit that now, as they do have, pretty significant points advantage. Something to note is that the color wheel spinner on all of these robots, a lot of them don't use it for the position control. A lot of them just kind of tap the side of their climber to push it because it only needs to be moved a small amount, which is an interesting difference between, is the manipulator worth using or not?
I would say still most people use the manipulator. I think it's mainly Logan who's really been pioneering the other method, as they're going to lock in their climbs, making sure that they get their 4 ranking points as they feel comfortable with that. Blue Alliance trying to get up off the ground as well, as time expires, and Red Alliance is going to take this one pretty comfortably here. Logan 271 points in contribution, so really great match from our potentially best player in the competition.
And that would set, assuming the score stands, is another high score. So the numbers just keep going up there, and looks like that will be a 4 ranking point match for the Red Alliance after being down just a slight amount in the autonomous period, only 2 points. They really came back with a vengeance and Teleop, and in the end game, qualification match number 3 standing there, so they do get that 4 ranking points. Blue won't go home empty-handed. They did get the ranking point for the control panel, but other than that, we only see 55 points in the end game. And so that's something that I want to talk a little bit about. We see alliances here missing out on that balance. That's an additional 15 points. If you're only going to get 2 robots climbing and you know that one's coming in really late, sometimes it's better to just leave that second one off, and then you can get the balance there. If you're not sure if that third one's going to get up, it's 70 points versus for 2 climbs and a balance versus the plus a park versus the 75 points if you get 3 people up off the ground.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at the graph,
Sorry,
looking at the graph, you can see it was really close until about halfway through the match, where Red Alliance really started to kind of get away with this. And I'm not exactly sure what the tipping point was there, but sometimes it's just simple as like just one robot being blocked for a couple seconds so that their cycles aren't really aligned with another robot. There's a lot of synergies that have to happen for a really high score like 649 points to have, and Red Alliance was able to pull that off.
And we do see there is one tech foul that was assigned against the Blue Alliance, so that plus 25 for Red also changes the tempo a little bit. Not exactly sure when that came in the match. That could have contributed to the change. But, things like that, like you said, the groove of cycling, especially when you've got 3 robots fighting over 1 pickup station and cycling, some of them trying to cycle off center of each other, and that can easily get mistaken if you have a lot of defense. So this is Space Turtle, Waxton, and Seagorms on red, Cooper, C4678, and Adam 10, 836 on blue.
Yeah, so once again, some of our top players, Adam and C, on the same alliance. It's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the Red Alliance, you would think, but out of autonomous mode, Red Alliance really showing them how to do how to get it done here. 134 to about 110. That's going to put Red Alliance in a great position. Also, interestingly, we see a different composition of robots here with the double inertia OG on the Red Alliance. So what's really important about the double inertia OG is that the OG is going to go crazy on the scoring. So it's all on Waxton to do as much as possible, and then we're going to see a lot of defense and counter defense from both Casey and Space Turtle, who also is in as Tortoise Boy right now. And it's going to be on Adam to really slow down Waxton. You see him attacking Waxton, trying to... Ooh, big tech there. But trying to really slow him down. He's going to bump him a lot. Going to get reset. Going to let Waxton get some shots off here. But Red looking very good so far. Reset on top of Waxton. Casey, unfortunately, in the incorrect position there.
So something, too, that was noticed, like we mentioned there, like climber blocking. We saw Casey doing a little bit of that against the Blue Alliance, which is all well and good. But like we see that pin circle going around Adam right now, if you're on the opposite side of the field, if you're against your alliances, you'll respawn wherever you're supposed to spawn. We see Adam getting reset there. You'll respawn wherever you first start the game. So in Casey's case, he respawned on the right side of the field, which would have been fine, but Waxton was busy scoring, and we see Adam lying in wait right now for Waxton. Waxton trying to get around, but there's no one to counter defend for him just yet. It's chaos in that red initiation line right now, but red is still holding on to their lead that they had. They did score first in Autonomous, and they just kind of held it. The tech foul, again, that Adam got did help them out. And Blue hasn't been able to get any major steals off of that red human player station, which has helped them out a lot as well. 13 seconds left, and we see Waxton trying to get one last cycle. C4678 now is there. He's trying to get in the way. With 7 seconds left, all three red robots, the wheels up, but they're not going to go for it. Instead, they're going to climb. And I think that was the right move because they hold on to the lead 524 to 447. After all, winning is worth 2 ranking points. Losing would throw that away, and they went for the climbs. They dedicated themselves to that, and it appears to have played out in their favor. We'll get the official verdict shortly, but we can take a look at the breakdown in the interim and see how the tempo of that match went, how it ran away from the Blue Alliance. And so, endgame score does stand here. We also see Blue didn't go for the color wheel either, so I think a lot of that is because of Casey's defense. We saw him, he was constantly harassing C and Cooper, who were trying to get their power cells off. Casey just wasn't being relentless in that regard. And so the auto differential and the balance in the end game, just all of it working together for the Red Alliance to give them a 3 RP victory over the 1 ranking point loss for the Blue Alliance. And Waxton match MVP there at 239 points contributed to his name. And so with that being said, taking a look at that, letting that sink in, we are going to transition now to...
Wow, that's not updating. That's cool.
Something that looked like rankings. If not, we'll go back to the field, and we will take a look at the field prior to qualification match number 5. In calls number 5, we're going to see Javelin, My Name's Jeff, Anthony 3175 versus Colin, Cone, and Bacon. So at this point, we've had 4 matches, 6 plays per match. This is the second match for all of these competitors. Everyone's made their debut thus far in qualification match number 5. So we're going to start to see some rankings switching it up a little bit. And Javelin, in his first match, didn't take the win, nor did Bacon. Cone is currently 1-0. I'm trying to see who won their matches. Anthony is up 1-0. Jeff is up 1-0. So everyone's, they want their ranking points right now. Cone and Anthony currently with a 4 RP average. So 2 of our 4 RP players in this match, and they're going to be fighting to keep that. But to do so, they're going to have to take the win. And I think the Blue Lions does have the advantage in this match. Just Cone and Bacon having played together a lot in the past. Cone and Bacon, for some reason, they just, it works together. They work together pretty well. And we'll see if that stays for this match. But right now, first shots going off are going to be from the Red Alliance, just slightly. But it was Jeff and Colin both on the Roboteers going as quickly as possible. Red Alliance right now with a pretty significant advantage, 132 to 115. So Blue Alliance will have to come back. Looks like Cone might have had a bit of a difficult auto, still some power cells in that had to get shot off in telly, and misses Anthony's first cycle for the defense.
Yeah, Bacon also jammed really badly in Autonomous, dropped a few balls, and that definitely hurt them. Javon causing havoc on the Blue Alliance on Bacon, and Bacon once again jammed. Really struggling to find his rhythm here in his second match of the day.
And we are seeing Cone right now focusing on keeping Javon off of Colin and off of Bacon. Bacon coming back with the cycle. We'll see if he has a bit better luck with his hopper this time. Blue is still in it. By no means is this match done and dusted. Right now, only 10 points separate these two, but Jeff's going to put up a really big hopper on that Roboteers right now, trying to put them all up, and that's going to help extend the lead a little bit more, 261 to 237 with 117 left. We see that Red Alliance is able to go for rotation control of the color wheel. Blue Alliance likewise. PowerPort is lit up with the LEDs, and Cone going for it now for his alliance. 311 now to 289 as those color wheel points come in. Jeff, another big cycle as the robots continue firing away. Blue Alliance, what can the Blue Alliance do? They're not down by much. They need just another half cycle over top of their competitors. But Cone right now instead is going to get respawned. We'll see him reset in the center of the field.
This is really good, though. He held Jeff for a really long time, and he's in position to block for Bacon. That is exactly what Cone needs to be doing. And once again, abusing the inertia difference here. Javon in the wrong position. And
we
you
saw
can see
Anthony,
Blue Alliance is in this already.
Anthony was not defended there for a brief moment, and that meant that Cone was able to get in and wreak havoc on the Red Alliance, who is still ahead 448 to 430, as we see Blue Alliance now can go for the color panel position control. Javon and Colin still going toe-to-toe with 8 seconds left, but Colin will get his last cycle
Cone's
off.
going for a climb block.
Yeah, Cone's going for the climb block.
He's not going to be able to hold it, though. Oh, that might be climb D2, and that is going to be enough, looks like, to give Red Alliance the win. It was close with that contact between Jeff and Cone.
We'll see what the head referee has to say about that. He's very experienced, knows what to look for, but Javon also, I'd say, had a much better match than that first match there. 90 points up on, or not 90 points, 94 points versus the 67 in the first match, qualification match number 5, going under review, so we're not going to see that official breakdown yet. But at least for Javon, I think he had a much better match. I think he was taking advantage of Colin and Bacon. Bacon, again, really struggling at the beginning of the match with a few missed, jammed hoppers. Picked up the pace at the end, so.
I think that was mostly the difference maker there. Just the Blue Alliance autonomous, and then their first cycle was just not what they needed. And they were coming back at the end, but it just wasn't quite enough of a gap. Cone went for the climb block, wasn't able to pull it off, and then he didn't climb as well. So, rough for the Blue Alliance at the beginning.
And so we do have in the question box our head ref chatting with the teams just to figure out what went down in the last 15 seconds. Again, endgame in XRC is only 15 seconds because of how quick the climbs are. Just to make sure that everyone gets awarded their rightful points and rightful ranking points, especially in such a close match. You just want to make sure that it was done right. Something I do want to note is that if this score stands, it will be our lowest victor score. Never mind, I'm wrong. It will not be the lowest victor score. I thought so, but it's only 524 for the last one. It's still a low score, though. After seeing the 649, the 642, the 583, we are seeing, a bit more of a closer, lower scoring match, and that just shows how much defense was played in the match.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, what we can tell here is that Jeff scored the most amount of points in this match, which is really impressive from Jeff. He is definitely having a good day so far, I would say, and 223 is a very respectable score for the Roboteers, outscoring Bacon and Colin, the two primary scoring robots of the Blue Alliance. And even though Anthony was scoring a little bit less, Jeff was really able to make up that difference there.
That's something I want to point out as well. Jeff, who is the one in the question box, not sure if he got hit while he was on the bar. So on top of that, possibly being defended in the end game was really impressive from him. Something that I want to point out that stands out is we talked about how insane the 180 that Cone scored on the inertia was in his last match. Half of that this time. So a much different match for him this time around, a much different play style. Contributes to the lower score on the red or the Blue Alliance.
All right, so we are going to see an update to the score, which you can see now reflected. It is going to be a plus 15 for balance. Sorry, wrong screen. Plus 15 for balance and plus 15 for missed climb to the Red Alliance.
Which also comes in as enough for a ranking point for the Red Alliance. Doesn't show that way on your screen because it's manually added, but they will get the ranking point for the climbs on top of the win and the control panel. So a 4RP match for the Red Alliance. versus the 2 ranking point, or the 1 ranking point match for the Blue Alliance, who only scored 55 points in the end game. So yeah, 4 RP match for Anthony, Javon, and Jeff. Definitely not going to complain about that. We see Anthony in chat saying, yeah, that's a 4 RP match. Feels pretty good, eh? So they'll take that. They'll take that pretty happily there. Moving along, qualification match number 6. So we have a total of 36 qualification matches. So we're 1/6 of the way through, and we're going to see Ricardo Narwhal, GH Mike, and Jose versus Jake 5468, Labib 12, and Jack 155. Jack, he's one of the players that I think is currently, after having a loss in his first match, a little underseeded. I'm expecting to see a better match coming in from the Blue Alliance this time, just with the amount of experience they have. And I think it's double Tribon. So we're going to see just who outperforms who on the robots.
Yeah, once again, Mike going for OG. It's been a abnormal selection for him for sure to go with the OG robot. Traditionally been an inertia player. And somebody who's traditionally an OG player, Jose, is playing Roboteer. So lots of different robot choices here for the Red Alliance. And right now, Blue Alliance with the edge.
Big steal coming in for Jack if he's going to go unpunished on that one. And it looks like he will get out in time. So that's a really big game changer for the Blue Alliance there, helping boost their lead by taking those power cells away from the Red Alliance. Whereas, Labib getting in the way of the Red Alliance. Red just doesn't really have a response for it. They're not really going for steals. They're not going for any of those power cells. They're not getting any tech fouls. So the Red Alliance right now, somewhat at a loss as they are of what to do, as they're 50 points down with 1 minute and 30 left to go. So something big needs to change for them to get back in this match. We see Jack doing it again, going in for another steal and getting out in time. I think that's a 5 power cell steal. We'll see those go up. Yeah, that's another 5 power cells for them, and the color wheel activated for the Blue Alliance. So Blue just looking pretty much in control right now. They're in control of the pace. Jack just getting teched out. That is 25 points to help the Red Alliance get back in it, but they're still down by about 60 points.
Yeah, definitely lots of work here for the Red Alliance to do. Really maybe they're at this point looking for just maximizing ranking points as much as they can. Great pop there from Jose. Very smooth pickup. Going to line up for his shots and unload. A little bit shaky, but he's not quite as experienced as some of the other players in the field on this specific robot.
I know he's been practicing on it a lot recently, but still, we're seeing some of that inexperience show just with not being able to take advantage of, your opponent's weaknesses as well. Blue Alliance able to go for position control right now, by the way, which is definitely not going to go unnoticed by them. They are on track for
Jake
a 4 ranking point match.
Didn't quite get it there. Oh, no, he did. Just barely. You're going to see Jose complete it for the Red Alliance, hopefully, for them. 10 seconds left, trying to get it in position, but it can be tricky here. 5 seconds to go. He has it in position, but will he get the climb? Oh, my.
Very close at the end for the Red Alliance. Looks like they do get the control panel ranking point. We'll see if they get credit for Jose being off the ground or not. Blue Alliance, though, just looked, they were just cruising this match and was never really particularly contested. But they did, Red Alliance did what they could. Looks like they will at least get 1 ranking point for their troubles. But we'll see for certain what that is. And it does look like it's going to be a 4 ranking point match for the Blue Alliance, 1 ranking point for the Red, as a 35 end game score for the Red Alliance is really rough, unfortunately, for them. And that's, the graph, it just went from bad to worse for Red after a decent start to the match.
Definitely really unfortunate for them. Why don't we check in with our rankings now? Hopefully they are working. Yeah, they are. All right. So Anthony currently in first place, 4 ranking point. Jake, second, Dakota, and Logan, all with perfect ranking points so far. What do you think about the top 4 so far?
Yeah, so the top 4, all with the 4 RP, it's very difficult to maintain that, It's basically easy to get to the top, harder to stay there. Dakota and Logan only having 1 match under their belt as well. We'll see what matchups they have. See if that's in their favor or not. They're actually going against each other.
They're playing against each other in this upcoming match, yeah.
Yeah, they're going against each other in qualification match number 7. So only 3 will have a 4 RP average at most by the end of it. But what we are going to see is, I think all four of those players at the top are good. I again think Cone really underseeded right now. I think he'll end up in the top few players. But likewise with Adam and C, to be fair, I think there's a lot of players who had a really tricky first match or two who are going to come back through the rankings with a vengeance.
And boy, oh boy, do we have a match here. Looks like it's going to be an uphill battle here for Dakota 346 as, some of the most, best players here on the Red Alliance, Dar, Logan, and Adam. It's going to be a battle for them for sure as we're going to get this match started.
And we see them going on the same robot composition, both alliances too, so there's not even different play styles that are going to come in here. It's all going to be who outperforms who. Cooper 3175, a newer player, not as experienced. We see them going for the human player station, getting most of the power cells, but and a pretty decent hopper, which will help out a lot. But right now it is Red Alliance advantage, 151 to 106, as Casey getting teched out is not what the Blue Alliance wanted right now. And he's going for another steal.
Oh no.
Yep. This is not going Casey's way right now, as he's getting abused by the opponents there. 50 points and fouls with 1 minute and 50 seconds left. Very difficult to come back from, as the Blue Alliance just doesn't have a lot of power cells to pick up. There's not a ton coming in. Not really sure where they are. Looks like a lot of them are just inside the opponent robots and coming out the red human player station. Casey again going for a steal. This time appears to get away with it. Pretty decent sized hopper, and we'll go for 2 more. So not dismayed. He's no stranger to getting techs. He's not too worried about it. Adam does not quite get reset. They tried to get it on him. They weren't quite able to, as it's chaos in the blue side of the human player station right now. It's like 4 robots are hanging out over there. It's a 100-point gap right now. It's going to be very difficult for Blue Alliance to do anything except for try to salvage ranking points at this point.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be interesting.
That's what they have to do.
Yeah, I mean, Cooper just struggling a little bit. He's one of our newer players. He's going to go for the close shots, which is good decision-making there to avoid the defense, shoot from the protected area. Although you may be missing the inner 3-point shot, you're still going to get some points on the board.
And especially if they've elected to just go for focusing on getting the color wheel. They were late to get the rotation control, so they really need to just amp up the pace for the second one. Maybe a bit of a gentleman's agreement to stop playing defense when the match is so clearly out of the Blue Alliance
nice wheel
hands.
From Logan there too. Just a quick nudge to put it into the right color, and he is good to go. Keep scoring as much as possible. We might have a new event high score coming out of this match here.
And remember too, Red Alliance does have 50 points in tech files for the name, but Blue Alliance will be able to get the color wheel ranking point in the end. We see Casey trying to go for that now, but there was a critical miscommunication. Casey was lined up to do it as Cooper was about to drive under the trench, so almost losing Cooper there. But 706 points is an absolutely insane score coming in from the Red Alliance there. Props to them. Obviously an event high score right now. And even with the 50 points in tech fouls, that would still be the event high score at 656. So we'll take a look. It looks like this will stand. And so 706 to 569. Bonus ranking points all around. So, even though it didn't go the Blue Alliance's way, they still get 2 ranking points, which is pretty solid for that. And I think that is, I think 706 is very rare to see something over 700 points, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. I think one of the higher scores we've seen all season, for sure. And looking at the graph, you just see Red Alliance slowly but surely, getting that gap bigger and bigger and bigger as time progresses through the match. And Blue Alliance just wasn't able to do much.
Really difficult. And it's hard. You've got Adam, Dar, and Logan, 3 of the best players who are on the Red Alliance together, versus Casey, Cooper, and Dakota, who are by no means bad. Like, if you get to this event, you are a top quality player, but just didn't have the chemistry. And we see Dar and Logan putting up over 200 points. No one on the Red Alliance or Blue Alliance was able to crack that. So it just didn't work in their favor. But credit to them for at least getting the bonus ranking points. I think that was a smart call for them to make to go for that instead of playing super heavy defense. So that way at least they don't hurt their tiebreaker of the ranking points too much. And Logan will hold his 4 ranking point average. 125 points in penalties.
Wow.
I don't know.
I think it's post.
Oh, right. That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. So that's a good point. There were only 50 points, I'm pretty sure. Don't worry about it. And
right,
with that being said, after that match, this one's going to be, difficult to top, I would say. Qualification match number 8, Wax and Andrew Josh versus C, Metal Jello, and Space Turtle. I think this one's going in the Red Alliance's favor, likely, but could see an upset from Blue.
Super interesting robot selections here. C4678, traditionally and exclusively Roboteers player on the OG. Andrew, also a Roboteers player on the Inertia. So lots of different choices here from some of our Roboteers mains. Josh4910 going to stick with the Roboteers, and Red Alliance down a little bit out of Autonomous.
But they do get those power cells off in the last few seconds and are going to take the lead now, 144 to 132. And we see Josh as the Roboteers just waiting for the power cells to come in at that human player station. Waiting, I believe it was Tortoise Boy who was finishing the cycle, and Tech Foul coming in. Andrew, 25 points assigned to the Blue Alliance. That's going to be really tricky, as while Red Alliance does get a cycle off, they are now down genuinely in the points department. And so with that being said, 127 left in the match here, 261 to 238. That Tech Foul making a big chunk of the difference, but Waxton's about to put up another cycle. We've seen him carry Forza Alliance before. Red Alliance now able to go for the control panel. We see Waxton doing that, and I believe C is doing that for the Blue Alliance right now too. 283 to 303 points currently, and there's just a lot of power cells on the ground. Waxton making his way back through the field. Andrew was doing some climber blocking with the Inertia. Pretty good stuff. C going in. C is known for his Roboteers play, but he's doing pretty well on that OG too, as Metal Jello making his way down the field with the Roboteers robot. 405 to 352.
Yeah, C's doing really well. He's outscoring Waxton, who's traditionally a OG player. Waxton missing his last shot.
That shot, yeah. Uncharacteristic of him. And we're just seeing, I think, Red Alliance just a little bit slower, a little bit sluggish getting those power cells. Josh, who's normally a very good scorer on the Roboteers, a little bit, he's got the 228 right now. It's Waxton, who only has 113 points to his name, who is definitely struggling a little bit in this matchup with 9 seconds
11
left.
11 seconds, yeah.
Yeah.
We're going to come down
Blue
to the
Line's
wire.
climbing
Josh.
very early. Blue Line's coming very early, so Josh will make one last ditch attempt at the cycles, but it's just not going to go his way, and I would say that's an upset. Coming in, Metal Jello 201, Tortoise Boy 169, C with 226 points. Incredibly well done, but 293 from Josh 4910. So even though that's a loss, that should by no means discount his abilities there. As we see Metal Jello also crossing 200. That's a really big milestone as a newer player. So credit where credit is due. Really well done for Metal Jello. And I believe that score will stand. Probably, yep, that score does stand. And so we are going to see here 582 to 631. Only that one tech file, so it doesn't make the difference in the end. But just well done by the Blue Lines. 3 very good scoring players, and Andrew just wasn't able on the Inertia to put up as many points as the competitors, and that's part of the big difference there. But, I mean, Josh at 293 is nuts. There's no other way to put it.
Yeah, very, very great score from Josh there. Definitely not his fault. I think we saw Waxton just not quite reaching what he needed to do.
And I don't believe Josh was credited with that tech either, so I think that is just genuinely 293 points.
Yeah, so while we're in our downtime, why don't we check in with the ranks here, Tegan? Take us away, what you see here.
Yeah, so what we see here, these are not updated, so don't look at them.
Wow.
But right now, I mean, we know that Logan has his 4 RP average. I believe Anthony and Jake probably still do as well. So we'll wait for these rankings to get updated before we really talk about them. But we do still have a few players who have that 4 RP average, and there are some people who are, some people who are still lower than they probably should be, who are going to be making their way up through the ranks as well. So we're just having a few issues with our results sheet. Qualification match number 7 was just so high scoring that it broke everything. So, we're just having a few technical glitches, but hang with us as we take a look at qualification match number 9, just previewing the players. We're not going to get started just yet, but we've got Jeff, Colin, and GH Mike versus Bacon, Labib, and Ricardo Narwhal. Ricardo yet to get onto the field, but he'll be the third alliance player for Blue. We've got Tribot coming in from the Red Alliance. Looks like it is the same on Blue. As Bacon, Ricardo Narwhal, and Labib having some fun times, and you can land on top of other robots, and if they lift their climber, you can kind of dangle like an ornament. So not something you see in First Robotics. Generally, robots don't climb on other robots until the end of the match, but XRC is its own other world. Physics is not quite the same, and so don't worry about it. It's totally normal. This happens all the time.
All right. Looks like we are good to go. Just making sure our head ref is set up.
Indeed, indeed. You always want to make sure your ref has eyes on the field before you get the match started, because the one time you don't do that will be the one time you need the ref to make a call in your favor, and then you're kind of screwed in that regard. So, getting this match underway now that everyone's ready, and we are going to see Red Alliance and Blue Alliance alike with all their robots on the move. The thing that I love about Autonomous is the field just gets wiped clean. It really looks very organized until all the power cells, of course, fall naturally on the field. We see GH Mike and Labib a little bit of contact as they try to hold each other off. That gave Colin the ability to go get the human player station. Something that is big, of course, is that you can cross the line in Autonomous, but if you make contact with that, it is so painful for your alliance because the fouls associated with it are just insurmountable. 171 to 168 as Red holding on to the lead for the time being, but Blue fighting. They're coming back. It's now 202 to 210 because we saw Ricardo and Bacon did a cycle at the same time. Labib on the inertia has a lot of power cells in his hopper. A little bit of a jam, does get those off ultimately, and will now play counter defense for Bacon, who is again having some issues with his hopper today, but does get those off, and it is now almost this is anyone's game here. 260 to 264 as Blue takes the lead for a split second. Ricardo cleaning up the field. Will put those up to give Blue a bit of an advantage, and Blue may now activate the color wheel for rotation control. 302 to 298, make that 306 as Red takes the lead for just a moment. This is a back and forth match as Bacon cleaning house, cleaning that human player station. Labib putting up power cells. We see Ricardo is doing the control panel in the back for Blue. Jeff putting up power cells for Red. They have also completed power wheel, and we see Labib picking up as many as he can while playing defense. So multitasking to the extremes here, 361 to 387 now. Your Blue Alliance with the advantage as Bacon will respond with another cycle to pad that lead a little bit further because they saw Colin. Colin was going for power cells too, 426, now 390 for the Red Alliance. So Blue tech foul coming in. That may really change the pace because this match was back and forth, but the tech foul assigned on GH Mike, helping the Blue Alliance pad their lead after what was a very back and forth match. And Labib playing some defense on Colin. That's 3 shots on the field that he missed entirely. And now as Red can go for the control panel, 509 to 437 is just fallen out of their hands so quickly with that technical foul. With 9 seconds left, we'll see if they even get the control panel at all.
Both teams going for it. It's
3
close.
seconds
2
left.
seconds. Oh my!
And in a match,
Red did not get it.
No, Red did not get it. It was about 30 degrees off for them to get the color wheel, and that is going to help seal the deal. It looks like they did all get up, whether or not they got up before T=0. The game can tell us that. But this match is going to go under review because in the end, it was just a little bit of chaos there. After what looked to be, a stroke of good luck for the Blue Alliance with that tech foul padding their lead after it had been back and forth since the start of the match. It comes in at the very end.
Yeah, definitely a very close match.
Bacon with the 292 though. Don't discount that. We saw Josh on the 293 last match. Bacon with the 292. So a really high score coming in from one of our experienced players who qualified for the event with only one entry.
He did win that event, however. But yeah, 292, very, very good score for an OG in a double inertia composition. Labib and Ricardo doing what they need to do to keep him safe, and then also really disrupting Jeff and Colin very significantly multiple times through that match. Labib getting climber blocks for bumping Colin off his shot alignment.
Mm-hmm. And so qualification match number 9 will stand as was. Nothing changing there, so we'll get the breakdown for you in just a second. And we do see there the match. It was back and forth until about 60 for the first minute or so, and then it just all falls apart. We see that gap differential coming in, and at the end, looks like Blue Alliance actually doesn't get their 4 ranking points. They'll only get 2 from the looks of it, because it looks like that control panel didn't classify itself as being done. And nor did they get the end game score at the end. So that's why it got close all of a sudden, was Red will take the 1 ranking point for the end game zone, or the end game. And we'll see how that affects the rankings here, as Anthony, Jake, and Logan look like they still have that 4 RP average. We'll see if that is true in just a second after that last match. But something else to notice is my name's Jeff. Yeah, I don't had a 3.5 RP average before that match. This is his 3rd match, so once it gets updated, we see him falling to 6th position after that match, now with an RP average of 2.66. So really getting hurt by an only 1 RP match.
Yeah, so first 9 qualification matches done. And, the rankings are slowly starting to take shape here. Bacon fairly low despite playing pretty well, I'd have to say. Definitely super low compared to where he should be. We'll see if he can get himself back up there.
I would agree, and especially either way, even if you don't see particularly high, the damage to that, not as bad because of the double alliance select method. You can get put on an alliance with people that you belong with a bit better, which is important if you want to win and get that $25 Vex Pro gift card. So,
definitely, and thanks to our sponsor Vex Pro for helping us out and really, investing in the community. We really appreciate it, and I'm sure the winners will also appreciate the gesture.
That's true, and I mean, especially when you've got there's a prize on the line, you want to play your best in all your matches so you can get picked by that top, those other top competitors, because we've got people playing really well today. Some of them are standouts in the community regularly, and some of them are just on their game. Maybe that incentive is helping them out a little bit, and if that means the competition's better, I'm not going to complain.
So interesting here, we see Cone on the Roboteers. He's somewhat famous for saying that he's not very good at this robot. So when you have one of your top players on perhaps their worst robot, maybe that's going to be some problems for the Red Alliance.
Especially against Logan as well, who is not a stranger to the Roboteers robot. But if Cooper, I think the reason why I would expect Cone to be doing this is that Cooper probably feels most comfortable on OG. And when, as a less experienced player myself, I can really empathize when you have one robot that you feel comfortable with. You want to make it work somehow. And if Cone feels like he can swap onto the Roboteers and still make a good impact on this alliance, I think that's the right call for the team. And then Adam staying on inertia makes sense indeed. All right, and so as the match does get underway, qualification match number 10, it is a big advantage early on for the Blue Alliance. Something has gone wrong for the Red Alliance here, as they are down by 50 points in the first 15 seconds of the match. So they are going to need to kick it into high gear really quickly if they want to keep this one in their grasp.
Yeah, and if anybody can do something about it, Adam is that person. He's so adept at really just finding those gaps in the Blue Alliance's defense to really disrupt the scores. As he's going to come once again, bumps Logan, and gets in position for a climber block. Jose is going to try and disrupt that, but he does get a few block shots off.
And notably, it was 50 points, and Red Alliance did for a brief second keep it within 30. So they're catching up. And Adam, as an adept defender, is also good at putting up the points, too. You can't just play defense 100% of the time. And Adam does finish off that cycle. And especially when you can get those power cells by stealing them from your opponents, that merely makes a big impact, as we see 209 to 235 now with 115 left. So Red Alliance doing what they have to do, and Cooper just putting up the power cells for as the OG will go and do the control panel now. That's the big thing. Adam going for a steal. Will he get caught? Looks like he is going to be
he gets tacked.
Out. Yeah, teched out. Rare mistake coming in from Adam, but just doing what he can. Does still get to keep the power cells at the very least and put them up. But that mistake will hurt them with only 45 seconds left. He's running out of time to make that difference that we saw him doing with the defense. 350 to 296 is back to being a bit more of a gap. We see Cone as the inertia, or as the Roboteers, he's put up 166. The big difference
he's actually
here
ahead of Logan. Yeah, so really good job from Cone so far.
And so they brought it back within 40 for the time being, but we see Blue Alliance won't let that be the case for very long.
Logan was going for long shots, trying to get this RP done.
It looks like that's part of the problem.
And there we go.
Yeah, they get it, and we see
does
Logan,
he mess it up, though? Oh, it's back
Logan
and forth,
just gets
5
it done
seconds.
so quickly. It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, but early climb, Logan can't get on. Oh, I don't know if that was a climb. Fred came back real good at the end. But it looked like Jose had knocked over the bar, which made it really hard for Logan to get the climb off, and we might see a loss of 4 ranking points here.
We'll see indeed, because that bar at least does not look balanced. So we'll see what happens here. But at least 536 to 514, your unofficial score. Take a look at it. Looks like if this match stands the way it is, Logan will lose his 4 RP status. And Cone taking a loss there as well. So 2 ranking points for Red, 3 for Blue will be the official decision. I mean, really tricky. Red Alliance just not, like, the 64 to 122 is pretty significant, but we see Adam as the defender just making that impact and scoring a lot, but also having that defensive capability. Really, I think what happens is Red loses on that tech foul, which if you told them that after the first 15 seconds of the match, I think they'd say you were crazy.
Yeah, definitely. And we're going to get the matches rolling right away because we are a little bit behind schedule. And we see lots of inertias in this match.
This is Andrew Space Turtle Javelin versus C Gorms or Casey, Jack 155 and C 4678. I would be surprised to see this one go in Red Alliance's favor just based on the experience on Blue, but we saw in that last match anything can happen. And it is actually 110 to 104. So maybe the commentator's curse is coming up in full force right now as Casey and Andrew tech each other out. So that just lifts up the score all around, 147 to 144 currently, the numbers on the board, as we'll see Blue Alliance responding with some cycles coming in from Jack and C. Jack being a little bit quieter in today's event, but definitely very capable. Looking for something to do right now. Doesn't have a ton, but he will go clean up the human player station. That lets Andrew shoot without any defense. So putting those power cells up for Red helps them pass the lead. for just a second, but blue will respond quite quickly, 239 to 231. As we see Jack going for the steal. Will he get punished for it? It looks like he gets out with those power cells. I don't think he had very many, but he did waste a lot of the Red Alliance's time doing that, 260 to 255. As Tortoise Boy puts up a cycle on the inertia for his Alliance's 2 inertias and a Roboteers on red to the
Both
2
inertias on the Blue Alliance are doing the wheel at the same time.
Yeah, I don't think the communication there was top-notch. But we do see here Javon now going in for that defense, as we know he knows how to do. Tortoise Boy doing the control panel for the Red Alliance for rotation control. That's 10 points in the bag. We'll see that pop up on the screen shortly. Or maybe that's 15 according to the board. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, it's 15 for the first wheel.
398 to 379. Who will be the first to cross 400? Looks like, just based on where all the Blue Alliance's robots are, it'll
Casey.
probably be them. Casey getting teched out yet again and reset. Very difficult for them, 440 to 442, as that brings the Red Alliance right back in it with 30 seconds left. So there's not a lot of time for the Blue Alliance to change this one to get back in their favor. But we'll see them do their best. With 22 seconds.
Though.
Yeah, there's only
right
22
as the
seconds.
wheel up.
Yeah, we'll see if Blue is able to do that. Looks like Casey's coming in with a few power cells, but don't know if it'll be enough for them. They may have already done the control panel, actually, based on the LEDs not lighting up. Oh, 7 seconds left. Blue Alliance is nowhere to be found. We see Jack doing climb blocking. C is doing a cycle. We'll see if they get up in the end. And by 4 points, the unofficial victory going to the Blue Alliance. Just able to make it back. The match is under review. Makes sense. It's only a 4-point match, and there was a lot of chaos at the end. But
wow,
50 points in techs made it a lot closer than it needed to be for the Blue Alliance. Andrew with the 294 contribution, absolutely insane. As well as credit to Tortoise Boy and Javon. This match will stand. And with that being said, 641 to 637. Penalty score 50 to 50. Some of that could have been from after the match as well, based on the looks of the bar graph, because the penalty score keeps going up after the match is over. But there was definitely the 2 texts from Casey on the, who was on the Blue Alliance, gives it to the Red Alliance, and still not enough. So 2 ranking points for red. It's going to be a 4 RP match for blue. And I think, I'm not sure how that affects the rankings, but it definitely does. Definitely. So we see Jake and Logan, they're the only person left with a 4 RP ranking score is up in this match. And that's going to be Anthony, 3175, with Josh and Metal Jello versus Dar, Waxton, and Dakota. So 4 RP is at risk here because this is a tricky matchup for both alliances. And so as we're about to get underway for qualification match number 11, we're going to see, looks like pretty good pathing all around. I'm not seeing a lot of power cells lying on the field, which is indicative of a good autonomous mode. The current score in the favor of the Red Alliance, 130 to 118, as Dakota and Josh contact in the rendezvous zone, as Dakota is able to hold off Josh from getting in Waxton's way, who is finishing up the auto collected power cells. 165 to 118, as blue just hasn't gotten their next cycle off yet. Getting in the way, we see Josh now doing so for blue to bring them back within it, and Anthony able to do so undefended, while Dakota is just harassing Metal Jello and Josh over in the blue human player station side of the field. 220 to 168, as the Blue Alliance really struggling to pick up the pace here, which they'll need to do with 134 left. Haven't gotten to the first stage of the control panel. Neither alliance having done that, rather. But red now having the opportunity to. So Blue Alliance really falling behind, really need to pick up that pace if they at least want to keep some ranking points of it. But Anthony's 4 RP dreams are slowly dying, as it's 317 to 257 right now on the field. Dakota respawning doesn't change anything as far as points go, but does mean he has to go collect some more power cells, and does do that with a steal, which is really going to help red pod their lead just a little bit more. 374 to 327 with 57 seconds left. Waxton, a big jam does get that sorted out, and we'll put those up for 3 points apiece in the red human player station. Dakota really going ham on that defense there, respawning yet again as Josh and Anthony looking to score for the Blue Alliance and bring this one closer with 42 seconds left. But they'll need some techs really quickly if they want to have a shot at the win. 37 seconds, 442 to 384 as Dar now putting up those power cells, activating stage 3. Waxton will go to complete that on the control panel right now. Looks like they just get it. We'll see if that gets locked in.
It's slightly off. Oh.
It looks like he's got it if he drives directly sideways with 16 seconds. Blue Alliance has the opportunity to do the same. We see Josh move into that now, but the amount of time it took Waxton to do that will hurt them a little bit. 8 seconds left on the clock. It looks like this one is going to go down in the books for red. But Blue Alliance looking to salvage some ranking points in the last few seconds, and they may have done so. But the final score, unofficially 625 to 550, and what was a do-or-die match for some of those Red Alliance players who had some tough first few matches. 625 to 550, really going to shake up our rankings here as qualification match number 12 does stand. And we see some free ranking point. 4 RP coming in for blue, or for red, 1 for blue, and with that, Anthony will fall from that number 1 seed. And that's a really big ranking shakeup right there. But 90 points in the end game for red will help seal the deal there. And we do see our new number 1 seed is Jake 5468, tied with Logan, but ahead in the autonomous tiebreaker. And then Dakota, not too far behind. He's in 3rd with 3.33. Anthony falling all the way to 4th after that match. And so everyone now having 3 matches to their name will move into the 4th cycle of matches with qualification match number 13 coming right up. And this one's going to be good. High scoring expected with a GH Mike, Jake 5468, your number 1 seed, and Adam 10836 versus my name's Jeff, Bacon, and Logan, your number 2 seed on the Blue Alliance. So this one is very important for the rankings right here. And so looks like we have double inertia OG on red, Tribot on blue as this match gets underway. Brennan, what are you expecting to see from this match and these competitors?
It's going to be a very close battle here. I think Blue Alliance has the slight edge with Bacon's performance. He's been doing quite well, especially on the OG. Logan going to try and block out, but there's not... Ooh, he just barely is able to block out both the Red Alliance members just enough to allow Bacon get out. And that's going to give Blue Alliance a pretty significant lead here, 170 to 124. Red Alliance trying to get their power cells into their robot. GH Mike struggling a little bit, but he's going to find some power cells and deliver them into the inner port for the Red Alliance. Good points for them. And Jeff and Bacon working in tandem. Lots of scoring from them. Logan kind of being the supplement, picking up some of the close balls, trying to block Adam. Adam getting beached, not able to bump Bacon in time. And first wheel already available for the Blue Alliance. So it looks like it will be Logan to complete that, leaving the scorers to score as much as possible. And just in time to block Adam out at once again. Bacon just, fully undefended. Especially surprising with the double inertia composition. Traditionally, you'd find more opportunities to get the bumps off, but Red Alliance is just not really finding those opportunities, not capitalizing on the composition difference that they have. Logan definitely not doing a whole lot of defense onto Jake. He's basically been able to go free reign as second wheel stage already completed for Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance is on a scoring tear. This must be the quickest wheel that we've seen so far. Logan, quick wheel position and already done. Bing, bang, boom. Only sub 1 second, to be honest, to get that set up. Red Alliance also doing the same thing. So very good scoring. But, man, almost 100 points ahead now is the Blue Alliance. They're just hitting more inners, getting more points. Logan going to shoot a couple balls over. Not getting reset by Adam, and he's going to get a huge steal off. With 7 seconds left, just looking to secure the climbs is both alliances. They want to make sure that they can get the 4 ranking points, and all the robots are going to get up, I believe, 750 points. Huge, gigantic score from the Blue Alliance. Bacon dropping a 294 in a non-double inertia. He is here to play on this OG robot and really making his name known as one of the top competitors here.
And with that, I fully expect we see Logan also taking the #1 seed with that match, as this qualification score does stand. And with that, that's a new event high score, 750 points. Crazy stuff coming in, and a penalty-free match at that. That's one of the highest scores I think we've ever seen.
Yeah, 750 is a massive score, and everybody really putting in work there.
The auto score of 146 as well. That is one of the, again, highest scores that I've seen across the board. This alliance just having some really good synergy, and you have to give credit to Jeff as well. He's playing very well today. You know, I don't think he was one of the top 10 on the leaderboard, but he's playing like a top competitor right now. I am also I'm very impressed with all 3 of those. And that's not to say that Adam, Mike, and Jake didn't do well. That would probably be a winning score in most other matchups at 631. And while they do get those 2 ranking points to their name, it just, I mean, like, that was finals match quality from both of those alliances. Really big match there.
Yeah, it looks like we're already just about ready for our next match, qualification match number 14, where it's Jose, Javon, and C versus Cooper, Ricardo, and Andrew. Gotta say, uphill battle here for the Blue Alliance.
And they've got some big shoes to fill in the shadow of that last match. But, 4RP is 4RP, and the winners will be looking to get that however they can this time around. I'm still in shock from that score. Like, 750, that's just nuts.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to see autonomous period begin. Conservative autonomous here from Jose. Ricardo's going to try and steal those and get those off in autonomous. And he does. Very good job from him. But Red Alliance still coming away with a very slight edge here, as Blue brings it a little bit closer at the end of autonomous.
122 to 115 right now. And something I want to point out is C putting up his cycle before Andrew does. So those are the 2 Roboteers who are going to be kind of battling it out for that regard. And he had a bit of a bigger cycle too, C4678 did. So he is going to be putting up I feel like he's having a good day too. He's kind of into the groove. He's known for his Roboteers play. I think he's a lot more comfortable on this robot than he is on the OG, and he was playing that one well today too. So I'm just super impressed with these competitors. Javon on the defensive side gets that power cell away from Cooper, who was about to scoop it up, and clears up the red side of the field there. Going to put up those power cells. It's hard on the inertia. The intake is not particularly great, so going in for steals can be really tricky, but is going to hold on for now and is going to hold up both Ricardo and Andrew in an impressive show of, positioning right now. 298 to 279. It's a close one. We see Jose now going for the color wheel for the Red Alliance. It looks like Blue Alliance will look to do so with Ricardo doing that as well in response right now. Blue Alliance not quite activated. Red Alliance is good to go on to the next stage as C puts up another big cycle in what is a close match here. 355 to 355 for a brief second, so all tied up. But 1 extra power cell coming in for the Red Alliance will help them. Ricardo stealing a power cell away from the red side of the field. That's so important, getting the steals where you can. Even if they're not very big, you want to just take away whatever you can from your opponents. Javon only at 67 right now versus 94 for Ricardo. So losing that battle of the inertia right now, but we know Javon plays a little bit more defensively. 438 to 410. Ricardo going for another steal. Will Jose catch him? Not quite, and a power cell flying towards your announcers on the field there. We're safe, don't worry. As the red human player station Looks, a little bit desolate right now. Not a lot of power cells for blue to pick up at the end of the match, so instead red goes for the climbs. Looks like they might have some trouble getting up, but they do at the end. And 587 to 551, Red Lions looks like they hold on to the win there. Javon coming back after a little bit of a slow start there for an unofficial win for Red Alliance.
And those scores are locked in, so Red Alliance is going to take this one, getting the full ranking points bonus and the win ranking points for 4 total. It's a great job for all 3 of those members.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, even the Blue Alliance, the loss, it hurts, but at least the control panel and the end game score for them, those 2 ranking points, will help them in where they seed overall as well. And so we've got qualification match number 15. We're almost halfway through. We're going to see Seagorms, Josh, and Dar versus Colin, Jack, and Waxton. This one's going to be really good, and I just want to reiterate, Josh scored almost 300 points in his last match here. Even though he's ranked in 19th position, he is way lower than he should be right now. So other notable seeds right now in this match, we do have Waxton, he's in at 9th. Dar is in at 7th. But a lot of these players in match number 15 are lower seeded right now who are looking to push their way up to the top. And so, with that being said, why don't we get qualification match 15 underway? All right, so with robots on the move, we're going to see who gets to the rendezvous first. A little bit of contact between Jack and Casey, but they make their way separately. We see Casey now looking to position himself to protect Dar, because Dar is going to make the move towards that blue human player station. And Casey, holding off the cavalry there, will allow Dar to get those power cells and put them up for red, which helps them with their lead here, 135 to 112. Dar making his way now across the field, will challenge Jack for those power cells. It looks like Jack's just going to get pushed off. No tech fouls associated with it, which is always good news for the Blue Alliance. Casey getting respawned. The biggest thing will be if Casey can go a match without getting teched out. We've seen him get about 2 techs a match right now, which is not super great, considering that's 50 points for your opponents. 204 to 175 as the Red Alliance does still have the lead here. Jack and Josh going toe-to-toe near that red human player station as Jack trying to get whatever he can. Dar now goes in for the challenge as well, while Casey has his climber up, like we saw, looking to block any shots. But Colin, who is on the inertia, not there. Jack, it looks like there's no roboteers, actually, in that zone right now. Colin now getting there for the Red Alliance, blocking there. Casey blocking all those shots. And a tech foul and reset. So worst case scenario right there for Casey is he got tech just before getting respawned. We see him putting that climber back up. He's not dismayed by it. As he blocks some of those shots, we see them flying off. That was a really good block. Jack will do the same in response on blue for a match that is now 298. Make that 300 to 293. So still anybody's game with 54 seconds left. We see Josh picking up a bunch of power cells from the blue side of the field. We'll put those up as the Roboteers. 353 to 308 now as Casey's back on the opposite side of the field with his climber up. Jack will try to push him away. Waxton putting up power cells as the OG does get hit and blocked. Casey respawning, 336 to 371. So still deficit for the Blue Alliance that they will have to make up 25 points worth. So they'll need to check out Casey once again, by the looks of it. 27 seconds left as we're not seeing a lot of power cells going up there. We see now the color wheel position control able to be activated for the Red Alliance. Blue not quite there. They might look to do so in the last few seconds of the match. Jack, a big steal coming in and uncontested because it's the last 9 seconds of the match. We see Waxton and Jack going to do that. They now can do the color wheel. Will Colin do it? Nope, they opt out. And as the clock strikes 0, the advantage is in the Blue Alliance's favor here. 585 to 524. Qualification match number 15, still not official yet, but you can take a look at the breakdown for what will be a 4 ranking point match for red, and a 1 ranking point match for blue if all stands as is. And again, I just want to shout out Josh, who's been playing really well, looks like he's the match MVP for the time being. Qualification match number 15 does stand. What went wrong for Blue? Because they seem to be holding it pretty close until the very end.
I think just the defense from Casey was really disrupting them, especially at the end. You could see him holding off Colin. He had a full hopper in his robot, but he wasn't actually able to do anything with it because Casey was able to hold him basically the entire time. So really, great job from Casey on the Red Alliance. Despite getting teched that one time, he was able to make up for it with some fantastic defensive play.
And I think something that is to be noted is that Casey, he was going for 2 tech fouls to 1 tech foul, so he's cleaning up his defense a little bit there. As we see the impact on the rankings right now, not 100% sure what is. We do see Josh move from 19th to 14th, so pretty good jump for him. As in the lower set of the rankings, a lot of people with very similar scores, only 1 or 2 ranking points apart. So Josh now popping up to 14th position. We're also seeing a lot of close stuff at the top too, but Logan holding on to the lead. We'll see what Dakota has to say about that. He's one of our other high rank competitors, and he is going to be with Metal Jello and Cone versus Anthony, Tortoise Boy, and Labib. So a close match incoming on qualification match number 16. And so as the robots get underway, we see Metal Jello most comfortable on the Roboteers. Will look to do the autonomous mode. A bit of a jam, though, coming in from them. They have to wait a few seconds, but they do get them all off in the end. And again, we see almost contact between Labib and Cone. That would have been really bad for the Red Alliance, especially in such a close match, but Cone did get out in time. 136 to 152 as Dakota gets teched as he's picking up his power cells, so puts Blue in the lead for just a moment. They are now up 187 to 173 as Tortoise Boy finishing off his cycle now, and Anthony going to join. Labib's about to get respawned, landing on top of that initiation line across the field. Will have to make his way back to make any impact. 217 to 217 as the score was tied up. Tortoise Boy putting some away in the inner power port for 3 points apiece as these alliances are responding to each other's movements here. Labib with a big
he got reset. Cycle. Yeah, he got reset, but forgot to readjust his hood angle. So he just shot all of his balls into the top of the power port, missing every single one of them.
And while Anthony was able to pick them up and put them away quite quickly afterwards, that's a pretty big mistake coming from Labib. We see Metal Jello waiting for the Blue Alliance to score some power cells. That's a pretty normal Roboteers tactic, just waiting, and that way the opponent doesn't have a chance to steal them away from you. But we do see power cells rolling across the field. That will hurt the Red Alliance a little bit because those 4 power cells over by that blue power port were reds at one point in time. Dakota will go pick one up, but accidentally pops the hopper while doing so. We'll have to push those power cells away. 387, make that 399 to 401 with a 2-point gap between these two alliances. Dakota will respond with a power cell cycle. Small jam, not too bad, does get them all off in the end. As he puts the final few away right now. 435 to 456 as we see Red Alliance has the option to go for the control panel. Looks like Blue Alliance will have that soon available to them as 24 seconds left on the clock. Big power cell spillage over on that red human player station's center. Metal Jello, big cycle coming in on the Roboteers. Again, one of the players who's improved the most in such a short period of time, looks on track to cross 200 points with 8 seconds left. 547 to 524. Cone, some last second shots. Will he get there in the climb? Labib missing the climb perhaps, but as the power robots go up, it looks like it's going to be 600 to 634 unofficially right now in what looked like Red had it, but almost threw it away in the very last seconds. And the missed climbs really hurting the Red Alliance there. If they get perfect climbs, I believe they win by 1 point, but alas, this will be how it goes. 600 to 634, your official score. I want to give a shout out to Anthony there. Really well done for him, MVP of the match. And Conan Dakota, who were hoping to make a push for that number 1 seed right now, will have to walk away with only 1 ranking point. And we see how that affects the rankings there. We see Anthony up to 2nd, Dakota down to 10th after that match, so really unfortunate for him. With 4 matches played from everyone, I believe everyone is going to get 12 matches or 9 matches,
is
maybe
9, I believe.
9 matches. Sorry, my multiplication in my head didn't quite work out. 9 matches, so we're almost halfway there. And right now the rankings have Logan in first, Anthony, Jake, Dar, Space Turtle, Seagorns, C4678, Jeff, Javelin, and Dakota. Your top 10 right now. And so speaking of that number 1 seed of Logan 4476, he's paired up with C4678, another one of our top 10 robots. As the field gets reset, we'll have to see if that affects anything, as Andrew not tabbed in yet. The match is not underway just yet. But now, robots on the move. We'll see who is able to come out with the advantage in autonomous right now. 18-6 initially, but there's so many power cells left to be scored. 136 to 123 right now.
Very
so Blue Alliance actually ahead.
From Bacon too.
Bacon with that steal really going to help. And Logan does get reset, does not get teched out. He's on the inertia, which a little bit different from him. We saw him on the Roboteers performing very well last time. Now he's on the inertia as C goes onto the OG instead. 164 to 185. So Red Alliance was down. They're bringing it back. 188 to 202. So Logan, as the defensive robot, will have to make some strides here.
Good play there by Bacon, getting around the defense very easily. But now he's going to be held up a little bit.
Now he's held up, and Bacon actually getting Logan actually getting 2 power cells, as it is 248 to 267. So Red Alliance right now still ahead, but Blue Alliance is coming for them right on their tails as Jose puts up a cycle on the inertia. Both alliances able to activate the color wheel here, 294 to 283. Make that 302. Blue Alliance is right here to play, and yet not even having their color wheel points yet. 328 to 348 as Blue Alliance still yet to complete the color wheel. Interesting to see the holdup on that. Logan, as the Red Alliance does get reset, he was definitely causing some havoc for the Blue Alliance right now, as Blue finally getting that color wheel locked and loaded. 396 to 382 as the power cells continue to go up. 422 to 408. Red can now do position control should they choose. Andrew, with a very full hopper, will make his way across the field. Logan, known for his quick power cells.
Yeah.
That is so... The silk touch there really helping them out. It looks like Andrew putting up those power cells, 3 points apiece, coming in from him right now. Look at those power cells on the Roboteers going. They fly so fast. Adam putting up some power cells on the inertia there. This is his last one. 488 to 531 with 24 seconds left. Blue having the option to now go for position control with 20 seconds. Adam doing that. Logan almost got caught out there, 533 to 573 right now, 14 seconds left. Andrew, a full hopper, going to go for the far shots on the Roboteers and get his climber ready with 8 seconds left. 7, 6, 5, 4,
climbs are sketchy.
3, 2, 1.
They all get up, looks like.
The climbs were sketchy, definitely. Yeah, that's one way to put it. We see 617 to 695, the unofficial score, in what looked to be a very high score coming from Bacon at 306 points. That will stand, but yet not enough for them right now, because that is a win, a 4 RP win for the Red Alliance, and Logan will hold on to his number 1 position with that.
Blue is going to cost them dearly as well, losing that ranking point.
And that's a big part of it too. We see Bacon here. He was playing very well, 300 points to his name. But alas, not enough. I'm not sure who missed their climb there, but like you mentioned, the climbs were very precarious, so would not have been difficult for one robot just to be dragging on the ground and losing the balance after that. And we will see Logan holding on to his number 1 seed up to a ranking score average of 3.8. C in second with 3.4. Anthony in third with 3.25. So C and Logan working together there to put up some good stuff for their alliance. As we look now to qualification match number 18, We're going to see Jake Seagorms and Colin versus GH Mike, Javelin, and Josh. So none of our top 3 seeds are in this match, but we do have some high-scoring robots on the field here, and I'm looking forward to a good one. Seeing Jake on the OG, Casey on the Inertia, unsurprisingly, Colin on the Roboteers, so Tribot for red. Can't quite tell which robot GH Mike's on, but we got Javon on Inertia, GH Mike on Inertia, and Josh on the Roboteers. So different strategy this time. Again, like we said, there's a lot of different viable combinations. And so as the robots get underway, first to score is blue. Red will quickly respond with Colin on the Roboteers. Looks like Casey and Jake, they're not going to go for that human player station at all, leaving that completely undefended, whereas blue was able to pick it up. We saw GH Mike and Javon able to escape those power cells. Josh for 910 cleaning house. Look at all those power cells going into that Roboteers intake. As it's 170 to 139 right now, so Blue Lions has some ground to make up if they want to take this win. 190 to 153 coming out of Otto, coming out of the first 30 seconds of the match, rather. 205 to 171 now after a cycle. Coming in hot from Colin. Those are going to go up as long as, and Jake as well getting there. We're not seeing a ton of defense in the corners with the exception of Casey. A lot of it's being played as
Casey
chaos in the
got
rendezvous.
On the bar.
Yeah, he's getting caught on the bar, but somehow able to make it through without getting hung up. I was about to say without getting hung up in tech, but as I say that, he does get tech. He did get some good blockage off. A lot of those power cells did hit the floor instead, but whether or not that makes up for his 25 points, we are yet to see a clean match from Casey in this competition. Speaking of who has just been reset, he's now picking up power cells and looking to put those away for the Red Alliance, as Colin doing the same, and Jake on his way for Red, who are holding on to their lead, but Blue Alliance is right on their heels with 358 to 312, 57 seconds left, and Josh has a big hopper coming in as the Roboteers. Casey's going to try and get in the way, but Josh will back up into GH Mike, who was doing the control panel. 394 to 353 as Jake puts up some power cells undefended on that OG robot. He's having a good match. He's pretty close with Colin for the MVP of the Red Alliance and goes for the control panel. Looks like that is possibly set. They're not sure, but it is good to go and will be counted for the Red Alliance. So that's one easy ranking point done with 30 seconds left in the match. We see Casey getting respawned yet again. He's just playing very aggressively, and it's working to hold on right now. Hold on to that lead, 434 to 499, as he's just making it so difficult for the Blue Lions, who hasn't done control panel just yet. We see it available now. Josh will look to do that as GH Mike is climbing early, and we see Javon looking for the climbs. A little bit of miscommunication in the Blue Alliance, but Josh looks like he found the spot, and as they all climb up, it's going to be 618 to 588, your unofficial score for qualification match number 18.
Yeah, what a big play there from the Red Alliance. 3 very solid performances here, and Josh trying to do what he can. GH Mike maybe not as veteran as some of the other players, but keeping it close with this alliance is really impressive.
Absolutely. And with that all being said, they do still walk away with 2 ranking points on the Blue Alliance, but the 4 RP match for Red really going to help them out. I believe they were, Josh will happily take that, especially after a rough few matches at the beginning. I think he's showing himself as one of our top competitors, and, maybe not very surprising. He was ranked number 1 in the district, but he is now up to
16th currently.
Yeah, never mind. He was in 10th for one period of time, but before RP, at least helping him out there. He's one of, it's hard to say that he's not one of the best players.
There's 2, but yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say, why. Yeah, Josh saying, yeah, it's not been good, but you're playing really well, so don't sweat it too hard. And looking at qualification match number 19, previewing, we got Ricardo, Anthony, and Jack versus Waxton, Metal, Jello, and Cooper. So Anthony, currently your number 5 seed here, paired up with, like I said, Ricardo, who is in 14th, and Jack, who I didn't see where he was, to be honest, because the rankings disappeared, but that's okay. Either way, some really good competitors on red, but facing off against Metal Jello, Cooper, and Waxton, I think you have to give advantage to red just based on the experience level.
Jack currently in 13th place, so just outside the top 8.
13th is just outside the top 8 by almost being double the value of 8.
Yeah, but it's only a few ranking points separating
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
We're going to get this match started. We see the double inertia OG for the Red Alliance, Tribot for the Blue. So once again, a clash of styles to be sure. We're going to see what Ricardo and Jack can do as Ricardo blocks so that Jack can get a big steal off, and Red Alliance has the lead out of autonomous period, 138 to 114. Waxton looking to pick up some balls for the Blue Alliance alongside Metal Jello. So they're going to look to score.
Something I did notice in auto, I know it's been a while since it, but until 217, the Blue Alliance only had 12 points in autonomous. A lot of their cycles came in really last second for them, and if they can, maybe stabilize a little bit more, they'll be in better shape, because getting everything done and scrambling is really difficult to do. It's hard to rely on anything, but we're seeing Cooper bumping Waxton as Waxton was firing off some power cells. I think he only missed one, but still not ideal when your own alliance partners are playing defense on you. 280,
sure
222.
Oh, Ricardo getting caught up with Anthony there. Really slowing down Anthony a bit. He had to drop a few power cells and then pick them back up. Not ideal. But that being said, Red Alliance still looking pretty comfortable here. They're starting to run away with this match. We'll see if Blue Alliance can do anything.
I think the big issue here that we're seeing for the Blue Alliance is Cooper with the contribution of 45 points. On the inertia, that's not a fantastic score. The goal for and getting teched out is not going to help their case either. 418 to 287, so I would not be surprised to see Blue Alliance swap to more of a ranking point salvage kind of style. We see, if you look at the power port, you can kind of tell how close they are to achieving that, and they still have a little bit of a ways to go. So if they focus on just scoring, even if they're only outers, that still counts equally towards that ranking point. And we'll see if they're able to get that activated shortly for the additional points.
There was some miscommunication on the Blue Alliance as well earlier with the first stage of the control panel where they were spinning it, but it wasn't actually active yet. So that definitely slowed them down. Red Alliance just going for an early climb, trying to lock in the 4 ranking points.
With 4 seconds left, they did make it active, but they weren't able to get to it. So 640 to 521. We'll see what the end game score is. I wouldn't be surprised if they at least walk away with 1. But that's one of the cases where I say, Waxton, if Waxton can try and get the control panel, if the other two are balanced on the edges, you can get both ranking points, but they will still get 90 points in the end game to their credit, versus the 4 RP win for Anthony, Jack, and Ricardo. So Anthony, who was, I believe, in 3rd, no, he was in 5th, sorry, is going to rise in the rankings a little bit. We'll see that up to 3rd now, though, so I just called it. So it's still Logan, Jake, Anthony, your top 3 right now, and we're about to see Seagorms here. Never mind. Sorry, I was looking one match further ahead. Our next highest competitor in this match is going to be Dar, who is in 6th, along with Space Turtle on his alliance in 7th. Cone all the way down in 20th seed. Would you have predicted that at the start of today's event, Brennan?
Well, I do know that his first few matches are tough, so not too surprising, I would say. But I think he is going to make a pretty strong comeback here, starting with this match.
Yeah, Cone, Dar, and Space Turtle making a good alliance versus Labib, Dakota, and Jeff. So still not an easy match by any means, especially Jeff, who's been playing at the top of his game today. The 3 Red Alliance robots could still give them a run for their money right now.
All right, off we go.
And so, a little bit of contact between Labib and Dakota in the rendezvous zone. Not what you really want to see, but it looks like Blue Alliance taking the advantage out of auto by only 15 points here, 105 to 120. So not a great auto coming in from the Red Alliance, but certainly it's not. The match isn't decided just yet. We're seeing 119 to 134 here. We'll see Jeff coming in with a cycle on the Roboteers. Labib really harassing Dar, who's on the Roboteers for blue, as Tortoise Boy and Cone all coming in with cycles for the Blue Alliance. 178, make that 181 to 164. So still that 15-point gap kind of holding steady between these two alliances here. 187 indicates they probably got one more power cell that time to extend the gap a little bit. Jeff putting them up, though, for the Red Alliance there. That's a big cycle coming in from him on the Roboteers, and Dakota is also there. So not seeing a ton of defense thus far, mostly focusing on scoring from both of these alliances, but Labib having a bit of a tough match right now on the Inertia. I'm not sure that is his preferred robot, but again, as one of our muted players, he's just going to do what he can. Picking up the power cells as they fell out of the rendezvous. I'm not sure about that move there. 252, 282. Normally the Inertia is not the one who should be popping the hopper. We see Jeff going for it and cleaning it up instead. Dakota spinning the control panel before the Blue Alliance has the opportunity to. So despite the fact they're down, they are still in the hunt for ranking points. 311 to 346 as Jeff putting up some power cells. Dakota having to wait for him to get around. He was thinking about picking up the power cells that were on Jeff's bumper, but instead electing not to, as is now within 3 points. They'll be able to hold off the Blue Alliance for a little bit longer, 380 to 354. So they're off cycle from one another right now, and that's going to help Red if they can get a cycle in at the last second. 33 seconds left. 40 points now separating the two. We'll see Jeff with a big cycle coming in. He popped the hopper. Dar waiting for the power cells coming in from Dakota as Red can now go for position control. We see Dakota doing that. We'll see if he gets it. Looks like he has to redo it a little bit. Looks like it's good to go now. Blue Line's not quite there yet. Not able to do it. Can do so in the last 10 seconds of the match. We'll see Cone look to do that now. And as one of the most experienced players, seems pretty fair. Blue Alliance climbing a little early. Red Alliance going to push it because they know they have to. With 2 seconds left, they miss the climbs. But they just get the center one. Looks like Dakota got up at T equals 0 exactly. And we'll hold on. We'll see if that match is official or under contention. And it is under review in what was such a close match there. Labib struggling as always, he says. That was a close match. And Red Alliance, after, I believe Red was down out of auto, but bringing it back with that last cycle, all 3 robots scoring and then climbing with 2 seconds left from Red. Really good cohesion there. Really good chemistry between those 3 Alliance members.
Yeah, we saw a misclimb from Space Turtle, looks like, and he just barely missed the bar. The bar was slightly tilted from Dar smashing into it, and that cost everything for the Blue Alliance, potentially, assuming nothing changes.
Looks like there is some changes. We'll see how those affect the final score. Before we make that call out for you, we'll see what changes the final score.
All right, that is the final score. There's going to be an extra 15 points for balance and 15 points for misclimb to the Red Alliance, giving them the extra ranking point. Looks like there's climb D played, and only 1 robot making it up for the Blue Alliance is.
They threw it, basically. I just the way that it went for them, they didn't quite get up in time. Interesting that the graph, indicates that Blue Alliance really got the climbs up, but doesn't seem like they were able to. I think.
Yeah, just cut off at the very end, I think, of the match, changing it. 0.001 seconds left in the match.
And that really changes how it goes sometimes. So despite being up in autonomous, it will be the Blue Lions falling in this match. I think they still get 1 ranking point, so not going away totally empty-handed. But Cone, who we mentioned, is having a rough first few matches. He's having a rough first few matches. With that 1 ranking point to his name, will not climb up far in the rankings, but Speaking of people high up in the rankings, introducing Jake5468, who is your current number 2 seed on the Red Alliance.
Wow, we see double OG on Blue Alliance. Wait.
Red Alliance.
Red Alliance,
and,
sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
And Blue Alliance. Both alliances going double OG Robo Tiers. How does that make you feel?
Well, definitely something agreed. Oh, Bacon getting a tech right off the bat, gonna propel Blue Alliance into a massive lead here, starting out of autonomous period. But definitely something pre-organized, because traditionally double OG is not a preferred composition due to its vulnerability to defense. You really just get bullied as an OG, and if the inertia can bump you enough, then you're gonna have problems.
And I think it's pretty fair to say that the OG robots there, obviously higher scoring capabilities, so maybe looking at boosting each other's autonomous tiebreaker or contribution tiebreaker from that regard. Interesting to see that strategy come out, that cooperation aspect that isn't normally seen in XRC Sim came into play for this match. And we see Andrew now making his way down the field, 118 left in this match, as it is Blue Alliance with the advantage here. Part of that due to that tech foul we saw early on, 374 to 422. Your current score is Adam on the OG, not his preferred robot, just saying, is putting them up, and he's still putting up some pretty good numbers, that being said.
Yeah, he's definitely been playing a lot of OG recently, so it's not the most surprising to me to see this. Looks like they just really want to get their points up as much as possible and make sure that they get their ranking point. Both
I wouldn't be
alliances
surprised if
doing
this was
that.
also proposed by the Red Alliance, because they didn't want to deal with Adam's defense and they wanted the ranking points.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's something that Jake and Josh thought together. Hey, we're worried maybe about that defense. Let's try and see if we can get the RP anyways. Not working in their favor right now. It is Blue Alliance with the advantage, 610 to 593, but is still anybody's game with 16 seconds left, as both alliances now crossing 600 points.
Ranking point is completed for both alliances, for the power cells at least. So we'll see if they can get their final ranking point with the climbs.
And as all alliances look to go towards the climbing bar, Bacon's really late to the party here. We'll see if he gets up in time for what is going to be our high score of the event. 754 for Blue Alliance, 735 for Red. Another extremely high score coming in this match. And while this one might have been a little bit orchestrated, it's still very impressive.
Yeah,
no
it's interesting to see. It's interesting to see the double OG maybe being passable, because last time it was seriously tried, there was no pin circles in the game. So I wonder if a good alliance wants to try and do that with like counter D.
We shall see indeed. The match is going to be under review, so hang tight while we get that all sorted out for you. Andrew, who was in that match, was not on the OG, but he's now flying through space as we wait for the match to get finalized, everything gets sorted. We'll see what happened, maybe some end game shenanigans. But another thing to notice is when you don't have defense and when you have two OGs and Roboteers, everyone scores over 200 points, which is pretty nutty coming in for this match.
Do you have somebody in the question box currently? Bacon from the Red Alliance, the member of the supposedly losing alliance. Our head referee is going to go check in.
Yeah, so while we're hanging out here, waiting to figure out what's up, again, just want to thank our sponsor, Vex Pro, for sponsoring this event. If you're watching Vex, you're seeing these competitors, they're duking it out, and they are on their A game today. So to their credit, so they're going to earn whatever prizes they may get, for sure.
Yeah, Vex makes some great products that teams around the world use for FRC, and they've recently broken into the FTC market as well. So really excited to see what they do there. They've definitely been a pioneer in terms of off-the-shelf products and bringing great quality to teams.
Most certainly. So looks like referee is back, so just waiting on the decision. We shall see. I think there's some math. As the MC, I don't have to do the math. My brain gets a day off, and I just get to chat with you guys. But 735 to 789, your unofficial score, or your official score. As we see here, 203 power cells, by the way, from the blue lines, and 200 from the red. Just putting that out there.
There was Climb D called against the Red Alliance, which is going to propel Blue Alliance further ahead and going to give them the ranking point for this match for the Climb. So they are going to walk away with 4 ranking points. So pulled off a little bit of a lucky case there. But good job to them.
Mm-hmm. And so looks like ranking points all around. I mean, that would be insane if you score like 735 points as the Red Alliance and then you don't get like the extra ranking points. Could you imagine?
Yeah.
That would just be sad. But we do see here Logan 4476 still in that number 1 seed, Anthony in second, Seagorms in third, C 4678 in fourth, and my name's Jeff rounding out your top 5. Jake falling to 6th after that match. But still definitely in contention. And speaking of your number 1 seed, Logan 4476, I introduced to you on the Red Lions, Logan 4476 on the Roboteers Tribot coming in from both alliances, I believe. So we'll see how this one goes. As Logan looking to hold on to his number 1 seed, but this one is a tough match. Casey, who is in it, I believe he was third in the rankings.
Cooper really struggling in autonomous.
Yeah. Cooper at a slow autonomous. Ricardo getting reset. 2 minutes and 9 seconds left, and it's already a bloodbath out here. So Logan gonna do what he can to put up some scores on the Roboteers. Casey on the OG, we see him playing defense on the Inertia. Today he's in a bit more of a scoring role as Ricardo is on the Inertia and is holding up Javon right now, who we know is a ruthless defender and is really going to go try and make life difficult for Metal Jello, who's put up some power cells. Some of them do fall to the floor, but will be scooped up by Casey, who's playing cleanup. 200 to 183 now, your current score. So Red Alliance is bringing it back after a little bit of a rough autonomous from Cooper with 1 minute and 27 seconds left.
Yeah, Cooper not getting a lot of balls there because he wanted to let Logan pop. As a result, he had to kind of pick up a few scraps along the way, a little bit slower than he maybe would have liked, but still decent. So we're going to see Red Alliance attempt the wheel here. Cooper going to try and get that first stage complete. Blue Alliance has already completed their first stage.
Mm-hmm. Logan
blocks from Ricardo.
Yeah, he missed the first shot, and then Ricardo got there, too. So Ricardo, his presence was slightly intimidating, but he does get tipped over as Logan makes his way back across the field, so we'll have to reset himself, wasting some time. That's probably the best-case scenario for Red Alliance, as Logan is going to be able to get that cycle off without the defense, as is Cooper. They are now they're in this one here, 356 to 388, as Logan is trying to carry his alliance here, but Casey on the OG is doing an extremely good job here. 183 is current contribution, ahead of Logan on the Roboteers.
Yeah, so great job from Casey. One of our, underrated players for sure, just squeaking into the SRC top 10. So Logan's going to try and complete the last stage a little bit slower than traditionally would be what he would be going for. Blue Alliance going for the early climbs, leaving nothing up to chance.
And Red Alliance miscommunication, but they might just get it in time.
No, Cooper falls off, but do they get the balance?
They may get the balance.
Oh my goodness. Man, that one missed climb swung the match potentially here. 10-point gap.
And is under review. So keep that in mind because that was such a close match. And, Red was down for much of it. They brought it back in the last few seconds. The decision to climb early by Blue made sense to me. They seemed to be up ahead, and they had 590 for a while, and I think someone must have fallen off the bar. Not totally sure who it was.
So Blue did receive all of their climbs tentatively. but they missed balance, which is what caused their
Gotcha.
score to go down. Red
Gotcha.
Alliance did miss a climb, obviously.
Wait, I saw someone on the ground. Are you telling me that they didn't climb? And so, with that being said, referee just taking a look at the last 30 seconds of the match. That is one of the cool things. You can just like rewind if you've saved the match, so very handy.
Yeah, instant replay available to the referees so we can make sure that we get our calls right. And then for any of the zone fouls or anything else like that, it's automatically assigned per the game. So, same rules for everybody.
Exactly. And so while we wait, looks like the referee's typing, so hang tight. Looks like it will be plus 15 for the Red Alliance, which is going to swing the match in their favor and give them the ranking points. So Logan will breathe a sigh of relief, winning by 5 points here in this match that started with a 50-point deficit for the Red Alliance, and they just brought it back in the last few seconds of the match. So Red Alliance breathing a sigh of relief. What could have been for Blue, as they might, they might be wondering what went wrong after having what looked to be the match under their control. Just didn't have the same oomph in teleop. We see a 40-point difference between these two teams in teleop. And so taking a look at how that does affect our rankings, we've got Logan holding on to that number 1 seed with 23 ranking points. So he's 6 ranking points ahead of his next competitor. So even if Anthony and C get 4 ranking points in their next match, they're still not going to be number 1 seed. So he's locked there for now. We also have Jeff hanging in there in 4th position. We'll see what when he's next up on the field. He is next up in 23. So he's going to be up making a swing for that number 2 or number 3 position.
Really notable too. Look at Cone down in 22nd. Jeez.
Cone. Poor Cone.
Voted as the 3rd overall in the SRC top 10 and finding himself in 22nd, 3rd last currently. Not a great schedule, not great luck, but still some matches to turn around.
And I mean, if he doesn't get picked early, like, that's ridiculous. This is the equivalent of, like, 11-14 having an awful schedule and just not being able to, like, there's nothing he can do. He's still putting up insane numbers. It's just not going his way right now. And so, no hate to Cone. I know you're trying, man. Bacon's another one, too. Bacon, Waxon, and Josh are all pretty low for how well I think they're performing today.
Yeah, Adam also
I
low.
think,
rank 4 in the voted. So lots of, unsuspecting players near the top right now. Of course, we're only just over halfway through quals, so there's still lots of time for things to change, but really great performance from these newer players and really causing some upsets here.
Absolutely. So I would, I would not be surprised. I was somehow lower than I was ladder champ season 2. I wouldn't be surprised to see this all shake up. But I mean, Logan right now, it must be feeling pretty good as he's chilling in that number 1 seed. We can take a look at this next match, and we have Jeff, Space Turtle, and Jack on red, Jose, Anthony, and Dakota on blue. Brennan, what do you think you're expecting to see from Jeff, who's our number 4 seed, and Anthony, who's our number 2 seed?
Jeff has been putting up really respectable scores, solid, not like, top of the line, but, every time he's putting up these, respectable scores, and it's sort of similar with Anthony. That being said, Anthony's playing Inertia. Ooh, Jose, you did not have the right to be there, and Jeff gonna really capitalize on that tech foul. But yeah, Anthony playing Inertia, which is going to be interesting, just required because of the team composition.
Absolutely. And so, I mean, we're seeing Jeff putting up those numbers. Anthony on the Inertia, he's at 39, so, he's in competition with Tortoise Boy, basically, right, as the 2 Inertias right now, and is losing that battle, as the red is up by the slimmest of margins. and now make that Blue Alliance ahead. We're seeing Anthony getting respawned. Jeff with the big cycle coming in, though, will help bring the Red Alliance back in this. Dakota being very aggressive as a Roboteers on the defense there. That was a really good hit onto Jack, who, correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think we see Jack on OG all that often.
Yeah, basically never. It's been one of his, pet projects that he's been working on really hard, kind of offline in single player, and people have been not sure that they want to see him on OG, but clearly this alliance has the confidence in him to put up the big points.
Absolutely, and we are seeing here he is currently 120, so MVP of his alliance, but Dakota right now on the Roboteers is just clean sweeping everyone at the 166 with 50 seconds left, and as Red Alliance doing the control panel finally, Blue Alliance has done that stage. They're fine to, I believe, move on to position control once this cycle comes in from Jose, who's jammed. Will get it off eventually, and Anthony respawning. Anthony still only has 45 points to his name, so he's playing some pretty full-time defense here, which is showing in the lack of scoring coming in from the Red Alliance right now, as Blue can now activate the, I believe, final stage. Anthony getting teched. That's going to be really big as far as the match goes, because there's only 15 seconds left. Not a lot of time.
Dakota's trying to get it done.
What are you doing? That's way in the opponent's zone right there. With 6 seconds left, we'll see. Anthony, you're in the wrong spot, bud. What is happening? With 1 second left. Oh my goodness.
No.
588 to 547, your unofficial score. I believe there's someone in the question box from a previous match, but we'll see if there's any questions. This one does stand. So this match is officialized, and with that, Anthony on the inertia tried, and Jack, people weren't so sure about him being in the on the OG, but he proved the haters wrong with a 588 for the win, and only 3 ranking points for the Red Alliance. So they did miss that last stage of the control panel. Blue only getting the 1 because they missed one of the climbs. But I'm just saying, Anthony on the defense was very aggressive in the last 15 seconds of the match.
Yeah.
So
wow.
He tried. Tried to keep it close, but in the end, one of them missed their climbs. It's hard to tell who. We'll see the effect of that. Rankings lifts C and Jeff up to 2nd and 3rd. Anthony down to 6th. Let's see who else was in that match that got shifted around. Dakota 346, who was in the top 3 for a little bit, in 13th right now. Jose down in 18th, so that loss hurting them quite a bit. Space Turtle hanging in there at number 8, and Jack up to number 10.
All right, moving right along, we have our next match ready to go. Match number 24 out of 38. So we're coming to our nearly final 10 matches. And we have C. Cone Waxton versus Labib Dar and Mike. Gonna see how this one pans out. Off we go, Dar getting the steal, and it's actually a double OG for the Blue Alliance. Once again, this time, actually, it's not going to be a double OG on both alliances, so we're going to see if Cone on the Red Alliance can abuse this composition. So we see one inertia prepped to potentially defend Labib and Dar. Both
we are seeing
OGs
right now
are trying to get there.
Yeah, I think we're seeing now Red Alliance, after being tight for just a few moments. Waxton, this hopper is really slow coming in from him. To be fair, that's going to help soften the blow for the Blue Alliance.
Labib went for the hit on Cone, but he wasn't able to get it.
All 3 robots were defending Cone, and none of them were able to get the tech off on him. And he shot all those power cells right over to Waxton, who doesn't go pick them up. Cone will go deal with those later. But right now, Red Alliance in the lead, perhaps not unsurprisingly here. GH Mike trying to block and protect for the two OGs of Labib and Dar. But we'll see how that goes. With 1:19 left on the clock, Red Alliance does have the advantage here. Both alliances having color wheel available to them. We see Dar doing it for blue. Waxton did it for red. So it's 333 to 306 currently. 1:08 left on the clock. C now putting up those power cells for the Red Alliance. A little bit of miscommunication between him and Waxton on who was going where, but C goes in for the hit on Labib and Dar. So really abusing the defense there. As we see Red Alliance really starting to break away with this.
From blue there, though.
Cone just drove in from behind all of the robots and just smacked them all around. Blue was within it for a few seconds. They are keeping it close. Waxton missing his first shot, but I believe after that cycle does hold on for a little bit. 33 seconds left. So we're seeing now C with the Roboteers, puts them all up. Color wheel available again for both alliances. We'll see who makes that move.
The grab.
He's got
him. He's going to go tech him out. Oh my gosh. What a play by Cone. What a play by Cone. And that's going to, solidify Red Alliance here with 10 seconds left. Should they climb, that should be it. Man,
that should be
Cone said, hey, this is too close. Let me just grab your OG, drag you over, tech you out, and GG's. Have a good night.
And while that wasn't necessarily, those 25 points didn't make the match, boy, did they set the tone. And the match is under review. One thing I want to know is, just as we went away to that screen, color wheel was not completed by the Blue Alliance. The lights were still on the power port.
Yeah, it looks like Labib just was a little bit off at the last second there. He was trying to get the wheel and the color wheel off at the same time. Got the climb, I think, but did not get the other thing.
And so with that being said, Cone, who's had some really tough matches thus far, this could be the match where he, breathes a sigh of relief, reboot the mentality there, because this is a game, a mental game. Definitely something that is easily, if you get too tilted, it happens. You kind of get off your game, so hopefully that kind of reboots Cone's mental state a little bit. Not saying it was bad. Maybe he was feeling just totally fine, but, taking a win will never make you feel upset. That's basically what I'm trying to say. No, I'm a gamer who gets angry when I win my games. And so while this match is under review, head ref taking a look at it. We will see here. We can pull up the rankings, perhaps, from the last match. I'm not sure if we're able to do that. Just to take a look at it before this match gets locked in. And you see there, it's still Logan at the top, but C, Jeff, Jake, Casey, Anthony, Labib, Space Turtle, Javelin, and Jack rounding out your top 10. And so the ruling has come in, so we'll just let that get updated before we show it to you on your screen. And that will be negative 25 points to the Red Alliance due to C8, which if I pull up the rules here, I can read it out to you because it's not very common that one gets called. So let me just read that for you now. Rule C8, once I scroll and scroll. Where's C8? Oh my goodness, it's an FRC rule. 1 second. Brennan, say something. So, talk to them.
Yeah, we're just going to get that for you in just a second.
There we go. Thank you. I try my best. I thought it was in the SRC rules, so I had that ready. C8, don't expect to gain by doing others harm. Strategies clearly aimed at forcing the opponent alliance to violate a rule are not in the spirit of first robotics competition and are not allowed. Rule violations forced in this manner will not result in the assignment of a penalty to the targeted alliance. So in this case, the tech file was removed from the game, and that is that.
All right.
Wait, it is in the... I missed it. I can't read. Does that mean that... Well, thank you to our new follower. Thanks for hanging out with us. Oh, I see. I see where it is now. I was reading the G rules, and I saw the G was caught in the C. So yeah, that is forcing a robot to take a G21 foul by pushing them across the field by more than 2 full robot lengths will result in a non-call. And with that being said, we move on to this next match.
Here we go yet again. A good steal from Adam. There's the double inertia composition here for the Blue Alliance. Red Alliance going for the Tribot.
And we see Blue Alliance with the advantage coming out of auto. So the double inertia working in their favor for the time being, 144 to 107.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualification match number 25. Blue Alliance up by a significant margin here. Bacon, Metal Jello getting teched out by Casey. Just a little bit in the wrong position there. Andrew and Bacon are going to work hard to try and bring this back. Adam, Javon, and Casey very organized with their attacks on the Red Alliance, trying to stop them from scoring as much as possible. As Casey will be reset, Javon's going to unload, and wheel is open for the Blue Alliance if they can complete the the control panel. Spin it 3 to 5 times. They're going to finish stage 1. And we see Andrew doing the same thing for the Red Alliance. So Red Alliance pretty far behind, unfortunately for them, over 100 points here. But we're going to see Red Alliance try and get the ranking points at this point, trying to maximize that, the climbs, and then, of course, getting the color panel ranking point as well. So we're going to see, once again, Casey just not letting Red Alliance score. He's been all defense for the most part, really disrupting the flow from the Red Alliance there. So we see the last stage for the Blue Alliance is active. Javon's going to swing in and try and get that color lined up. You can see it glowing in white on the far side. Blue Alliance trying to get that lined up, and Red Alliance the same. Color wheel is now active. Andrew, very quick position there, and he's going to get that done. Just going to line up for the climb. Bacon, super hardcore greeting here, but he is going to just go for the climb there. And can they all get up? Very sketchy climb on the Blue Alliance, and Red Alliance seems to have gotten theirs very smoothly. So potentially a 2 ranking point match there for the Red Alliance.
And so qualification match number 25 standing. I think one of the important things to notice was that Andrew climbed with a full hopper, right? Like it's very tricky when we see that happen. And so endgame score looks like Blue Alliance does miss the ranking point for the climbs, but they will walk away with 3 in total after getting the control panel done, with some time to spare in that match.
That's unfortunate for the Blue Alliance. He had a gigantic lead, but wasn't able to complete the 4 ranking points, which is going to send them home a little bit disappointed.
But alas, sometimes that's how she goes. We see rankings updated now, either 7 or 6 matches, depending on the person, completed, and it's still Logan C, and now Jeff up into the top 3 as well after that match. So maybe not what people would have predicted at the beginning of this event, but those 3 kind of consistently are top players for the day, at least in the win category, doing what they can.
Definitely strong, play from all of these players for sure, and really making their market on the traditionally strong players who are, finding themselves near the bottom of the rankings. Cone, Bacon, Josh, Andrew, and Adam, all in the bottom half. What a,
Unexpected.
that's surprising. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not what I was thinking we were gonna see when we loaded in today. But I mean, the nice part of double accept is that even if your ranking isn't as good, you might still get picked nice and early, and so you don't have to worry about it too much.
Yep, so we're gonna get match number 26 underway here. Logan making his playing again. I guess Jake is also up on the leaderboard pretty high as well. I think he's like 5th or something. So 1v5, I believe. We're going to see a big showdown here. Lots of implications.
And we've seen Jake be as far as high up as I believe he was the number 2 seed for a while. So he's definitely in it. And for the time being, advantage does lean in the Red Alliance's favor, 144 to 104. I'm not too surprised based on the alliance breakdown. Just Jose, Logan, and Jack very familiar with each other and how they play. But Red Alliance or Blue Alliance here does still have some paths to victory.
That was a bad
namely,
Jack.
Jack getting teched out. That might be part of their path to victory. So they'll have to keep an eye on that defense. If Jack gets too aggressive, it could come back to bite them.
Jack doing some good disruption on Dakota, almost getting teched again, but gets a couple blocks off there, 3 to be exact, and that's going to maintain Red Alliance's lead here, despite that one tech foul.
Yeah, so it's 263 to 212 right now. So Jake missing that shot after that hit from Logan. Something I like to see this alliance doing was both Jack and Logan making an impact in the defensive department. Jose enabled to kind of just focus on the scoring as the OG. That's pretty standard. But Logan as the Roboteers using that tall capability to go in and still make a difference. 50 points separating these two. So Red Alliance holding on for now. Blue Alliance running out of options with the last 57 seconds in the match.
Yeah, they did just complete the control panel, however, so that's good that they're on track to potentially get that extra ranking point. So even if they do lose this match, they still walk away with something, hopefully. But they are keeping it close. Red Alliance isn't out of the woods yet. They do have to convert this lead that they have and make sure that they don't do another tech foul or something like that. Could definitely swing the outcome of the match, as the control panel is available for activation for the Red Alliance for the final stage. That would earn them an extra ranking point. Someone's surprised we didn't just see
Logan do it, to be honest, on his way. No one's doing it. I'm sure Logan will probably go do it now, but I was somewhat surprised he didn't just do it on his way back. Maybe he was worried that Jose would be in the way as he goes to do it now. Look how easy it is. He makes it look like it's not even a problem. And Jack going for the climb block, getting teched. Again,
he misses the climb.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my gosh! Jack, you just needed to climb.
Jack!
You just needed to climb.
You didn't need to climb block there, bro. And so qualification match number 26. It was going so well, and it fell so fast. Jack, what are you doing, man?
That is unfortunate.
Yeah.
But that's the way she goes. Sometimes you get those benefits for your opponents just being a little bit too greedy. You had the win. They just wanted to win by more. And not only the tech, but the missed climb. Yeah, both. If either of those don't happen, then Red Alliance takes the win. But the score will stand. And Blue Alliance coming up with the upset at the very end. And actually 2 missed climbs on Red Alliance. Really? Man, that is rough.
Fall apart so fast. That's what I'm wondering, because it looked like they were up. And I guess Jack, when he hit the bar, it must have knocked the bar the other way, and then opposite, whoever was on the edge must have fallen off. It's just all sorts of unfortunate right there in match number 26.
Yeah, and we see that has massive implications on the rankings. C jumping up into first place now. Logan falling significantly. I believe he only got 1 ranking point off that match. So big difference maker there.
And so C will have to score 4 ranking points to be guaranteed number 1 seed after his next match. He only has 6 to Logan's 7, and it's 21 to 24 ranking points. If he gets 3, he needs to boost his auto tiebreaker as he is down in that department. But I cannot imagine how Jack's feeling right now. Because that's just a big mistake.
It's unfortunate that it had to happen, but sometimes mistakes happen, and Jack's still a fantastic player, and I'm sure he'll still find a great alliance as well.
Exactly.
Maybe that's going to be one of his questions coming into this alliance selection, being like, "Hey, Jack, what were you thinking here?" And he'll have to come up with some sort of answer to that.
And especially because we're taking our break before alliance selection this time, there is time to talk and scout like a real event.
Yeah, definitely. Especially with the double accept, make sure that everybody has pick lists, because even if you're 24th, you could be an alliance captain.
Exactly. And so really everyone, taking the time that they get, I recommend just as a, take that time, take a look at the rankings, take a look, and if you have any questions, message your friends, because rankings don't say the whole story.
All right, we see a weird composition here. Double tiers. For some reason, Waxton is going tiers?
I don't think I've ever seen him play tiers in a real match.
He's played tiers before, but I don't know if he's... Oh, no. Just both sides. Both sides.
132 to 141. So Labib and Waxton, Labib and Ricardo both just going in a little too deep there. 169 to 165. I think we're in for a tight match just because these Waxton with the far shots.
Oh, Jeff just shoved all the balls over onto Red Alliance's triangle, and now
Jeff,
they're
you're playing
just
so well today.
On
Come on, man. I wonder if Blue thought they were guaranteed to lose, so they went for the
Cone?
far.
Oh, man.
Cone protect, but Ricardo drove. I guess Ricardo was doing the color wheel while Waxton was doing the climb or doing the far shots. And this match is close. 264 to 285 as Labib gets hit by Jeff.
Might get reset with the full hopper. Ooh.
He does, and Cone will scoop that right up. Say thank you very much. Jeff nearly getting teched by Josh near the trench here. 305 to 280. As Jeff and Waxton now scrambling for the power cells, Ricardo puts up a full cycle as the inertia and is not there to defend, and in fact it's in Jeff's way. Ricardo, you have nothing to do there. You have one power cell when your opponents are scoring like mad, and so a match that was really close is quickly falling out of control for the Blue Alliance, who was in it at the start of the match. As Jeff and Waxton on the double tiers,
many
trying
balls in the
something
Blue
new.
Alliance.
Josh is getting starved. To their credit, they are wasting a lot of Josh's time. But he is
going for that aggro steal, goes around both of the robots and gets out. No defense at all. Wow. Just went in behind 2 of them.
And Cone now with the climber block. Cone a little late to the climber block, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. As it's about a 100-point gap between these two alliances after a very close start to the match. What went wrong for the Blue Alliance?
Well, we saw that big steal from Labib, and another big steal from Labib, unloading as 6 seconds left, trying to find a position. Oh, some miscommunication. Red Alliance looking a little bit nervous. Will they get up? It was close.
But the match was not.
Yeah, dang.
And Cone, after having a very few ranking points at the start, they are definitely, Cone, he's definitely come back and from it and doing the best he can to bring back his ranking after that. 449 to 549, your unofficial score as qualification match number 17. Not quite there. Josh saying phew. I mean, after the start of that match, I would have been sweating if I was the Red Alliance, but Blue just not able to hang on until the very end.
Yeah, Twitch chat saying the climbs are very close. Yeah, 100%. In SRC, you definitely see some late climbs where teams are pushing things to the very end to maximize their score.
And a lot of the time, they can get burned for it. Don't get us wrong. They can get burned very fast. And so we see here 669 to 549. Your final score after the close first 40 seconds of the match ran away from the Blue Alliance, and they will get 1 ranking point. They get the climbs at the end. All 3 were up and balanced. But the 4 RP for the Red Alliance, they'll be saying thank you very much. I'll take that. I'll take that, and I'm not going to complain. Looking at how that affects our rankings, we still see C and Logan. Again, C having not played his 6th match. So this one is for the number 1 seed.
Yeah, we're going to see what he can do. And he's playing in this next match with Anthony, also another top 5 current seeded player, against Dar, who was up there, but now he's down at 14th. Wow. He fell down pretty quick there. Just shows you how volatile the rankings are. All right, we are going to get match number 28 underway. Tribot v Tribot. Pretty standard meta compositions as we get started. C, your current number 1 seed, will he hold on? Seems to get 3 or 4 ranking points in this match to maintain that. And, there's only a few more matches left in qualifications. Anthony going for a steal. Blue Alliance not going to do the same thing. Dar went for a pop, but was kind of faster than Colin. Colin, the traditional popper, because he's on the Roboteers. Generally want to have them pop because their intake is not quite as good. And Red Alliance not learning that lesson. Oh, tech on C from Cooper. Just a miscommunication.
C is fighting for that number 1 seed right now. He cannot afford to be making any mistakes.
Yeah, and I wouldn't really put that one that much on C. Anthony went for the pop. C didn't think he was going to go for it, and they just kind of bumped into each other, barely got that tech. And that's propelled Blue Alliance to a slight edge here. With about half the match gone. Color wheel now active for the Red Alliance. We'll see who decides to take that over. GH Mike trying to get into position to bump Dar, but great counter defense from Cooper 3175, preventing any access to his scoring robots. Red Alliance trying to bring it closer, just under 10 points down. We see GH Mike really holding up Colin, really slowing down his cycle. Dar jam a bit. He's going to get bumped as well by C. Just not having a great sequence there. And Red Alliance off that. Almost gained the lead. But Cooper's there to put in a volley to keep them ahead. It is neck and neck, folks. Anybody's game yet. 40 seconds left, and that's plenty of time for some cycling. The final stage active for the Blue Alliance, trying to activate that. Dar spins the color wheel and looks like he is successful. We'll see those lights turn off. Red Alliance, lights on. You can see on the bottom.
Light reset.
Yeah, bottom of your screen now. Somebody will have to take that over with 20 seconds left. Not a lot of time left. Cooper thought about a bump on his mentor, Anthony, but didn't end up doing it. Anthony's going to bump that in position, but knocks it out of the way. And now he's good.
Red line very early for the climbs.
Yeah, but will the climbs matter? It's going to come down to the very end. Oh, the balance!
The balance! The Blue Alliance almost had the balance, and it swung out of the way.
That is unlucky.
Hurts. That unlucky.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, so we will wait for the final scores, but it does appear that Red Alliance took that one.
Yeah, 637 is 630, really close, especially when it flashed 645 for the Blue Alliance. But the balance at the end just not quite there. And the match will stand.
All right, so we'll look at the breakdown there. And yeah, you see it's just the balance, 75 points endgame score for the Blue Alliance. That was the difference maker, just getting a little bit unlucky, unable to execute that balance. So yeah, we only have a few more matches left here, Tegan, before our break before Alliance selections. What are your thoughts so far on how the event's shaping up? Who is looking really scary?
Well, I think the biggest thing in this event is that the rankings are not representative of who's playing the best today. I mean, we've seen it with Cone is the prime example here in 17th, so working his way up from 22nd. But that's also not to discount how C, Logan, and Jake have been playing. They've been playing extremely well. You have to be up at the top of the leaderboard, but players like Josh in the middle of the pack, Adam, Waxton, all of them have been performing very well and just have been getting unlucky with things like balances falling at the last second or an extra tech foul here and there. The things that we're seeing that just, the little things make a huge difference, especially when the field is so close in caliber of play.
Yeah, definitely. And, some of our favorite alliance or favorite players, potentially the best players, finding themselves in the bottom half is very surprising. I think the only outlier to that really would be Logan 4476, who is currently second. But, he was comfortably in first, but there was a mishap on one of his alliances that really caused an issue.
And so getting this match underway, we're seeing the Tribot come in on the blue alliance, but the double inertia once again on red. How have we been, is this been working? Is this a genuine strategy, or are we just seeing alliances try something that doesn't work?
I think most alliance compositions seem to have found success at one point or another. It depends on your partners. Wow, big tech there on Jake. Jake, one of the top seeds, getting caught out by Bacon, and Bacon's going to cruise along. I think we've seen Bacon prefer these compositions where they're really built around his ability to succeed, trying to maximize his score. With the double inertia, it's really about protecting that OG score and making sure that they can pop off as well as they can. And we've seen Bacon put up those big scores, 300 plus points, not just today, but in past events as well. And we see that today, or this match is no different. They are ahead by a decent margin here. Jake, high seed potentially in jeopardy here. So he's trying to get his scores up as much as possible. Dakota really disrupting the entire blue alliance. All three robots just lost in his defense. As we see Jack complete the control panel for red alliance, blue alliance trying to do the same. Spinning that control panel as well. And Bacon making his way down again. Once again, shooting on the run, trying to maximize those points. That's one of the really important things about OG is making sure that you're scoring along the run. But he got stuck under the trench after a collision with Jack. Going to recover out of that. But Red Alliance still looking good. And we see the final stage active for red. Jack's going to jump into that. Trying to
not
spin
there
it.
For blue.
Yeah, and blue's very close. They activated as well. And still about a 50-point gap. It's kind of been stable at that level for the entire match. Red Alliance just maintaining that lead.
Seemed like they got that color wheel off a little earlier, so the gap did go up to about 80 points for a little bit, but blue did follow in their footsteps right there. Now it's all in the climbs. And we've seen climbs go wrong before, but it looks like red had it under control.
Yeah, look at Bacon dropping the 294. That's what it's all about in this composition. Getting those high, near 300 scores on the OG and then putting up good scores. Jack also doing a fantastic job. 203. That's a great score for Inertia.
Especially after his last match, I think he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable after the incident in that last match. Definitely feeling better after putting up a 203, especially in a double inertia composition. And so with that being said, looks like 4 RP for red and 2 RP for blue. They get all 3 robots up, just not the balance, so they'll still take that home with them. And especially as we get later on, Jake, who was up to second in the rankings, might fall a little bit here, but at least getting those 2 RP might soften the blow a little bit. And so with that being said, that was qualification match number 29. We had 36, as I mentioned earlier. And so our next one coming up, qualification match number 30, we're seeing Josh, Adam, Ricardo versus Cone, Andrew, and Seagorms in what's going to be, I think, one of the highest scoring matches of the evening / afternoon right now.
Yeah, this one's definitely going to be a wild one here, folks. We have some of the top players. We have I believe 5 of the 6 players are voted as the top in the top 10 here. So very scary alliances to go up against, and they're colliding in qualification match number 30 against each other, and we'll see what will happen.
And Cone, especially here, really wants a big match because, even though ranking doesn't matter as much when you have a double alliance selection, you still don't want to get caught out in a position where you can't decline and your first acceptance is wasted on the lines you don't want to be on. Because if you do decline, you can't get picked again. That rule still stands. So Cone, Red Alliance, a really difficult start to auto, does kind of bring it back afterwards, but Cone, Casey, and Andrew looking calm, cool, and collected in a 130-42 to 124 point lead right now for the Blue Alliance. And so tech foul coming in, Casey getting teched. Pretty common for him to get teched. We've seen a lot of, has to reset himself though, so the blow is doubled. And will he just get out of the way of that second tech? He does. And almost bringing Ricardo with him. That does cause a bit of traffic jam for Andrew around the rendezvous zone. But Casey just trying to get free of the OG there and does a big bump onto Josh. I think only 1 power cell was missed there, but still, if you can waste your opponent's time, that's pretty darn good. We see Casey now going in for Adam. Adam on that OG. Casey with that climber up will respawn, lands as per usual, and now we see Blue Alliance able to activate the color wheel first to do so. Red Alliance not quite there yet. You see the LEDs still lit up, but they haven't gone for the control panel just yet. 309 to 281 as the clock continues to tick down. Blue Alliance 344 to 310 after the Red Alliance. Slow start to auto again, as we mentioned earlier, but they've been bringing it back throughout Telly-Up. Some strong performances here, despite Casey's inarguable good defense play. We see Casey and Adam now perhaps locked together. Looks like Casey will respawn out of that. He was slightly over his side of the field instead of Adam, which Casey, again, he just keeps going very far into, zones where he may not belong, but is able to get away with it for the most part this match. Ricardo trying to play that counter D for him. Casey will get reset once more. Blue Alliance now able to go for position control, as we'll see Casey's going to pop up a cycle. At only 48 points contributed, seems like he needs to do that, but it's okay to some regard because Ricardo hasn't been scoring a lot as well on the other inertia. 439 to 491 now as the clock continues to count down with 15 seconds left. We're in the end game as Casey will go for one more attack on the Red Alliance in the dying seconds of the match. With 7 seconds left, we see all 3 blue robots lining up. Red waiting till the absolute last second, but does not go for the color wheel. In the end, Josh missing the climb. That's unfortunate for the Red Alliance, who was in it until the very end, but then just didn't get the end game off and struggled in that regard. And so taking a look at how that'll affect our rankings, we've seen Josh 247 putting that up, just wasn't enough in the end game score of only 55 for the Red Alliance. They have a 0 RP match. Really hurts, especially with only 6 matches to go. Blue Alliance feeling comfortable. Andrew, Casey, and Cone getting the 4 RP. They'll be really happy with that. And so that was qualification match number 30. Looking at these rankings now, so we still have C in that top spot, but he has to defend that now over Logan. So he does have 1 additional ranking point. Both of them have 2 matches to go. So this one, I have a feeling, is going to come down to the last moment because they're not together in either of their final matches. So this next match is going to be GH Mike, Cooper, and Space Turtle versus C, Dar, and Jeff. So C also, versus, C, Dar, and Jeff. So C having Jeff, the number 6 seed with them, and Dar, the number 14 seed with them, versus GH Mike, who is in 23rd, Cooper, who's in 21st, and Space Turtle, who's in 7th. So Space Turtle, maybe a bit of an uphill battle for him. I think C, Dar, and Jeff are going to be looking for a 4 RP match, and Logan is going to be hoping that something goes wrong for that Blue Alliance. So we should be good to get this match underway. As we see double OG yet again, GH Mike and Cooper with Tortoise, GH Mike and Cooper with Space Turtle on the inertia. Cooper and Mike gonna try and score as much as they can with the OG, but bumping each other in autonomous. Whereas Dar, Jeff, and C are calm, cool, and collected, but are down in auto. Perhaps unsurprisingly, they don't have the firepower of the Red Alliance, but Red Alliance will have to struggle. Red Alliance will likely struggle to kind of keep that going, especially if the Blue Alliance starts to go for a more defensive strategy. 131 to 441 now as Blue Alliance has taken the lead here, and we see just power cells all over the field near that blue power port as the Blue Alliance at 157 to 148. Problem was that we saw C on the Roboteers was kind of just waiting for power cells to fall, and if your opponents aren't scoring, you're not going to get that feedback. 188 to 180. We with 136 left. We see Red Alliance having taken the lead here because Blue is just not finding any power cells. You know, the overflow caused by the Blue Alliance's scoring capability is benefiting Red. They do get, now that they've got their cycle off, they're back in the lead here, 215 to 256. But again, if Blue has to wait for a long time before getting their next cycle, Red Alliance will have time to catch up. And we see them now at 250 to 262 with Jeff on the inertia, just trying to bully where he can. Red Alliance able to do the control panel now. We see them going for rotation control. Blue Alliance loading it up. It looks like they've already done rotation control with 59 seconds left. So they're going for the next stage of the control panel to protect First City. 328 to 307 now, as the Red Alliance is definitely keeping this one close. To their credit, Jeff now on the inertia, looking to do a little bit more of that defensive strategy and get in the way of that Red Alliance, who will struggle with the double OG composition. Jeff putting up a cycle on the inertia will now make his way back across the field to come to hit GH Mike, who is trying to line up. We're going to see Cooper playing some counter defense for him, and that will allow GH Mike to finish his cycle 402 to 369 as Red now struggling in the last few seconds of this match here, as Jeff has figured out how to get that defense going. Dar going to activate the color wheel for the Blue Alliance's position control for additional points and a ranking point locked in for the Blue Alliance. And C, who's holding on this number 1 seed, is going to be really happy with how this match is turning out here. They just have to get the clients, and it looks like Jeff misses the bar, which is going to hurt his chances. Commentators curse as soon as I say they're in control. Jeff falling off the bar. It's going to hurt C's bid for the number 1 seed. Logan will be breathing a sigh of relief as 433 to 541 is your unofficial score for qualification match number 31. And so taking a look at the scoring breakdown, we do see, despite Jeff falling off the bar, the ranking point just coming in. They get the balance. So Blue Alliance does get a 4 ranking point match, breathing a sigh of relief. The Red Alliance, 15 points in the end game. That's just unfortunate for them. They were doing a really good job at holding it despite the perhaps unfavorable robot composition. They were really holding the Blue Alliance to it, only falling behind by about 40 points, but the end game just didn't go their way, and they didn't get the control panel either. So unfortunately, no ranking points for Cooper, Mike, and Tortoise Boy, or Space Turtle, which will affect our rankings as Space Turtle falls to 12th in the rankings. Cooper and Mike, 22nd and 24th, respectively. And so while we look at these rankings, so we see C, Logan, and Casey right now. Those are your top 3. Logan having 2 matches left right now. Again, 4 ranking points per match puts them at a total of 32 maximum possible RP. C could get 33, and so the battle for first seed is not done yet. Casey in theory, could also still make a bid for that number 1 seed, should he get 4 ranking points and C lose his match and only get 1 or none. So still definitely possible, the battle for that number 1 seed, but we'll see who takes it in the end.
All right, looks like we are just getting ready for this next qualification match.
And we're seeing here Logan now, who's making that bid for the number 1 seed, going Tribot with Anthony and Colin versus Jose, Labib, and Waxton. Who do you think's favored in this matchup?
It's real close. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be come down to how well Waxton plays and how well Labib plays. And Labib has gotten stuck in auto with his intake being stuck open, so that is really going to hurt the Red Alliance. Yeah, as you can see, Red Alliance, bit of a deficit coming out of Autonomous. Not the end of the world, to be sure, but definitely not great, especially when you have someone the caliber of Logan on the other side. He's definitely able to abuse the gaps in your defense and really cause some issues for your main scorers. You can see Colin and Anthony tagging in and out. Logan transitioning to D, going for Labib, raising climb, deflecting 2 shots, and is going to be pushed out of the way as he's going to transition to picking up a couple balls, and the Red Alliance will find the time to score. Jose getting some good steals off of the Blue Alliance. Anthony getting starved, his intake not really finding power cells to grab onto. Labib's unloading into the high goal alongside Waxton, and that's going to put Red Alliance a little bit closer.
Is Jose going to get teched? I think he gets away with it.
Yeah.
Colin was surfing on some power cells, by the way.
Waxton got stuck as well under the trench trying to complete the rotation control for the control panel.
And what we are seeing here, Jose really deep in enemy territory, will respawn before he gets teched, so probably, it was only a matter
Anthony,
of time.
Good steal, too.
Colin getting those power cells off for the Blue Alliance. They're really just feeling comfortable putting up the numbers right now. What can Red Alliance do with 40 seconds left?
Yeah, I don't think there's much save some catastrophic failure from the Blue Alliance climb-wise. We've seen that happen in other matches, of course.
Very deep here, almost getting teched up by Anthony, but will make it, in fact, get away completely, not even being reset. So
Logan,
really
smooth control panel,
doing what he can. Unsurprising, that's pretty much what he's known for at this point. And Logan doesn't even bother going for the steal. As I say that, okay, he'll go in for the steal. But, it was completely uncontested with 9 seconds left. Going in for more steals. Again, we've seen people greed too hard at the end.
Oh, Labib missed it, maybe. Oh, but is
with
it
the
counting?
Going
it
up,
does count.
It does just count at the very last second, and at least Labib, Jose, and Waxton will have something for their troubles. And so we're seeing 500 to 631, our unofficial score right now in qualification match number 32. We'll wait for the ref to check in on that. But, Logan, Waxton, Logan, Waxton, Jose, Labib, Anthony, all these very experienced players, but Red Alliance just wasn't able to put together. They don't get credit for the control panel in the end, and that's going to really hurt them. Because that's a 0 RP match for the Red Alliance compared to the 4 ranking point match for Blue, and that's unlucky. Exactly what Logan needed to keep his hopes at the number 1 seed alive, but unfortunate for the Red Alliance, who in, I believe, most of their penultimate matches will be going home without any ranking points to their name. And so the battle for the number 1 seed continues. Mathematically, there are still 6 people eligible for that number 1 seed. So everyone only has 1 match left, so we can take a look at this. We've got both Jeff and Jake. Jeff and Jake, actually, I lied. Jeff can't get number 1 seed. Jake can. They're on the same alliance together. So Jake can still take number 1 seed if he gets a 4 RP, and everyone else gets 0. Anthony could take it if he gets either 4 or 3 ranking points in his next match. Likewise for the rest of them. So the battle is still on. There's still 5 people eligible for this win, and we'll see in this match. I think we may have what looks like a
Might have a
2v0.
disconnect. Yeah, we're gonna be
disconnect.
restarting.
Okay, sounds good. So Foghorn activated. Someone wants to go tell the field that.
They know.
Okay, as Cone loading in, Cone almost throwing his last match of the event. I know you're not seated very well, my man, but and here we go. We see better. Now that all 6 players are on the field, we're going to see qualification match number 33 get underway. Cone a little bit late to get moving, but he is here now. And on the Roboteer is going to put up as many power cells as he can.
Wow, Red Alliance had a slow autonomous at the beginning, but they really came back at it hard. 132 to 110. Interesting that we're seeing Cone playing tiers instead of OG, especially in the double inert comp. I would have thought that the OG maybe is a little bit more comfortable for him, but we'll see how it goes. Definitely a slugfest here in the making. So we're waiting for all these balls to come in.
So we're seeing 237.96 right now, your current score. Make that 226 now as another cycle coming in from the Blue Alliance.
Oh, Jack.
Tech foul, Jack getting teched out. He's been very hot or cold today. I think he's had some fantastic last-second plays. He's also had some questionable decisions. But right now, Blue Alliance is still, they're still in this one, and they actually take the lead for a moment now after that last cycle. But Adam's going to say, no, thank you. I want that lead back. He puts up a big cycle, and Javon getting in.
Destroying Cone on that cycle, taking out half his cycle with this climber.
Yeah, Javon as well, like another one of those players who's known for playing very effective defense here. So, you've got Cone maybe on a less comfortable robot, but you've got Javon to kind of make up that gap because you've got him who's just so experienced on that defense. Adam with a big jam here. He's still jammed, and he finally gets those power cells off. That's going to help the Blue Alliance because they, waiting for Adam for a good chunk of time. Blue Alliance has not yet set the threshold needed for the position control, but Red Alliance has. They just have to choose to do it, and we see Jack looking to do that now. I think he's missed it twice, but 4th time's the charm for the Red Alliance. They will have that color wheel activated. Blue Alliance able to do the same should they choose with 15 seconds left, but this one's falling out of their hands after I think the mistake was putting Cone on the Roboteers, but perhaps they realized the rankings were not going to change too much, and they just wanted to get some practice on some robots.
I'm not sure if Cone got that.
I don't think he did.
Oh, he did, but not quite enough for the Blue Alliance. 610 to 603. What a close match.
And Metal Jello. I just want to... Okay. We talked about how players were, going to learn a lot. They were going to practice. Metal Jello is the 24th seeded player at this event coming in, and he's playing insanely well coming in at the last second with that climb and actually taking MVP of the match this time for, I believe, the first time ever. So full props to Metal Jello for that rapid improvement in skill. People are keeping an eye on, if you're not keeping an eye on him, you should be, because he is really playing quite well today. He's been smurfing on us the whole time. And qualification match 33 does stand. Taking a look at how our rankings are. So with that being said, a few more things locked in. We had our first set of players with their final matches. This next one is going to determine some of it's going to eliminate one of our players from contention. So here we go. We got Jake versus C. So again, if Jake wins this match in a 4RP style and C only gets 1 or none, Jake will pass C in the rankings. So it depends, really depends on this matchup. And it's Jake, Jeff, and Cooper versus Dakota, C, and Josh. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Jake, but it's still possible in this match.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one, and it'll get even more interesting once we see the robots double OG tiers for the Red Alliance. Definitely not a composition we have seen basically at all in competitive play It's going to be really interesting to see what they can do. Tried and true Tribot for the Blue Alliance, keeping it pretty, standard. All right, and we're getting qualification match number 34 underway. Lots of rankings on the line here. So we see the double OG and center position from the Red Alliance. Looks like Red Alliance a little bit confused as who was going to go for that HP. It looks like Cooper gets it in the end, but he's jammed with 3 balls and he's not going to launch them off. And as a result, we see a catastrophic lead here potentially for the Blue Alliance. And oh man, the tech insult to injury on Jake 5468 and not looking optimistic.
Coming from Dakota too. I mean, it was do or die for them. Don't get me wrong; they had to try something. Jake really wanting that, having a shot at the number 1 seed is always very, appealing. But 130 to 251 right now, and Jeff and Jake, colliding. There's not much they can do at this point that will get them a win, except for Blue Alliance throwing, basically, the matchup. And we'll see Jeff here putting up those power cells. Jake does slide in underneath and behind him.
Oh, no, Jeff.
Jeff disconnecting from the field. Perhaps some issues resetting himself, possibly. But Jeff not having a good time here. 184 to 343. We know Jeff does live in, he lives in residence, so could have some issues with his school Wi-Fi. But he's back. So trying to salvage the reputation as best he can. 202 to 387. This match has been over for quite a while. Dakota tried to get a power cell and then missed the power cell, but does put it up anyway. Red Alliance able to go for the control wheel at least. They want to at least get some power cells up to get those ranking points. I think that's the name of the game for them right now. Salvage the rankings where they can. I expect to see Jeff doing far shots to try and get those power cells up as quickly as possible with 39 seconds left. Even going for the steal and does get away with it. Dakota in the way. Jeff will push him out of the way, say, please just let me by. We're not a threat to the victory. A tech foul from Dakota. So even trying to hold off the ranking point there. Dakota just being ruthless against their opponents, knowing that the tech foul is okay. 363 to 529 as Jake, another jam, will put up those power cells. They look close to that threshold, but will they get it in the end? Looks like another cycle coming. 9 seconds left.
Jeff
Cooper
going for the steal. It's open now. Will somebody do it?
Now,
Jake's going for it. Oh, he's just going to go for the climb. But Cooper... Oh! Did he make it on?
One ranking point. They may still get 1 ranking point after that match.
What a climb from Cooper if that one counts. Wow.
If that counts as being balanced, that's, at least something to walk away with. Because that was just a really unfortunate match. Remember, Jeff even disconnecting during the match and still doing what he can. Does get the climb eventually. But we'll see what the official score is once that comes on in.
Wow. What a crazy climb at the end. Just maybe barely hitting it. Looks like score will stand, so we'll show the score. And no, they didn't get it. That is unfortunate. Valiant effort from Cooper there at the end, trying to get on the bar, but it is going to be a 0 ranking point match for Red Alliance, and that is going to hurt for Jake 5468. Looking at our implications for the rankings, now that everything is up to date, Jake dropping down to 7th, and Jeff down to 8th. So both of them dashed hopes a little bit, still within the Alliance selection, picking like top 8, which is still good. They do have some control over their own destiny. We're going to see what they end up doing, though, as we only have a few matches left.
With that match, though, our number 1 seed is locked.
That's correct. Logan can no longer catch C, so C will be the first seed, and it'll be interesting to see what C can do. How many times can we say C? We will see if C
my gosh.
Go to see the C.
What?
It makes sense if you think about it.
Well, with that being said, though, Logan not guaranteed second yet. Let me see who's in this match. We've got Space Turtle Jose, Colin versus Bacon, Mike, and Waxton versus Andrew, Dar, Anthony. Oh, no. Wait, I was reading 4 matches at a time. Space Turtle, Jose, and Colin versus Bacon, Mike, and Waxton is our next match, and our penultimate match of the day. Well, of the qualification.
Yeah, 2 more to go. Everything on the line. And we'll see what these players can do. All right, off we go. Second last match of qualifications. Lots of stuff on the line here. We see Jose grabbing the human player station alongside his counterpart Waxton on the Blue Alliance. And very close autonomous, actually tied 112-112. And it's going to be Colin and Bacon popping for the Roboteers. Bacon, first time we've seen him on Roboteers, I think, today. Mike going for the block, isn't going to be able to get off any successful blocks, but does divert Colin's attention. He didn't shoot all of his hopper.
And so with that being said, it's all tied up right now. And as I say that, Jose putting up a pretty big cycle for the Red Alliance.
Yeah, absolutely. Red Alliance, very close. 1 point lead right now. Bacon doing a good job on the Roboteers. Colin going for the long shots, looks like, realigning his hood, and we see those big shots coming from behind the trench, something that Roboteers is known for having the ability to do so. Of course, at the sacrifice of accuracy. And once again, long shots coming from Colin. Looks like they might be just being slowed down by this defense just a little bit, and Blue Alliance has edged a little bit of a lead now because of that.
Yeah, 334 to 331, and Jose putting up a few more power cells in the last few seconds that give them that lead for a brief moment. Blue Alliance responding. So this is the game of tug and war. Is that what it's called?
Tug of war?
That. Tug of war in this match. We see it going back and forth between the two alliances here. It'll really come down to who can get a cycle at the last second. We do see Red Alliance has the option to go for the control panel. We see Colin doing that now.
Smooth. Look at that.
Very smooth from him. He's waiting there just in case he needs to do it a little longer. Mike going into the opposite trench, by the way, but gets out completely, completely scot-free. So props to him. 465 to 454 with 16 seconds left. So we're in the end game. And we'll see who's able to get up on the bar and who misses the final shots. Colin going for a far cycle in the last few seconds. Jose lining up. Tortoise Boy having to go in the center so Colin can make it in.
They just need the climbs.
If they get up,
Mike fell off. But it might have been after the match.
I think Mike falls off after the match, and I think they get the balance in the end.
Wow.
And with that being said, Colin, Space Turtle, and Jose versus Bacon, Waxton, and Mike coming down in the last few seconds. Bacon, 252 points, match MVP. It's really showing them what it's all about. He's been playing very well. Qualification match 35 stands too. So this is the official result. Bonus ranking points all around. Even though he fell off after the match ended. And so that's 2 ranking points for Red, 4 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. So that's, a win in the category for Mike, Bacon, and Waxton. In the last match, it's a good way to end off, especially with the line selection coming up at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, you can see just how back and forth this match was as well. The score graph. Blue Alliance had the lead for a little bit, then Red, then Blue, then Red, and then finally Blue takes it home with the final score going in their way. All right, taking a quick look at the rankings. We only have a few people playing left, but this is some of the most important play that we have. We have Anthony, Casey, and Logan, all with 1 match to play, and they're currently 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Anthony is going against Casey and Logan, so Logan is locked ahead of Casey, but Anthony could leapfrog up into 2nd with a strong enough win.
Exactly, and I mean, even if Anthony's alliance has a really strong autonomous, and say, one alliance wins but doesn't get any extra RP, and one alliance gets both bonus RPs and loses, there's still ways that things can shake around here in the last match. So it all comes down to who outperforms who, and we have 6 really heavy hitters in this match. who are going to bring the heat on the double tribot alliance composition. And so with robots on the move, what's going to happen? We'll let them shake out their autonomous modes. Any missed power cells are going to hurt here, and it looks like no one can take that risk.
Anthony went for a more conservative... Oh, the tech on Casey is brutal. Anthony went for a more conservative autonomous. Sorry, I'll get the scores up there. And we do see that Red Alliance has the edge coming out of autonomous period here.
And in this last match, all positions are on the line here. 163 to 144. Casey, again, going to be very aggressive. That's very normal for him to be. Particularly aggressive, but already the one tech foul, he has to be a little bit more conservative than that. You can't be affording to give away 40 points. That is an insane amount of defense there, though, blocking both Andrew and Anthony with full hoppers.
And he gets a climber block off on Andrew. Disrupts
Anthony. The climber block off as well. Logan, as the Roboteers, picking up a full hopper here. Labib complimenting him on the OG. Casey landing right side up, so doesn't have to spend the time resetting himself. 236 to 238 as Blue Alliance has taken back this match. Casey's going to reset yet again, and that leaves a lot of scrambling around that red human player.
Logan climb blocking, double climb block.
Double blocking here now as we're getting very intense. We see Logan, who was just waiting for those power cells to come in. He was like, wait, I got nothing else to do. He'll go climber blocking, and Casey just getting a respawn before he would get teched out. 291 to 200.
Losing the lead now.
Blue's in the lead, and Logan has another cycle coming in. Dar is stuck. He has to reset himself as getting stuck on the low goal. Anthony putting up another power cell, but is definitely being harassed.
More climb blocks.
Power cells all over the field. Labib undefended on his cycle. Casey going in deep with that defense, and it is paying off. 352 to 314. Anthony going for the control panel on the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance having already done so with 36 seconds left on the clock. Andrew, full hopper coming in on the Roboteers. Labib, full hopper coming in on the OG. We see Labib now going, that's position control for the Blue Alliance. So they are ahead, and they are running away with this one. 373 to 467. Make that 476 as the Blue Alliance, after playing so much aggressive defense, we see a massive climber block there coming in from Casey on Dark. He's performing extremely well. Andrew going for the far cycle because they need that ranking point, and it's just all falling apart for Anthony, who has had a chance at the number 2 seed, will fall apart. And as the power cells fly, the climbers go up. The final match of the qualification round of the championships is going to be 596 unofficial score, 494 for red. And so we'll wait for the referee count on that one. But taking a look, I mean, I'm not going to show you the rankings till we know what's all said and done, because it is massive implications on the rankings in that match. This match is under review, so we got to end on the last, we got to end on a little note here, but while we're under review here, while the rankings are getting finalized, Alliance selection is at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, so that's in 27 minutes while we wait for this, and then you're going to meet our guest host, going to be coming on in. Karthik Kanagasabapathi is going to be joining us for Alliance selection and the limbs. And remember, this is double select. It's not what you're used to, and it's going to be a lot of fun. And again, thank you to Vexpro for sponsoring this event. We much appreciate you.
All right, score will stand, which means our match results are confirmed. Blue Alliance will take this one, and we'll see what the implications are for the rankings in just a second here. So we are going to enter a bit of a dinner break for the players so they can grab some food, talk about Alliance selections, figure out what they want to do.
And remember, just take a look at this last match before we go to that break. This is a 4 ranking point match for the Blue Alliance. This is a 1 ranking point match for the Red Alliance. So Anthony could fall a few places here after being very close to that number 1 seed. And we see our final rankings now on the screen. Number 1, C4678, Logan in 2nd, C Gorms in 3rd, Dakota in 4th, Anthony in 5th. Jack 155 in 6th, Jake 5468 in 7th, my name's Jeff in 8th, Labib 12 is in 9th, Javelin 10, Space Turtle 11, Cone 12, Bacon 13, Dar 2655 14, Josh 4910 15th, Andrew 2137 16th, Waxton 17th, Adam 10836 in 18th, Ricardo Narwhal in 19th, Colin in 20th, Metal Jello in 21st, Jose Bobelli in 22nd, GH Mike in 23rd, and Cooper in 24th position.
Yeah, great job to all the players so far. Of course, everybody's going to be playing in elimination, so don't go too far yet. We're going to get started with alliance selections at 7 p.m. Eastern, so in just over 25 minutes. Give the players a bit of a dinner break. Get up and stretch, grab some food, grab some snacks, and then be back with us in just under half an hour. Thanks, guys. All right, you're off. Yeah, why were people so mad? I don't understand. Oh. Oh, who cares?
Mister, champions give it to me slow. La 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 la, turn it down on the radio. La 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 la, my full summer about skill. Mister.
All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. I hope you had a good dinner, whatever time it is, wherever you are in the world. After playing 36 fantastic qualification matches, it is time for the double alliance selection method. Here we've got C4678. He was your number 1 seed after 36 matches. Ranking score average of 3.66. Missing out on only a few ranking points throughout the whole thing, and there's 24 players that he can choose from here. And remember, so double alliance selection, you can pick whoever you want. They can accept, but they can also accept another invitation later on. If you decline, you're locked where you are. That hasn't changed. But, we can get people getting yoinked around and getting dragged here and there. So it can be really exciting. And of course, as you can see here in the commentary box, I have First Ontario and Global First Robotics Competition MC, Vex Worlds MC, ESPN host of robotics, the whole shebang. We've got Karthik Kanagasathapathy here with us in the commentary box. Welcome, Karthik.
Thank you, Tegan. So I am jazzed for this just because, when Brendan asked me to come be a part of this, I was like, oh, check it out. Then he mentioned this double alliance selection thing to me. I was like, wait a second, how does this work? And then I started thinking about it, and I was like, okay, there's like a lot of strategy, like way more than in our normal alliance selection. So I'm really curious to see how this plays out. So I'm just like, I'm totally new to this. I have not watched a match. I mean, I watched like one match today, but I'm just curious as to the strategy of how this is all going to go. So I'm really, really excited to be here. So thanks for having me, and I can't wait to see how this goes. And I really hope this field gets torched.
I think it will be.
Something will happen here. If anything like last time, poor Kavi, our head referee, knows the feeling of getting scorched. So
Yes.
Who will join him in that regard? We'll see what happens there. But we're gonna jump right on into it, and so I'm gonna bring in our first alliance captain, C4678 Curtis. You've played 9 qualification matches. You ended up on top of the field. Who are you gonna pick as your alliance partner to join you on alliance number 1?
I would like to select Logan4476 to join my alliance.
All right, Logan 4476 was your number 2 seed with a ranking score of 3.55. Logan, you've been selected by C4678. What is your response?
I will accept.
Easy win. Fantastic. Easy first pick on the board, and that means Logan has made one of his 2 selections. Again, he can be picked later. But that means we're going to bring in our next alliance captain, Seagorms. He was your rank number 3 overall with a ranking score of 3.33. Casey from 1086 is going to come on in.
Just before we do that, just so you guys can see the because Logan has accepted once, he is now yellow. He can still accept any invites. He can still accept as well. So yellow indicates 1 accept, and then once we have double accept or a decline, then we're going to see their name change once again on stream. So
and
Casey,
some clarity for me. Some clarity for me here. You can accept twice, right?
Correct.
But you can only decline once.
Correct.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, so declining, same thing as normal. You know, if you decline someone's invite to the dance, you got to go find your own date to the dance.
And if you are a captain and you make a pick, like, does that imply you've accepted a captain spot?
That does not, which is interesting. So you can still be accepted twice, or accept up to 2 invites as C4678 is available. So Casey, your selection, please.
Give me a second.
It is definitely challenging for our competitors. They've had a little bit of time to prep.
No.
You had like half an hour, man.
Okay. So all right.
This is complex.
Yeah, it is complex. So while he's thinking there, well, actually, I want him to make his pick because I don't want to influence it.
I would like to invite Dakota to join my alliance.
Okay.
All right. Dakota 346, rank number 4 overall with a ranking score of 3.11, has been invited by Casey to join the number 2 alliance. Dakota, what say you?
Sorry, Casey, I gotta decline.
Understood.
Okay, so with that, because of Dakota's declining, he can no longer accept any more alliance picks. So he is locked as number 3 seed 100%.
I'd like to.
Oh, go ahead.
I'd like to extend an invite to Anthony.
Anthony 3175, rank number 5 with an RP of 3.0 after the 9 matches. Anthony, you have been invited by Casey. What would you like to do about that?
I will decline. I'm sorry.
Oh, poor Casey.
Poor Casey. Poor man at our last event got declined. He was the number 1 seed at the last event, and he got declined by all 3 other captains, too. Poor Casey. No one's feeling the love. I'm sorry.
It's fine.
Don't worry, Casey. There's lots more people to decline you. So.
Yeah. I'd like to extend an invite to Jake.
Jake 5468, rank number 7 overall with an RP of 2.77. Actually coming out on top of the tie there. There were 3 people with the 2.77, but had the highest autonomous average. And so that put Jake in as our number 7th seed. Jake, you've been invited by Casey to join his alliance.
I gratefully accept.
There we go. Number 2 alliance, we've got Casey as the captain, and Jake, who has picked up his he's made his first acceptance of 2. That means we can bring Dakota back in here.
Well, before we do that, why don't we just check in with how the alliance selection is going? One thing to keep in mind is because Dakota and Anthony both declined, they can no longer accept. But everybody else on the field is still available to be selected. So someone like Logan or C could be selected by our 3rd seed coming up here.
So, okay, so strategically here, like if we're offering some insight, shouldn't Casey have taken a shot at Logan?
I would say so. Just
Okay.
to remove that ability for him to move to a different alliance.
Right. In case like there's like a alliance at the back end who gets really strong and then can get Logan in the second round. Yeah. Okay. Just checking. I'm new here.
No, you're good. And let's be honest, like Casey wouldn't be the worst partner to be with. Clearly, seating 3rd means you've done something right. But Dakota, you now have your pick of players, with the exception of Anthony. You can't choose him. Other than that, who would you like to invite to join you on the number 3 seed?
I would like to pick my Valentine from the Jewel Regional, Cone.
All right, Cone, seeded 12th overall. He, with a RP of 2.55 average. Cone, you've been selected by Dakota. What would you like to do?
How could I decline my best friend Dakota?
All
I think
right.
we just did.
I accept. No,
No.
I accept. Trust me.
All right, he accepts. And one thing to point out there, Karthik, Cone is considered, top 2 at this event for sure. He definitely underseeded. So having him fall this far is actually surprising, especially basically because he has to accept because he's outside the top 8.
Right.
So interesting that he fell that far, but it's interesting.
Wasn't Logan highly ranked coming into this as well?
Definitely. Those are considered kind of the top 2, I would say.
Okay, and there's no way those 2 can get to. Well, I guess there is.
They still
ways
can.
for that. They still can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it could be a matter of, when we go back around to the second round, Dakota and Cone could try to pick Logan if he's still available. Or if no one else tries to pick Cone, maybe we see C and Logan try to get Cone as their 3rd robot, which would be some crazy IRI level alliances.
Or if C leaves
or
Logan.
if C gets moved.
Yep.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Exactly.
C can be picked now as well, right?
All right, so up next we have our 4th alliance captain, Anthony. Hello, Anthony. What is your selection?
Time to start the decline train. I'm gonna pick Cone.
All right.
Cone. All right. So Cone, you were picked by Dakota, and you accepted. You've also been picked by Anthony. So would you like to accept that invitation?
Sorry, Anthony. I'm gonna stick with Dakota.
Understandable.
All right, that means Cone is no longer selectable as he's declined.
I'm gonna pick C, 4678.
All right, so C, the number 1 alliance captain. You've been selected by Anthony to join the number 4th alliance. What do you think?
I am going to accept.
Oh.
Okay.
So big changes here. We're gonna move Anthony and C over into alliance number 4.
Okay.
But the number 1 seed decides to leave one of the top players, and go to the 4th seed.
I have a question now.
Yeah.
So if C would have rather have been with Anthony than Logan, why didn't he just pick Anthony in the first place?
So my theory is that C knew that someone was going to take Logan away from him at some point, and so he went to a different alliance, and he can still accept again later, because now Logan could pick C again.
This is true, actually.
Yeah. Okay, sure. And I guess now that because by Logan picking now as opposed to picking 2nd overall, he's lost access. He can't get Cone, for example.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which he would have had access to. So okay.
Exactly. And the other benefit of being 4th seed is you get a higher pick priority on the way back up. So you might be able to steal a really good 3rd robot, which in SRC that's a really important thing. The 3rd robots tend to fall off really at the end quite rapidly. So it could be C positioning himself to get a better steal on the way back up.
Especially when there's exactly 24 people at the competition like we have.
All right, Logan, welcome back. You're now the first seed Alliance captain. Who would you like to select?
I would like to select Josh 4910.
Okay.
Josh 4910, who is our 15th seed at an 2.44. Another one of those players who underseeded compared to his performance on the field today. You've been selected by Logan, Josh. What do you want to do?
I'm down to send it.
All
Sounds
right.
good.
And just
So
like
that's
that,
good.
we have a new Alliance number 1.
All right. So because we've had Josh 4910, he's been pulled up. Our next Alliance captain for number 5 is going to be Jack 155. He was your number 6 seed at RP average of 2.88. Yep. What's up?
Sorry, they filled down on the Alliance screen, and suddenly they had Anthony 3176, Anthony 3177.
Yes.
Sorry, it's just Excel humor. I'm
yes.
Well, Jack, humor us with your next pick, please.
I would like to select C. Gorms.
Okay.
Right. Egorm, so that's the number 2 Alliance captain.
Hello, Casey. You've been selected by the number 5 seed, Jack 155.
I graciously accept.
Okay. So we see Casey ducking out of the second Alliance captain position. And now Jake, oh my goodness, we're struggling with Excel apparently today. That means Jake will be the new Alliance number 2 captain, left alone, and we'll see what he ends up doing. All right, Jake, you are the now second Alliance captain. Who would you like to select?
Can I have a second?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And so everyone, if you are taking a look at the available selection, anyone who is either yellow or white is available. Yellow having been accepted 1 offer, white having accepted 2 offers.
All right. I think I'm ready.
All right. Who would you like to select?
Right. I would like to select Logan.
Okay.
Smart pick.
Hello, Logan. You've been selected by the number 2 Alliance captain, Jake 5468.
Hello. I will decline.
Okay. So that
And with
means
that,
Logan
Logan's
is now locked in.
Give me another second. I'm trying to figure out
sure.
how else I wanna play this strategically.
It's the name of the game with double accept for sure, is making sure that you're playing strategically, making sure that there's no alliances that you want to be you want to separate them or get on the opposite side of the bracket of to make finals with potentially.
Yeah, or
giving him more ideas.
not letting people get an awesome 3rd pick.
Yes.
That's true.
Okay. I would like to select Labib.
Okay.
All right. Labib 12.
He's not. Oh, here he is. So Labib doesn't have a mic, so we will hear a response via text channel.
All right. So Labib was the 9th Alliance, or rank number 9, with a ranking score of 2.77. Labib, what would you like to do here? You've been selected by the number 2 captain of Jake, who coincidentally you had the same number of ranking points as.
Just waiting on a response. He says 1 second. Calculating if he can decline or not. And his response is typing.
This is almost exhilarating as like real in-person Alliance selection when people are texting people in the stands. It's like,
yeah,
man.
just.
Or the
accept
white
or not?
Yes.
Can't find the whiteboard in the stands. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Or you can't find your other team. Your
Oh, it's
mentors
a decline. Okay.
All right. So Labib, having declined, will not be able to accept any more offers.
All right.
That means Jake, you have to make another pick.
I will select Dar.
Okay.
Dar 2655. Dar was ranked number 14 with an average ranking score of 2.44. Dar, you've been selected by Jake to join the number 2 Alliance. What would you like to do?
I gratefully accept.
All right. And so Dar, now having made his first acceptance of his 2 available acceptances, we're going to move now to the number 6 Alliance captain, which will be Jeff.
Hello, welcome, Jeff. You're the 6th Alliance captain. Who would you like to select for your alliance?
I would like to select C 4678.
All right, C4678. As we've gotten to know him, ranked number 1 overall with a ranking score of 3.66. C, you have been selected to join the number 6 Alliance. What would you like to do?
Can you give me a minute?
Sure.
Of course.
I just need like a couple of seconds here.
Doing the math, trying to figure out who would be available if the accept were to go through.
Yeah, I gotta load up the randomizer tab. Just give me a second.
So Jeff, I would suggest while you are here, work on the rest of your pick list.
Wow, so much confidence.
Just in case.
Now, since I knew it was going to be double accept, I have run about 30 different scenarios on a Google Sheet.
Nice. Well prepared then.
Alrighty. I am going to accept.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
All right, so
C went from the number 1 seed to the number 4 first pick, and now to the number 6 pick.
First pick. Yeah. And that means we got to bring Anthony back in here for his pick as the number 4 Alliance captain.
Hello, Anthony.
Hello.
Who would you like to select?
I would like to select Josh 4910.
Okay, Josh 4910, current first pick of Alliance number 1. Josh 4910, you've been selected by Alliance number 4. Anthony 3175. What say you?
Sorry, Anthony, I'm going to decline.
Understandable.
All right, that means the top seed, the first 1 and 2 picks are locked in. Josh and Logan are both unavailable to be selected anymore, so we will see them in Alliance 1 position.
Notably, both of Alliance 2 is still available, though, if you're looking for high seeds.
All right, Anthony.
I'm going to pick Casey.
All right, Seagorms, currently on the number 5 Alliance with Jack. Casey, you've been chosen by Anthony.
I respectfully decline.
All right. I guess you need another one?
So, everyone on the board is locked in except for the number 2 Alliance.
Jack is available, and I'd like to select him.
Oh, Jack, number 5 Alliance captain.
The other partner of Casey. Hello, Jack. You've been selected by Anthony of the 4th seed. Would you like to accept the offer?
I respectfully decline. Sorry, Anthony.
Sound good.
Now,
Anthony.
People at home may be thinking, hey, this is terrible. Anthony's getting declined all the time. This is actually a good thing because he's locking in these alliances so that they can't get on a potentially better alliance. So it's good for this specific case.
I know you've coined this the double selection alliance selection, but I think you just call it alliance selection flamethrower style.
Yeah, it is crazy.
I'm going to select Jeff.
Okay.
All right. We'll bring
going
in
for more players on an alliance. Jeff.
Oh, hello.
You've been selected by the number 4 Alliance.
I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm gonna decline.
It's all good.
Okay. And that locks Jeff onto C's Alliance, which both of them play the same robot traditionally. So that's an important thing to note, Karthik, is that traditionally you don't have the same. The main meta has been one of each kind of robot, and they play the same robot, so there may be some compatibility issues there.
And you declare your robot when you start the competition. You can't switch.
No, you can switch.
Oh, okay.
But they're just less familiar with other robots. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, so the 3 robots, there's one that's just a low shooter, there's one that's turreted based off of the 125 robot, and then there's the one based off the Roboteers with the bike wheel and all.
There's a bicycle wheel robot in this game?
Yeah.
Oh, baby. I came to the right place. Okay.
All right, Anthony, your next selection.
I'm gonna pick Adam.
Okay.
All right, Adam 10836 was the number 18th seed with an average score of 2.33. Adam's first time that we've seen you in Alliance selection, but you're here and you've been invited by the number 4 Alliance.
I'm going to accept.
And there we
All
go.
right.
Anthony now with a partner for the time being. That means our
yeah, just to jump in here, another important thing is Adam is also considered one of the top players. It's kind of surprising he's lasted this long, to be honest. But he is definitely like, top 3, top 4, robot. But very crazy Alliance selection happening.
Mm-hmm. And so Labib right now, he's just making his selection. Having declined earlier, locking himself into a captaincy position. Labib, you are now the captain of the number 7th Alliance, and you can make your choice now. You can choose from any of the people who are available, and he does select Adam. So speaking of Adam, he's been brought back here. Adam, you've now been selected by Labib. What would you like to say to join the number 7 Alliance? Or not?
He is thinking.
I will joyfully accept.
Joyfully. Like all these like kind alliance selection things really take a different turn when you're already on an alliance. It's like I will joyfully get the hell away from Anthony 3175.
Yeah, definitely. And because of that, Anthony is back up on deck.
Heck yeah.
Who would you like to select?
Anthony, I'm going to be making more picks than Cobby.
Yeah.
Cobby can empathize with your position from his last go as the number 1 captain.
There's a move I want to make. I just don't know if it's ready, if it's the time to make it yet.
Do it.
I'm gonna pick Dar.
Okay. All right, Dar 2655 on the number 2 Alliance right now with Jake and Dar. Well, Jake is on the number 2 Alliance with Jake as his captain. We'll bring him in here. See what he has to say. Dar, you've been chosen by Anthony to join the number 4 Alliance.
I accept your offer.
Okay.
Oh boy.
All right, so Dar is now locked in that position. Anthony and Dar are locked together now, both having either declined or made 2 Alliance acceptances, which means we're going back to Jake on the number 2 seed. Jake, you have been left alone, and you can now have your own. You can
pick
have
of the
pick.
litter.
Yeah.
All right. I'd like to select Andrew.
Andrew 2137, who is ranked number 16, average ranking score of 2.44. Andrew, you've been invited to join the number 2 Alliance, and he says he gratefully accepts in Event General as one of our players without a microphone. So there we go. We got number 2 Alliance for the time being is Jake and Andrew. And that means we're going to bring in our number 8 Alliance captain, Javelin. He was ranked number 10 with an average ranking score of 2.66. Javon, welcome. You are now the captain of the number 8th Alliance. Who would you like to select?
I would like to select Waxton to join my alliance.
All right, Waxton, the number 17th seed overall with an average ranking score of 2.44. Waxton, you've been invited to join the number 8 Alliance.
I accept.
Fantastic. So that means, in theory, all alliances have 2 robots right now, which is pretty exciting. We're about halfway through the alliance selection process.
And Javon is once again up to make their next selection. If you are ready, you can make it. If not, you can wait a little bit.
I'm going to select Space Turtle to join my alliance.
Okay.
Space Turtle, the number 11 seed, with an average ranking score of 2.55. Space Turtle, you have been invited to join the number 8 Alliance with Javelin and Waxton. What would you like to do?
I gratefully accept.
Fantastic. So that means number 8 Alliance has 3 robots on it for the time being. And we're going to bring Labib back as the captain of number 7. to make his third selection.
So Labib right now has Adam, looking for one more robot to potentially round out their alliance, if they can keep them at least. And he is typing in chat. Once again, a No Mic Gang member of our community.
Is he typing? Labib, what are you doing, man?
He is now, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Andrew is the selection. So
Alright,
the
Andrew.
double mute gang, the
Yeah.
Micless. Andrew, you've been selected by the 7th seed of Labib and Adam. Would you like to accept your invite? He says
he
yes.
does. All right, so Labib, Adam, and Andrew, I believe, are locked in now as our number 7 alliance.
And just for everybody at home, that is a very dangerous alliance already. Labib, Adam, and Andrew, some of our top players coming out of the 7th seed, is not going to be easy for anybody who decides to go up against them.
Mm-hmm. And so with that said, we now, speaking of alliance number 7, that means we have to go to their opponent in quarterfinals, alliance number 2, who is now without any robots to partner him. Jake, you're back. Welcome back.
Hello.
Who would you like to fill your void?
I would like to select Bacon.
Bacon, who was our number 13th seed with an average ranking score of 2.44. Bacon, you've been invited to join the number 2 alliance with Jake. What would you like to do?
I will accept.
All right.
All right, so the number 2 alliance right now is Jake and Bacon, both of whom can be selected again. We're going to bring in now the number 6 alliance captain. That's My Name's Jeff. Unsurprisingly, his name is Jeff, and he's here to make a pick.
We would also like to pick Bacon.
Okay.
Bacon is in hot commodity right now. He is currently on the number 2 alliance. You've been invited to join the number 6 alliance.
Can I get that moment? Think.
Yep. Lots of different options for our competitors here. Still lots of people on the table.
And now, if you think this is
start
crazy,
to get locked in.
If you think this is crazy, just wait until try doing this with a normal. I think it's been done at one. Yeah, you accept?
Yeah, I'll accept.
Yeah.
All
I think this has been done at one off season before with real robots too, and it's just it's a time.
I'm just feeling bad for Jake 5468. He's like the number 2 captain, but he's gonna end up with like 2 of the last picks in the draft.
Yeah.
But he can still also be picked away.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. He could find himself on a strong alliance. So
well, I'd want out of this spot right now. That's what I'd want out of for sure.
All right, Jake.
Can you imagine like an alliance captain coming up and being like, "Hey, I'm about to pick, but can someone else pick me, please?" Like.
And I believe that also means Bacon is now unpickable. Just on the board.
Yeah.
So you can pick anyone besides that.
Yeah, Bacon has accepted twice now.
It's a lot to keep up with.
Give me a second.
No worries.
Of course, all the other alliances patiently waiting to see what Jake will do. So they have potentially the ability to steal Jake.
Right.
Maybe they'll take him.
And a quick look at the board tells me alliances 6 and 7 are locked in.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, but alliance 8, there's still possibility for some movement.
Yeah, all 3 of alliance 8 members. All 3. Javelin can move twice, and Waxen and Space Turtle are also still on the board.
All right, I think I'm ready.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, I will select Javon.
All right, Javelin. He's currently the number 8 captain. We'll see what he has to say.
I will accept.
Okay.
Boy.
All right, so that means Waxton will become the captain of the number 8 alliance. And we'll bring him in here. Waxton, your captain left you. You need another robot.
Okay. I would like to invite Jake 5468.
Okay.
And here we go. Jake, after
Hello,
making-
Jake.
Hello. Hi.
You've been selected by the number 8 alliance.
I am going to have to respectfully decline.
Oh, he's happy with it. You did the switcheroo.
You know they could take Javon away from you.
Yeah.
Could you
This is
imagine?
amazing.
Waxton
I mean-
is your selection again.
May as well. Javon, come here.
All right. Order up to Javon again. Javon, you've been selected by the 8th alliance. Would you like to accept?
Will respectfully decline.
Okay.
All right, so Jake and Javon happy together on the number 2 seed. Javon can now no longer be picked. Waxton, you can pick anyone who has not previously been picked to join your alliance.
Yeah, because the other 2 people are already on your alliance.
Oh, I love
Would I be able to
hypotheticals.
select? Would I be able to select Space Turtle to make sure that he could not be taken away?
He's already he's already on your alliance, so no.
Okay.
Space Turtle saying no in chat, by the way. He's like, no, I might want to have the option to leave, okay?
Fair enough. I would like to invite Ricardo.
All right,
All right,
Ricardo.
Ricardo Narwhal, your number 19th seed with an average ranking score of 2.22. Ricardo, you've been selected to join the number 8th alliance.
What say you? He is thinking. His mic is broken. Okay.
Okay.
He
But
accepts.
he accepts. All right.
So 8th seed is tentatively together, but we still have 5 seed to pick.
All right, now back to the 5 seed. Yeah, we're jumping from 8 to 5. As we get Jack, you're here now with, you've got Casey on your alliance, and you're looking for a third. Who would you like to select?
Casey and I would like to select Waxton.
All right, we'll bring Waxton in. Waxton, you've been selected to join the number 5 alliance with Jack and Casey. Would you like to accept?
Yes, please.
Wow.
All right. Wow.
You know, friendships suffer from double accept, but the entertainment value is high.
And now it's the original last pick of 8th alliance by Javon that is now the alliance captain, Space Turtle, of alliance captain of number 8 now.
Can I find a friend?
Yeah, take a minute. No
Sure.
worries.
Why not? They'll probably won't hang up. Like, you know.
Okay.
So, Space Turtle currently sitting with Ricardo Narwhal. Both of them play the same robot traditionally. So we'll see what Space Turtle wants to get on his alliance.
I'm really picturing this alliance selection happening in the game with the defenses you couldn't walk over, and like how we have to like shuffle everyone around, and like people getting yellow carded during alliance selection.
My sources tell me to pick Jose.
Okay, Jose.
Right.
He's a no micer, so we will hear from him in the text chat. Jose, you've been selected by the 8th alliance. Would you like to accept?
Jose, by the way, the number 22nd seed with a 1.88 average ranking score. For those who are curious.
He says Space Turtle sunglasses. I'm going to assume that that's a yes. All right. 8th seed, once again, loosely put together. As we go to maybe the man with the most amount of picks in this draft, Anthony. Hello, Anthony.
Welcome back. It's time for your 3rd pick.
Well, hopefully this time I'll only make one pick. We're gonna pick Space Turtle.
Oh man.
All right, so Space Turtle, current captain of the number 8th alliance. Welcome back. You've been selected by Anthony to join the number 4 alliance.
Yeah, I'll graciously accept.
All right, cool.
Man.
All right. So the number 8th Alliance, it was tentatively together. There are now no remaining members of the 8th Alliance.
None of the OG members are here, and we have Ricardo Narwhal as
Well,
our new alliance captain.
I've never seen the number 19 seed as a captain in a
Yeah, this is the
captain
first for me
situation.
too. If I have to go with my gut here, I'm gonna have to ask Colin to join my alliance.
All right,
Okay.
Colin, the number 20 overall with a 2.11 ranking score. Colin, you've been selected to join the number 8 Alliance, captained by Ricardo. First pick, Jose. What would you like to do?
I accept. Thank you, Ricardo.
No problem.
All right.
Don't get attached to Ricardo, man.
Number 8, don't get attached. All right. So now we'll go back to Dakota. We're making our way up. We're at the number 3 seed. Dakota, you are partnered with Cone. You're looking for a third robot. Who would you like to select?
So I think Karthik predicted this. He said, Colin, don't get too attached to Ricardo. I want Colin.
Okay.
All right. Colin, you have now been selected by the number 3 Alliance to join Dakota and Cone. What would you like to do?
I would like to accept this really cool alliance. Thank you so much.
Dude, you just were like, yo, Ricardo, you're like my BFF. Let's do this.
Oh, as soon as I hopped in voice, I was like, yeah, I'm not staying. I'm sorry. No loyalty here.
All right.
Oh, boy.
That means Ricardo is going to have another kick at the can here as 8th Alliance captain. Welcome back.
Hello. I'm kind of a pickle here. Give me a couple seconds. Right now, I wasn't expecting as 19th place. I was not expecting captain. Give me a sec.
Understandably.
We told everyone to come with a pick list.
Well, I wasn't expecting as a 19th seed to be a captain. It just doesn't happen. You don't see that. So.
Well, you don't do flamethrower line selection very often.
That's true. I gotta go with my man Mike.
All right, Mike, the number 23rd pick or captain. I've lost track of how many picks.
23rd rank.
23rd or the 23rd seed with an average score of 1.77. Mike, you've been selected by Ricardo and Jose to join the number 8th Alliance.
I accept.
Okay.
Thank you, finally. Don't...
Oh, I cut him off.
Don't leave me.
Don't leave me. All right, now bringing it back to Jake and Javon, our number 2 Alliance. Jake, welcome back. It's been a while. How are you doing?
I'm doing.
All right, who are you gonna pick?
I'm really sorry, Ricardo, but I need Mike.
All right, Mike has been picked for 2 Alliance now with Jake and Javon.
Oh.
Mike, you're a hot commodity right now. What would you like to do?
Sorry, Ricardo. I accept.
Oh, no. Okay. So that means Alliance 2 is locked in. And we're going to see Ricardo once again.
Well, Ricardo.
Woo! Woo! You know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna get a random wheel.
Okay.
Here.
You have 2 choices.
You have 2 choices. You don't need a wheel, bro.
I can't
Metal Jello or Cooper.
I gotta think about this one.
Adam saying in chat, the 8th Alliance is a battlefield, and Dakota saying, yep, and we got one of the refugees.
Oh, man.
Okay, I gotta go with my boys in Ohm. Metal Jello, come over here, man.
Metal Jello, the number 21 ranked player with a 1.88 ranking score. Metal Jello, you have been selected by the number 8th Alliance. What would you...
He's also a no mic, so just type in event general. He accepts.
Finally, please do not abandon me.
All right.
This could be the final pick of the draft here coming up.
All right. So, we've got number 8 currently has 3 players, but Logan, we're going to bring in Logan. He still has 4 choices or has 4 people to choose from for this final pick. So Logan, who would you and Josh 4910 like to round out your alliance?
We would like to select Ricardo Narwhal.
All right, Ricardo Narwhal, the captain of the number 8 alliance and your 19th overall seed. Ricardo, you've been selected by Logan, and Josh, what would you like to do?
Oh, no, okay. Sorry, I'm just stargazed right now. I graciously accept. You know what? Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You did all that work to form that alliance, man, and then you're just like, you got your prom date, you bought her a dress, you bought her a corsage, everything. You know, after you got rejected by like 15 people, this is like the makings of a teen movie right now. This was She's All That, I think.
And then with that being said, that means Cooper 3175 will end up on.
Yeah, we can do the formality, I guess.
Yeah.
It is impossible. Jose, you're the 5th number 8 alliance captain we've had this draft.
The number 22 seed is a captain.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I talk about like how like alliance selection with 24 teams is rough enough on the last team picked, but like when you're the last team picked in this format, it means like literally everyone was picked twice before you got picked.
Yeah. This is rough.
Sorry, Coop.
Yeah, unfortunately, Cooper, I assume, is the last pick. Jose, we can officially say if you want to send the invite. And I will just bring in Cooper. Hello, Cooper. You've been selected by the 8th Alliance. Would you like to accept?
Cool. I will accept.
All right.
All right, and with that being said, it is all locked in now. There's no more picks to be made, and these are our alliances.
So yeah, just so that all the competitors know, we are going to be starting with elims as soon as possible. So Alliance 1 and 8, if you guys could get on the field, Alliance 4 and 5 be on deck. But in the meantime, why don't we talk about the alliances a little bit here? And fill in some of the gaps for some of our newer viewers and Karthik, who's less familiar with some of the players. And why don't we start with Alliance number 1, Tegan? What do you think about Alliance number 1?
Well, Josh and Logan as a combination, I think, is particularly strong. I think those two will complement each other very well. They're obviously very used to working together. I'm not sure about having Ricardo as the 3rd on that alliance. I personally, if it were me, I would have picked Jose to round out that alliance. Not saying that I don't think Ricardo will do good things on that alliance, but I don't think it's as strong as it could have been, which leaves them with a little bit of a weakness that probably won't be a problem in quarters, but depending on who they have to face in semifinals, could prove problematic.
Right, and then to catch Karthik up, I guess, because the main meta has been 3 of one of each of the robots. Logan's one of the most flexible players in the game. He plays all 3 at a very high level, and Ricardo basically only plays 1. So it's kind of deciding where you want your weakest robot on. So with Jose, he's more of a scoring role, and with Ricardo, he's more of a defensive role. So depending on what they thought, and clearly they thought they wanted to have the slightly weaker person on the defensive role, but Ricardo did win an event.
Okay,
this is true.
So question for you: how well does calculated contribution correlate to success in this game?
It's
part of it depends on like how well you do on each robot, because your contribution, like obviously better contributions mean you do better, but there are some like roles that people take on, even like as the captain, they take on a role that is less high scoring.
Gotcha.
Because they're better at some other aspect. So even if they're not the prime, like the number 1, like the captain may not be the number 1 scorer on any alliance, for example.
Oh, and these contribution numbers, are these true contribution or are they calculated?
They're true contribution numbers.
Oh, okay.
But the difference about those true contribution numbers is depends on what robot you're playing, right? Or some scenarios.
Okay.
So if you play defensive style for one match, obviously your numbers are going to be a little bit lower.
And we also had some matches where alliances made a pact to not play defense on each other to boost their overall contributions and improve their chances at getting the ranking points.
Yeah. So one alliance that is standing out to me as a contender against the number 1 alliance is the number 7 alliance with Labib, Adam, and Andrew. There's kind of some interesting dynamics there. All 3 of those players are really, really strong in one specific robot, maybe considered like even top 2 in their one robot. But one of the interesting dynamics is 2 of those people don't have mics. So the communication of that alliance is going to be a little bit rougher because only one person can talk. So there may be some miscommunications that we might see out of the 7th alliance, even though they may be the strongest on paper.
And I mean, I still think, like, I think they'll probably be fine. After playing, it's been about a year now of playing, and so those who are non-microphone players are used to kind of having to anticipate their movements and having to anticipate the opponents and not being able to cry out for help when you need it. But Adam, as you know, he might have to take on that kind of captaincy role during a match purely because he's the only one that can tell people what to do without having to type or in the middle of the match, which can be really tricky to do based on, you know, if you're using a controller, then you're hopping onto the keyboard, it doesn't work very well. There's no like quick chats like there are in other, you know, video games. No Neuralink like they're saying in chat. But it could be, you know, sorry, Param, we don't have Neuralink. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Adam saying, I will read Labib and Andrew's minds and do callouts for all of us at the same time. Anthony counted and he made 9 picks during this alliance selection. So, Kabi, congratulations. You still hold the record of 11.
Oh my goodness.
All right, so the robots are just getting in the field. We'll take a look here. So far, a big surprise, actually, with Cooper 31. Oh, whoa. 2 tiers. Wow. That is a surprise.
So it probably will be Metal Jello on the Roboteers. I know that's his most comfortable robot. Jose has been asking people in 6-mans, which is like, you know, the competitive round robin best of 3 series, the ranked ladder. He's been asking for people to let him play Roboteers. Maybe they're just deciding that it's all over and it's hopeless with the triple tiers on the Blue
definitely
Alliance.
An unorthodox strategy.
But weirder things have happened. You know, maybe the number 1 alliance gets the gate closed on them and we have to get underway. Maybe.
Wait, there's gate closing in this simulator?
Unfortunately, there aren't even any gates on the field, so they're permanently closed.
Right. The robot just drop in from space, right?
Yes,
exactly.
I
remember that. Yeah, okay.
My favorite is, you know, so when you get pinned too, you just drop in like across the field. You just kind of get picked up and thrown over the field, and then land back where you started. So, you know, physics in this world is a little bit different.
So I guess there's a couple things that are worth pointing out to you, Karthik, I guess, in terms of like how the gameplay happens. There's no preloads in this game mode, so you have to pick up all your balls, which can be difficult because you have to organize paths between robots and, you know, weaving in and out and making sure that you're not colliding. There's protected zones, which for a technical foul, same as usual with the protected triangle and trench areas. The color wheel is active, so you spin it 3 to 5 times to get it for the first stage, and then get the position correct for the second stage. And taking other things. You can be reset. So there's a reset mechanic, which is called a pin circle. If you are in contact with an opponent robot on kind of like the one half of the field, if you divide it kind of down the lengthwise, red and blue, if you're in contact for too long, you'll be reset. And your robot will be like put in its original starting position.
Mm-hmm. And other things, text. So we have a slightly modified rulebook that we've written up. The game betterment community has written the rulebook for second robotics, and so there are some things that are different. One thing that's pretty noticeable too is techs are worth 25 points, and there are no fouls. Everything is a technical foul if it does get called. So 25 points if you're where you're not supposed to be, just to balance it out with the fact that some of the hoppers are a lot bigger. Climber blocking is legal. You can lift your climber up at any point during the match, so you'll get robots like lifting up their climber, trying to block shots from the other alliance, which is good. But if it's if it's a little risky if you're near the trench, because then you can make contact with a robot who's in the trench. I'm gonna go check in and ask the number 1 alliance if they plan on attending this match. I'll be right back.
So she's like walking to their pit or something?
Yes, yeah, exactly. Just cue her. Why you guys got to show up for your match?
Yeah. But like the Blue Alliance just gets to practice right now, which is
absolutely. They're just getting the hang of it, trying their triple climb there.
With the physics in this game, how difficult are triple climbs?
I would say it's pretty easy. Generally, robots will go like at the last possible second to try and maximize their score. There are certain positions of robots. Like if you're in the wrong position, you could be blocking another robot, and then that causes the whole alliance to fail, which is not great, obviously. But yeah, generally, I think it's pretty one of the easier tasks for sure.
All right, and so apparently the number 1 alliance didn't realize that they were supposed to be on the field.
Oh, come on.
So they're now on the field.
Oh, the queuers didn't tell us. Yeah, sure.
No, we didn't. Have you know, when we started doing this, we had queuers, and then we thought, they're big boys. They can queue themselves. But almost missing their match. Typical number 1 seed, says Anthony. All right, well, they were apparently they were scrimming in a different server apparently against a different alliance.
Practicing against another alliance. All right, so we do see the traditional 3 robot composition: the Inertia, the Roboteers, and then the OG. Logan piloting the OG. Not really that much of a surprise. Logan and Josh will be the primary scorers, while Ricardo tries to be more of a defensive role for sure. And feel free to jump in through the commentary as a match. It's super casual.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this happen.
All right, so we will get our first quarterfinal match underway here.
All right, so again, previewing the triple Roboteers on the number 8 alliance versus the number 1 alliance captained by Logan. We see all robots on the move. As we get things started, we're going to see with 2 minutes and 22 seconds left, there's a lot of time. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to start the predictions. My apologies. You'll get them in your next match. But right now, this match is in control of the Red Alliance here, 129-68. We see a tech foul already coming in on Ricardo. That's 25 points assigned to the Blue Alliance. They're going to need a lot more than that, though, to make up the deficit behind Autonomous right now.
This feels like a classic quarterfinal 1 match number 1.
Yeah,
to be fair,
definitely is.
It's pretty tough. 180 to 113. But that's the thing, as I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if Ricardo was the right pick. A tech foul in the first 20 seconds of the first match is a little bit risky. That's something that later on you're not going to be able to do. As the number 1 seed, we're seeing a little bit of, they're just dominant here. They're not necessarily having to go full tilt. But at the same time, the number 8 alliance is putting in a good effort here. 258 to 166, your current score. Red Alliance able to attend to the color wheel.
Color wheel.
Yep.
Yeah, we see color wheel. Logan is spinning the color wheel there. That's going to be rotation control complete. Blue Alliance not quite there yet. The lights are not active. I think Cooper still firing away the long shots though with the bike wheel, getting those ones off. But it's about a 150-point gap right now between the number 8 and the number 1 alliance. We're going to see, I believe, Metal Jello going to go do the color wheel for the Blue Alliance. Logan with a big jam, so starting to get practicing.
Ricardo climber blocking, just preventing Jose from scoring there with the extended climber.
Mm-hmm. Really... And getting some good practice in doing that, because he'll need to do a lot more of that later. We'll see if he's able to block off any shots. I don't think any of them hit the climber, but he definitely intimidated Jose. One of those shots did miss.
Barely shooting over there, yeah.
A little too far away. Color wheel now active for the Red Alliance for the position control, which would be worth a ranking point in qualifications, but this is quarterfinals, so that doesn't happen here. We see here Jose's about to get teched out. He lands on the other side of the field. 515 to 311 as we see Josh doing the color wheel with 5 seconds left. Robots going for the climb, and all 6 robots, it looks like, are up. With 1 second left, it's going to be 625 to 396, your unofficial score in quarterfinals 1, match number 1.
You weren't kidding about the last second climbs.
Yeah.
That was an
they get
A-Team
even more
2012
last
triple
second.
climb. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely crazy with the last second climbs for sure. And wow, number 1 seed coming out with a big score to start off, 625. Definitely a very respectable winning score.
What's the high score?
So in elims, we saw 750, I believe, as our high
Quals,
score.
you mean? Yeah.
Quals, yeah.
For
Quals,
this
sorry.
event.
Okay.
And that was with no penalties.
All right, match results do stand, so Red Alliance will be going up 1-0. And I just realized that the some of the graphics are a little bit messed up, but no problem. We'll have them fixed for next time. But 1 tech for the Blue Alliance is not enough to overcome the gigantic deficit and strength of that number 1 seed. But they did pretty decently.
I don't think they were anticipating that it would be close. To be fair.
Yeah.
I mean, the graph shows that it was close for the first 5 seconds.
Yeah, exactly.
It was until people started scoring, and it is. I believe that's a 48 power cell gap between the two alliances, so pretty substantial between these two. So who is our next matchup? We're gonna move on from 1v8. Who are we seeing next?
So we have 4v5, and that's going to be Space Turtle, Dar, and Anthony. Anthony, remember, making lots of picks versus Waxton, Casey, and Jack. And we're going to see a different alliance composition here, which is interesting. We're going to see the 2 inertias and 1 OG. And the purpose of this composition is to try and protect the OG scorer as much as possible, let them really score a lot and carry the alliance, and then have the 2 inertia players, Casey and Jack, who are the first and second picks, really disrupt the Red Alliance and prevent them from scoring.
All right, so prediction has been put up for those who are following along in the Twitch chat. You can place your fun bucks on who you think will win this match, and fun bucks now. If you save 25,000, you can get a fun T-shirt. If you get 50,000, you can get a fun hoodie. So there's actual swag on the line here for you all. If you make the right call.
So what's that circle that pops up around robots?
So that is the pin circle. So it's a 5-second. Okay. It's a 5-second timer for you to either back off or get reset, basically.
I'm getting dizzy just looking at the field right now. All 3 of the number 5 alliance right now just spinning around. We got Dar joining in on the number 4, and Anthony. Oh, now we got Space Turtle. Anthony's trying to find himself a space. Looks like I believe the prediction timer has run out, which means we are going to get started. Quarterfinal number 2, match number 1 for V5. And this is going to be a much closer matchup. Already an early tech foul coming in. Anthony getting Waxton. Waxton, who went into the Red Alliance trench trying to pick up those power cells. Got a little too greedy, didn't back off in time, and Anthony making contact with him. Gives the Red Alliance the advantage here. 134 points to 110 with 2 minutes and 10 seconds left. Still anybody's game. Space Turtle respawning and falls over. Will have to reset himself once again to get underway. 134 to 125 now as Blue Alliance is doing their best to catch up after early deficit. And we see Waxton and Jack putting in some power cells. Casey respawning. We've seen him do it a lot, but that time landing on top of his alliance partner. Something that can be really tricky when you get people who are trying to score with a robot on their head. And 176 to 170 now your current score as Casey once again reset across the field. 186 now make that 213 as Dar gets a big cycle off on the Roboteers for the Red Alliance. Casey going for the pickup around that blue human player station. Space Turtle on the inertia doing that for Red. Dar waiting at the hopper, but there's no Blue Alliance robot scoring, so there's no power cells falling into his hopper. So we'll have to go with a smaller cycle, putting that up for 255 to 225, make that 239 now for the Blue Alliance. So it's still within their grasp. They'll need to do something in the next 1 minute should they wish to take the advantage here. And we see right now no alliances going to the color panel just yet. Red Alliance has the opportunity to, should they choose
Blue
to
too.
control. Blue now activating that as well. You're right there. And we see Waxton going under the trench. Won't do it this time around. Maybe waiting for one of his partners to go in instead, as Casey puts up another cycle on the inertia robot with that turret there. Space Turtle cleaning up the field as best he can. Anthony rotating for the Red Alliance with 49 seconds left and a massive hopper release on the red side of the field near that human player station. Contact between Casey and Dar. Dar having just finished the cycle on the Roboteers there. 384 make that 390 to 382. So anybody's game here is Wax and fires off some more power cells for the Blue Alliance, trying to put them up into the inner port for 3 points apiece. Space Turtle and Casey, big contact there. Casey with his climber up does get some shots
he's
blocked
grabbed
off and
Space
will drag
Turtle.
Space Turtle, which means that's a 25-point technical foul, swinging it in favor of the Blue Alliance here. 450 to 446. Anybody's game with the last 17 seconds on the line. We see Anthony going for another cycle, trying to clean up without popping the hopper to give power cells to the Blue Alliance. Dar, another big cycle with the Roboteers. Will he go for far shots? He elects not to. Instead, going for that last second cycle with 5 seconds left, they opt to go for the climbs. We'll see who gets up in time. And as the clock strikes 0, it's a 10-point gap. 587 to 577, your unofficial score.
So like that tech foul seemed like it turned it for Blue, and then Red loaded up. Is there there's no possession limit here, right?
There's no possession limit. Yep.
Okay, so that's wild. And Red loaded up there, and I didn't think that Red was going to get enough shots off at the end because they one of the Red robots broke away from their long shot, but they pulled it out.
Yeah, and you can also see in the right and left side, you can see the individual actual contributions in that match. So Dar, 242 points earned. That is accurate. So he was the primary scorer and was just able to edge out the best scorer, Waxton, from the Blue Alliance in that match.
And so I think the turning point too of that match, it was so close for the whole time, and then just dragging. I believe that was Space Turtle who got dragged across the field, and that 25 points really costing, changing the tempo up. It just didn't change it enough for the Blue Alliance to take home the win. Match not official yet. It's actually under review, so we'll get the match under review screen up for you. And wait for the referee to take a look at it. I believe they're discussing. He's taking a look at the look at the instant replay, which is one of the best features that comes with the SRC simulator.
Very true. Instant replay of any angle. It's like Skycam.
All right, and so taking a look, we saw this rule come into play in the qualification round. We're going to be bringing it back again. So fixing the client, but the score will have negative 20 points for Blue due to C8 star, which if we review the rules, that was the rule saying don't expect to gain by doing others harm. Strategies clearly aiming at forcing the opponent alliance to violate a rule are not in the spirit of second robotics competition and are not allowed. Rule violations forced in this manner will not result in the assignment of a penalty to the targeted alliance. Forcing a robot to take a non-pinning foul, G21, by pushing them across the field by more than 2 full robot lengths will result in a no call. Tech foul during the match. Their violation equals tech foul if repeated during the match. So it was just done once, so there's no tech foul, but it means we unassign the tech foul given by the field, which means our final score is 587 to 552, putting the Red Alliance up by 1. So that's Alliance number 4v5. And looks like one person is going to be rich. The prediction was that Blue Alliance would take it, but Red Alliance takes the match there.
I enjoy that the simulator even doesn't get real-time scoring right. That makes me happy.
Yeah.
That's why we have the refs, because it's just there are some edge cases where it just doesn't work, and there is someone in the question box, so the referee can go.
There's a question box?
Yeah,
there is a question box.
Oh my god, I see the channel.
So referee will just go check that one out.
So yeah, what do you think of that matchup from what you know, Tegan, between 4v5? It seemed like most of the chat thought that Blue Alliance was going to take it. They definitely had a little bit more of a veteran experience on that alliance, but rookie Space Turtle really doing a great job for the Blue Alliance in in number 5.
And so what's happening, we've got Jack155 in chat saying, my intake got stuck in Waxton's and neither of us climbed. That's unfortunate. That could be part of it, because I think, in theory, the number 5 alliance should take that match 90% of the time, but it was the 10% that time around in what was a very intense match. I'm still kind of, coming down from how close that was, but yeah, if Waxton's saying if they didn't throw climbs, it would have been an easy win. Main thing is you got to make sure you're ready. The last second climbs, they're really good when they work, but when they're not, you can get burned really hard by them. And we've seen that happen time and time again in second robotics.
Yeah, there you go, Karthik. The last second climbs making the difference in this case, just by not having it all worked out. Just a little bit of a nudge here or there, and everything falls to pieces.
And so we do have the next matchup coming in. This is Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 7. Get your predictions in. I think there's a few seconds left to do so if you haven't already. And this one, normally 2v7 is a pretty similar blowout to 1v8. This one is going to be a lot closer.
Yeah, 7 was that scary alliance that I was mentioning before that has maybe what is the best alliance on paper. But of course, 2 of them are mic-less, so it is going to be a little bit harder to see how this alliance can gel together with Labib and Andrew working together as the primary scorers.
Absolutely.
All right, we are going to get this one underway. Quarters match number 3, we're going to see Red Alliance opting for the double inertia strategy. Jake 5468 on the OG robot. They're going to see what he can do. And the Blue Alliance going for a more traditional tribot, one of each robots.
130 to 110 at the end of Autonomous. So still in Blue Alliance's favor here, perhaps predictably. But, Red Alliance definitely does have a path to victory. It just matters on, Blue Alliance miscommunications. And we see Adam going in for some defense there. It's kind of what he's known for. But getting out, in his style just last second is well done.
Yeah, it's Adam's mission to really make Jake 5468 struggle as much as possible, and then Javon and Mike have to both counter and then also affect the Blue Alliance and their scoring abilities.
And so with 1 minute and 29 seconds left on the clock, we're seeing 227 to 194. We're seeing, I think, Mike with his climber up a little bit peculiar because he's not supposed to be scoring there. He was over by his own human player station. There's no climbing bar there. There's no power cells to block there.
The concept between that is if Adam has balls, he can shoot them over to his side of the field where it's more likely to be picked up. So if he raises his climber, there's a chance he might be able to block some of Adam's shots.
And we are seeing 289 to 249 with some more power cells. Now Red Alliance able to finally activate that control panel, and I think we should see someone go to that shortly, but everyone's busy resetting themselves across the field. Javon getting teched out. That's going to be unfortunate for the Red Alliance, who is quickly losing control of this match. Any grasp of control that they had, though, after, some very impressive performance coming in from the number 7 Alliance. Javon respawning on top of Jake, who had luckily finished his cycle, because otherwise, again, it's kind of hard to score when there's a robot on your head.
Yeah, Red Alliance is just not really finding the angles to get through the counter defense of Adam. Adam just seems to be in the right place every single time. As we have 8 seconds left, Blue Alliance are going for the early climb here, just trying to lock in this win. And it looks like all robots get up.
All robots get up. I think they lost the balance. I saw that they, it flickered to about 560, 563, but then fell back down. Either way. No ranking points in a lens. There's no bonus points for it. So 451 to 548. A win is a win when you're in eliminations, and that puts number 7 in a bit of a comfortable position there, just kind of sitting, feeling a little bit less stressed. Whereas the number 2 seed, they need to now reverse sweep if they want to make it into the semifinals.
Absolutely. Looking at the score graph too, it's basically blue all day. Say for the very beginning where Red Alliance had a little bit of a quicker autonomous, Blue Alliance was just able to capitalize it and ended up being over 100 points ahead by when everything was settled. So great job to the number 7 Alliance pulling off the upset versus number 2, or what would traditionally be an upset. Maybe not the upset in this case.
And so, with that being said, quarterfinals match. Quarterfinals match number 3-1, that's 2v7, will go in favor of the number 7 Alliance, officially having that score locked on in. Once I find that, and I'll let's see who gets rich off of that.
Yeah, predictions in chat, of course, responding to that.
So this next matchup is, I don't really know these teams, but it seems like this is going to be based on what I'm hearing from the two of you.
This is going to be, sorry, what? You maybe cut out.
Sorry. I think this is going to be an intense matchup because it seems like from what I've heard from the two of you so far, and like just looking at the standings and everything, there's a lot of good robots in this match, or good players in this match.
Yes, definitely. We definitely consider perhaps the best player right now was Cone on the Red Alliance. We also have C and Bacon, who are both very, very strong robots. Jeff looks like he's on the Inertia, which is not his wheelhouse. He's not usually comfortable with that, so that may be a point of weakness for the Blue Alliance. And then for Red Alliance, their raw scoring potential maybe is a little bit lower, but their defense ability is a little higher when Cone is on the field.
And
so it's definitely going to be an interesting matchup.
Yeah, I'm interested to see who the number 3 Alliance's third robot comes in as. Again, Cone not on the field yet, and he is probably, he was talking about how he wasn't, feeling very comfortable on the Roboteers. If he loads in on Inertia, that fills out the Tribot for the Red Alliance. So definitely possible for them to do that.
Yeah, that's what I would expect for sure.
But you never know.
Oh, someone's got a robot on their head.
Yep.
Also, yeah. Oh, goodness. Yeah. Nick862 in chat saying, Cone who? Rookie player? Welcome, Nick. Glad to have you with us. This could have been you, Nick. If you'd been available, you qualify for this event. So you got to choose an alliance to vicariously live through for this event.
Yeah, so this matchup, I think, is definitely going to come down to the raw scoring potential of Blue Alliance, which definitely is higher than Red Alliance, versus the defense that Red Alliance can come out with and really, mess up the Blue Alliance's ability here. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
That's true. We just gotta wait for them to all ready up, and we see all starting to load as the countdown goes. And this should be I'd say this would be a pretty close matchup. Not having 3 particularly strong robots, not 3 of the OP players, but definitely very experienced players on these 2 alliances. So
yeah, we saw Cone go for some aggressive steals versus Jeff, trying to abuse that lack of familiarity with that specific robot, and it seems like it's paid off a little bit for the Red Alliance as they're ahead out of autonomous period.
One of the biggest things too that I want to note is Jeff was trying to hold off. I think it was Colin who was going for the power cells that fall, because the power cells, if the human player station is full, they fall on the floor. And they were able to get those, as opposed to the Blue Alliance who tried to challenge for them. They weren't able to get any of those excess power cells.
Cone in the middle of 3 blue robots, just messing with their plans, making it miserable to be there. Man.
Absolutely. And with 231 to 184, the Blue Alliance, they came here to have a good time, and they're feeling, pretty attacked right now. C, who was our number 1 seed, he's on the 6 Alliance now, but he was the number 1 seed after qualifications. He's here, and they're bringing it, they're bringing it close here, 270 to 250. But it's Cone who's putting in the elbow grease there, making it possible for the Red Alliance, who's spending, all of his time messing with his opponents. And it's 1 red robot versus 3 red robots. as far as defense goes. Now Dakota taking on that role, allowing
Nice
Cone to put out the
switch.
cycles.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really good communication from them, and it's paid off. They're now ahead 330 to 304 with just over 50 seconds left in the match. We see Blue Alliance, they finished rotation control. They're going to look to load it up for position control soon. Red Alliance, I believe, has already done rotation control, but not 100% certain on that one. With 39 seconds left.
You see, Cone's just always in the right position to slow down C, to slow down Bacon. These high-scoring robots that we've seen put up big numbers all the time. You know, just really slowing them down as we see the color wheel active for the Red Alliance. Dakota's going to secure that one.
Yeah, it didn't take him too long. We'll see. You know, the number of players who can get that color wheel done quickly and efficiently, it greatly varies depending on how lucky you get your first attempt at it. A lot of players will spin it and they hope to land it on the right spot. We see C going for a climber block, by the way. I don't think that's going to be enough, but Dakota was very
close,
far over to the other side, so we'll see if that swings at him. We'll take a look and see if that match is going to be official or under review in just a second.
You're right, Karthik. Very close match. Looks like it is going to be under review. So I'll just hop over to our review screen. But, you know, less than 20 points between these two alliances. Definitely, you know, both of these alliances came to play.
Yeah, I would guess it gets nervy whenever a match is less than within a tech foul.
Absolutely, yeah. Any small mistake could be the end.
And yeah, people saying in chat, you know, could it be climb D? Dakota was really far into the blue zone, but it appears we'll see if that's all. There are going to be some changes to the score. We'll see if those are all the changes or if that's the full shebang. But at least 617 to 586, Red Lion's going to get the balance as well to add to their score, add insult to injury for the Blue Alliance.
And that's because a blue robot contacted a red robot performing climb defense, which yeah, they get 15 more points for that. So made it a little bit bigger of a gap, but definitely not safe for this Red Alliance going into their second match in a little bit.
Absolutely. And so
1,203 points in that match.
Yeah. No, the numbers are insane in comparison.
Very impressive robots in the simulator and driving from these competitors. Really great job.
That is definitely something we've seen a lot of, is the driver. A lot of these people aren't necessarily their robots drivers either on their real FRC teams. And so we've seen a lot of people, you know, grow leaps and bounds from when they started. I remember back in last March when I think the world record hit 300 points and everyone said that was crazy for a single player score. Now we've got people pushing 475 for a single player run. It's insane.
So we are just waiting on the 8th Alliance to join the field. Reminder, this is 1 versus 8. 8 is down 0-1, unfortunately, for them. And we'll see if they can turn it around, or maybe they're just having a little bit of fun with it.
And this is, you know, a different situation. Last time it was the number 8 seed who was waiting on the number 1 seed. Now it's the number 1 seed waiting on the 8th seed. Changing it around.
Looks like they are doing different robots this time. Cooper on the OG robot.
Five out of 8 alliances have an event winner on them from the last 4 weeks. At least one. That's a crazy statistic there, because that was also
spread
something.
out.
Wait, no, 6 out of 8 apparently, and so that's also something. Karthik, we had 4 events, like 4 district events before this, and everyone could attend 2 events. Most did. There was not a single duplicate winner in any of the events.
Oh wow.
This is very well balanced out field where upsets happen regularly. All right, so we're going to see.
No single number 1 seed won any of those events either.
That's true. The number 1 seed has had a curse a little bit, so we'll see if number 1 can do something about it here. We are going to see double OG, which is definitely non-traditional strategy again. It's really good in terms of firepower, but the problem is you can get defended a lot easier since the OG robot can't really shoot from a protected zone, which is the main problem with it.
And so possibly we have some even saying Alliance 7 may be the only alliance without a winner, and they're arguably one of the strongest alliances at the event. So
yeah, definitely
crazy how the tides have turned here. And
right,
again,
here we go.
Blue needs this one to stay alive, and it was a pretty clean sweep for the number 1 alliance this time around. Number 8 definitely in it more so this time.
Blue's off to a much better start.
Yeah, especially as Logan gets teched early on in the match, and looks like he's having maybe a little bit of some controller issues, having a bit of a difficult time getting himself set up, but he's back into his groove now, and Red Alliance having taken the lead once again. 156 make that full cycle from Logan, bringing it up to 176 to 156. So this one is definitely more, within the realm of possibility for the 8th seed, who needs it to stay alive. Could they pull off the upset here? What do they need to do?
Well, I think they just need to keep firing on all cylinders, right? Their robot composition is like very drastic, kind of weird, wacky, like high scoring only, no defense kind of lineup. And if they can just remain undefended and kind of get those cycles off cleanly, they could be maybe pulling off an upset here.
And I think that's part of it too. The number 1 alliance needs to recognize that this time the number 2 alliance isn't actually trolling them and is actually here to play. Because right now the number 2 alliance has the lead at 332, and of course, as I say that, that's one of the worst parts of game announcing. As soon as I say something, the alliances do something that totally negates whatever I just said. But it's 347 all right now. So all tied up for the time being. So Blue Alliance definitely still has a chance to take this match after the cycle comes in from Cooper, Metal Jello, and Jose, who, despite all of them being like at the bottom of the rankings, are performing very well in the they performed very well in their matches, and they're performing very well on the field right now.
Red Alliance is getting into a little bit of a groove now.
Yeah, they're definitely starting to get a little bit of a gap. Logan got some good blocking off while he had nothing else to do, just kind of messing with the Blue Alliance, preventing them from scoring. Smooth color wheel, maybe?
And their cycles are sort of in sync, too.
Yes.
That's true. And we're seeing Metal Jello, Metal Jello and Cooper, 2 of our rookies here, putting up the numbers for their alliance. But Josh has already cracked that 200-point individual contribution, and they're going to go climb nice and early here. So after
Logan hit the middle bar?
Oh, no.
Logan hit the middle bar there, so we'll see if that changes anything. But this one was definitely a lot closer than the other match, and we'll see. It is under review. So this match that was absolutely, a blowout this last time is definitely, changing it up a little bit here. The number 8 seed, I think the issue was where the number 1 seed didn't adapt. They didn't recognize that the number 8 seed was actually trying hard, so they weren't playing a ton of defense. And so even though Josh put up 256, all 3 of the Blue Alliance robots were popping off that match. 216 from Jose, 187 from Metal Jello, 163 from Cooper. I think that might be one of Cooper's best matches thus far.
Yeah, all coming together for the 8th Alliance to put up a very strong fight against the number 1 seed. And reminder, like, the number 8's alliance was the one that kept getting yoinked from, right? They kept all their picks just completely removed every single time. They pick somebody and they'd leave immediately because they wanted to be on a different alliance. But Alliance 8 showing what they're about. They're definitely no slouches. Oh, man. All right, so we do have an official call.
Is that one sec before we make it official? That is the only call. Is that correct, Mr. Head Referee? Correct. All right. So that is, we have the official score, and by 4 points, the Red Alliance will advance into the semifinals.
Wow. Number 1 seed. Got to be a little bit scared after that one, I think. They can't get too complacent with these matchups. They got to be on their A game all the time.
Yeah, especially they got to be more willing to, adapt mid-match. I'm not sure what, that was really close, and I think the number 1 seed will need to change something if they want to, they need to change something. Otherwise, it's just not going to work for them when you hit alliance, either alliance number 4 or 5 in the semifinals.
So, Karthik, are you starting to kind of understand a little bit about this stuff? I don't know if you want to take a play-by-play match.
I'm content to Tegan's doing a great job here and let her do
Sure.
that. And I'm just going to throw in my insights wherever I can. I don't want to take away from the experience for everyone here because I still have a hard time telling the difference between the individual players and the such. So I would mangle that. I'd be like
For
that,
sure.
I'd be like that game announcer who doesn't know to look at the bumpers for the team numbers.
Yeah.
Like the
Understandable.
robot over in the corner. The robot over in the corner. There are 4 corners, damn it.
The one
That's
doing
true.
the thing.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the 4v5 matchup, and I believe 4 took the first one, so it's do or die for alliance number 5, seeing what they can do.
And also, I just want to give a shout out to Bacon 14212, who is on the number 6 alliance for donating 10 tier 1 subs to the community.
Wow.
So, if you got a sub thanks to Bacon, make sure to give him a shout. It's pretty awesome of him to do. And also, while we're in this little bit of downtime, let's see who's gonna make it into the semifinals to fight for that Vex Pro gift card.
So last time out, this was like a really close and like well played matchup.
Yeah, definitely. We saw it was only like 30 points gap in the end, so we're gonna see what these alliances can do. We do see a good steal here from Anthony. That's one of the critical things we see. Space Turtle blocking Casey out so that Anthony can go in the protected zone and get a bunch of those overflown balls. Of course, you can only have so many balls in the human player station, just like real FRC in this game.
And that's when we see them fall onto the field. Waxton getting reset. How often does Waxton go on the inertia robot?
This is definitely super rare. Actually, that's an interesting point. Wait, Waxton was the OG last time, and now it's Casey. So Casey, the Alliance captain, I believe. Or actually, no, it's Jack. Jack was the Alliance captain, but one of the very strong robots changing their robot to a more scoring focus.
And we saw Casey last time doing a lot of defense. Waxton, though, even though he's less experienced on it, has been playing very well this time. Hasn't gotten tech, is still getting in the way, is lifting his climber up, he's blocking shots. So Casey, after going on that hyper-aggressive defensive role, has gifted the reins to Waxton, saying, hey man, you take it, I'll try and get the power cells up. And it seems to be working for the Blue Alliance this time, 291 to 275, the current score. So 25 points. Saying here, Cohen saying conspiracy theory, Casey and Waxton switched their bumpers. Maybe, I guess.
Switch their bumpers?
That could be possible.
Waxton's playing under Casey's name or something?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe. But even so, regardless, so we're seeing a lot of good defense coming in right now from Waxton / Casey / the Blue Alliance to really get in the way of that number 4 alliance who just took this one last time. We'll see what they do this time around. And a big hit coming in from Waxton onto Space Turtle, who was putting those up as the inertia for the Red Alliance. Dar picking up for the Blue Alliance. And Color Wheel able to be done by the Blue Alliance right now. We'll see if anyone makes a move towards it. Same for Red. Looks like Blue Alliance is doing it now. Red Alliance yet to do so, but there's 9 seconds left, so there's not a ton of time for them to do it if they want to do it.
They're just going to climb.
Looks like they're going to climb, and that could be the mistake.
Oh.
Oh.
It was close at the end, but not quite enough. And Blue is going to presumably take this one more. We'll wait for final confirmation from our head referee. But wow.
And neither alliance doing position control. That's just something to note. Neither alliance doing position control. And so at the end of the match, that's another 20 points?
Yep.
That were left on the table, and for the Red Lions, that could have
swung the match.
sealed their ticket. This match is under review, so we'll see what went down there.
And I think the key differentiator here is that Waxton played really well on Inertia, and then Casey took the OG reins and really had a great game as well. So that swap seems to be of like critical change that the Blue Alliance made to kind of get back into this series.
And we do have someone in the question box, so our referee will go hang out with them in just a second. As we see that, Waxton saying that was fun. There's the conspiracy theory in chat that maybe it was Casey with the different display name. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But either way,
so I think Casey's a strong OG player as well. So
I think it's less because people think Casey was the OG and more because people have never seen Waxton play that well on
Inertia.
On Inertia, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Waxton saying that's my first Inertia match. How did I do?
Very well, Waxton. Very well.
And we do have, I see our head referee, just give you some leaks. Head referee is in the Alliance 5 chat right now. So, interesting to see how that shakes out.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any score change required.
It's never a good thing when the head referee comes to talk to you after the match.
Exactly.
No, it's not.
When you're in the stands and you see like the head referee gathering behind one Alliance station, that's when like everything,
Everything's gone wrong.
What happened?
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you see the head referee talking to the FTA, it's like, uh-oh, get your replay shoes on, folks.
That just reminds me of, I don't know, it reminds me of the Western match in 2018. Quarterfinals 1v8. That's another one where
was that the one when Parkside just obliterated 2702 while they were hanging?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yeah.
Oh my. All right, so we see them head ref moving back to the question box, taking a representative from both alliances.
That is something that's different. That is something that's different about this is you get normally it's just you and the head ref talking to your alliance and the head ref walks away. Here it's like each alliance from the representative gets to talk to each other and the head ref at the same time, which changes the dynamic a little bit. Because one might say you did this.
It would be interesting if our question boxes were like dual alliance. Because I think that some people would be a little bit less bold with the things they say. It's hard to say that stuff right in front of your opponent.
Yeah, for sure.
Interesting.
People don't worry about that too much here. I can tell you that much.
Nah, I think
especially after we've been through double alliance selection, what happens on the field stays on the field pretty well most of the time, and so we see sometimes people aren't afraid to speak up.
I feel like we need the YMCA to be playing right now.
Yeah. The traditional interlude music.
Yeah. It's like, oh, YMCA is on. Something really bad's happening right now.
Yeah. Field is broken. Something's going down.
Yeah. The amount of times
are being handed out.
I've kind of turned to the scores. Turned to the AV table and just been like, YMCA, it's bad.
Yeah.
Do we have music on for the stream, by the way?
We do.
Just okay.
Not like super DMCA-able stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Twitch has gotten super aggressive about that.
Yeah. We have Christine in chat saying that Karthik should sing.
Christine, I don't know if you want that. I have to say, but ever since we've been doing these streams without copyright music, it's like I don't have the motivation to sing even.
Yeah.
All right. So our head referee is back. He's gonna tell everyone what went on with this match. So, Cobb, take it away.
So prior to the match, when the players joined, when Waxton and Casey joined, they switched names with each other. So they were actually playing with each other's names. Which is a violation of Rule E4. So technically what should have happened is the players should have been kicked and forced to swap before the match. But since before the match it was unknown to the referees that what happened, we are going to replay the match as it should have been done. So that replay will take place immediately.
Okay. So that is dramatic. We are going to clear out the rest of the field.
All right.
Okay, so was that the Blue Alliance switched bumpers? Is that what happened?
Yes, correct. So Casey and Waxton were playing under one another's names, and so in our supplementary rule book, Rule E4 reads, "Connect with your signed up name only. Other names not listed in the schedule will be kicked from the server." So normally, if you're not signed up with your signed up name at the event, you get kicked because otherwise.
Yeah, and that's there to prevent the three best players just playing on an alliance and kicking out some other player, I guess, as the name.
And it also gives people the right to, or it gives us also the right to tell people like, hey, we have an event going on as well. That's another thing. Sometimes if the server doesn't have a password on it and people connect to it mid-event, that can throw some things off a little bit.
Okay, so all the players are on the field are just waiting for our head referee to get connected to the field so that he can record anything that might need to change.
I enjoy that the head referee is the same dude who got declined 11 times.
Yeah.
Like, was that it? It's just like, I've been declined this many times. I give up being a player. I'm just going to be a ref.
No. Not quite, but yeah, it is the same guy.
Actually, I believe had the option. I believe you were. I believe you may have. Was he invited to the event, or was he?
He was invited. Yeah, he did qualify, but he declined to help ref, which we really appreciate because events don't happen without our volunteers.
I mean, I'm sure part of it is that he just wanted to feel the feeling of declining.
There you go.
Oh, that's true. I hadn't even thought about that, and I definitely. I mean, being a referee, it's all fun and games too. It's actually I don't know. I find it fun until it's not. So I'm glad Cobb took that on for me, so I didn't have to do it this week.
I love that we spent the first 34 seconds of this match discussing the head referee.
Yes.
Cobby,
talking about the match.
Yeah, talking about this match. It is still in Blue Alliance's favor, by the way. Blue Alliance did win the match before it was replayed. We're going to see if they're able to hold on to that win or not. 223 to 204 as robots are on the move. Like we said, this is a lot of... it's a lot more casual here watching these matches, and it's 242 to 241 right now. As robots are still putting up as many power cells as they can. Waxton now on the OG robot.
Anthony.
Putting up those power cells indeed.
Now stuck on his partner. Casey getting the climber blocks off on Dar. Really causing havoc on the Red Alliance.
And so Blue Alliance right now with the advantage here. Jack having been reset. He got reset importantly before Waxton got there because Waxton was about to do a cycle. And that really could have thrown him off, especially as the OG. You don't have that, turreting ability. A lot of people have an aiming circle, but that doesn't necessarily mean that if you move, you notice it right away. You might fire a shot or two before you realize. I would just also like to point out the power cell that is currently sitting on top of the Red Alliance goal.
Yeah. It has gotten stuck up there.
Which also means that they will only be playing with 39 power cells on the field. So...
Oh no.
What will they do? Well, Red Alliance Blue Alliance doesn't seem to be that bothered by it. 435 to 394 in the last 15 seconds of the match. Red Alliance having not gone for position control or rotation control yet. So interesting to see them kind of just ignoring the color wheel. Okay, they go for it now with 5 seconds left. But as they go up for the climbs, completely neglecting that, totally change of pace from what we saw in qualifications, and we now see 590 to 538. So there's no change in winner based off of the replay, but still something, a bit more of a comfortable win there that time for the Blue Alliance. And qualification match or quarterfinal match 2-2-2 stands. So the number 5 alliance will take one, and this series is going to a rubber match.
Absolutely. So strong performance there from the Red Alliance. You got to say Casey was really causing a lot of havoc for especially Dar on the Red Alliance with the Roboteers. Getting that climber up to block any potential shots, and Dar was trying to find a way around, kind of nudging, trying to shoot, and then bump, and then shoot, and then bump, but wasn't enough in the end.
And so, with that being said, 590 to 538, the tech foul obviously not making the difference there, but still something that these teams need to be more aware of. That means, again, quarterfinal series number 2 is going to a third match of Alliance number 4 versus Alliance number 5. But speaking of powerful alliances, we have Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 7 coming up. And again, reminder, Alliance 7 might be very strong, but they're the only alliance at the event that doesn't have an event winner on their alliance. So, there's a lot of upsets that happen, but this one could be the greatest upset of all, with 3 non-purple bannered players coming into the event.
All right, looks like we're good to go.
I think it's awesome that the banners are purple.
Yeah.
Yeah, we couldn't just go straight for the blue banners. We had to slightly shake it up.
Jake got tech fouled there, getting a little bit too slow on the steal, and Labib was able to touch him in the protected area of the trench. And we'll get the scores up. That's going to give Blue Alliance a little bit of an edge here, 154 to 132.
We're seeing here with 2 minutes left on the board, lots of different opportunities, for these teams to take it their way. But the number 7 Alliance right now, who took the first match, Red needing this one to stay alive, is currently in the lead. Javon going in for the defense on Adam, and Labib pushing them around 192 to 192 currently score. And then now Red taking the lead for a brief moment before Labib responds with a full hopper of his own. Adam and Javon going toe-to-toe over by that initiation line as Mike puts up a cycle of his own on the inertia. Again, the double inertia strategy for the number 2 Alliance versus the Tribot coming in from the Blue Alliance, Alliance number 7. Labib getting hit by Mike, misses those first 2 out of his hopper and has to go in for the shorter range triangle shots, which means they only went in for 2 points apiece. You can't score inners from there. 309 to 298, the current score. So actually in the Red Alliance's favor. Looks like Red even using the color wheel to get some extra points this time. We've seen that neglected by other alliances. Red Alliance, though, says, hey, we'll take points wherever we can get them right now. And with 50 seconds left on the clock, they are up by about 40 points as Javon and Jake colliding as Javon reset on top of Jake, but were able to get off without having to reset themselves. Jake with a pretty big jam there in his hopper. And Adam just getting out of a tech from Javon and actually getting a power cell to his name, too. So stealing is such a big thing here. Stealing power cells. We see Adam going in really deep and getting teched. That'll really help bring the number 2 Alliance back into this one with 22 seconds left on the clock here. 408 to 423 as it's now anybody's game. We'll see if the Blue Alliance is able to pull off a last-second cycle. We see Andrew with the full hopper putting those up for the red for the number 7 Alliance and doing the color wheel to help make them a little more secure. Don't think the Red Alliance is going to be able to do
6
that.
seconds.
And a little bit of contact in the end game.
Not enough room to squeeze through.
They might have gotten up just in time. I expect.
Labib's on the ground right now.
Labib's on the ground, 550 to 515. I expect this match will be under review just based on what I saw, but we'll see if that is the case because that was a very close endgame for these competitors.
Reminder here, folks, if 7 or the Blue Alliance wins, Alliance number 2 will be knocked out, or the Red Alliance. And score will stand. So that confirms that number 7 is going to be moving on to the semifinals to meet whoever they end up playing against. It's going to be the winner of the next match.
And so that means number 7 Alliance, again, booking their ticket to semifinals. Number 2 Alliance, thanks for hanging out with us. That's Jake, Javon, and Mike. You guys did a fantastic job. We loved having you, and I hope you stick around. Find an Alliance to cheer on into the finals. And, Alliance number 7, their hopes and dreams are still alive. And remember, it's not all for glory. There are Vex Pro gift cards on the line here for our winners of the event. So they're giving it their all. Props to number 7 Alliance for booking their ticket to the semifinals. And I'll get the prediction started for you all. For this next match, again, this one is who will win this match, Alliance number 3 versus Alliance number 6. So reminder, who took it the first time around, it was a close match, I believe. I lost my elims bracket. I have to find that tab. It was a close match here, 617 to 586 in favor of the number 3 Alliance. We'll see what the number 6 Alliance has to say about that, though, this time around.
And we'll get rolling right away. Same robot composition as last match, so no changes or edits from that regard, but maybe some of the play is going to be slightly different here.
And so with 15 seconds in, we'll see who comes out on top after Autonomous, and it is going to be a slight advantage to the number 6 Alliance of Blue. 115 to 119 was the score at the end of Auto. And we're seeing right now, 6 points, that's 1 power cell in Auto. It's not that many, as Cone does reset himself, or gets reset rather, on the field. Dakota putting up some power cells as well for the Red Alliance to take back the lead for just a brief moment. Cone's going to get reset once more after he was, entangled with Jeff, and goes for the big steal. I think that's 3 or 4 power cells that Cone has just stolen away from the number 6 seed, and puts those up for his alliance. 202-8 now, so this is a very close matchup. Only 8 points separating these two alliances, as Jeff is here now. His climber is up, ready for blocking, and will put those power cells up. We see 250 as it is briefly tied, as Cone now, again, just really getting in the way of the Blue Alliance, but not getting teched, which is the critical part. C does steal 1 power cell on his way to
trying
climber
to get
block.
in the action too.
Looks like C will get respawned. Or sorry, Jeff rather getting respawn. C, who's on the Roboteers, who's just putting up some power cells for his alliance. Both alliances having the option to go for rotation control, and Dakota's doing that now for the number 3 alliance. That'll give them an additional 15 points. Is it 10 points or 15 points?
15 for the
15 points. 15 for the rotation control. With 47 seconds left, it's still anybody's game. Cone getting reset yet again. We see him getting reset, but that's not worth any points. So it's really good use of his time to waste his opponent's time. See another cycle coming in on that Roboteers. You see those high arc shots going in 404 to 401 as it's now 3 points, 1 power cell separating these two alliances with 27 seconds left. C waiting at the human player station, looking to pick up whatever power cells he can get straight from the hopper, or straight from the human player station. Red Alliance now able to go do position control. We see C doing it for the Blue Alliance as well. That's going to be an additional 30 points for both alliances. Looks
Dakota's
like
struggling with it.
Dakota's having some issues and will actually just walk away from it instead, going for the climbs. And as the clock strikes 0, it is just a victory right now for the number 6 Alliance. And if that stands, we're going to a rubber match.
Yeah, you can see Dakota 346 in the bottom part of your screen, just trying to get that color wheel gone onto that right position, but wasn't able to find it, and that cost the match potentially here, as the score will stand.
That means we are going to see 2 rubber matches in the quarterfinals. So lots of close matches, a lot of fun. The control panel miss, really, striking disaster for the Red Alliance at the very last second.
So in terms of like gameplay experience, what are they doing to control the control panel? Like, is it just like a timer, or?
So the control panel is linked to a couple different parts of the robot. It's connected to, like, the height is connected to the climber, so you'll raise your climber up a little bit, and that will either make contact or remove contact. And then as for the actual spinning part, it's connected with your intake, so you could either stop your intake or run your intake slower to kind of spin it in the right position.
And you have something on your dashboard, or are you looking at the screen too?
Yeah, so in terms of the rotation, most players look at the LED indication light, like the stack light. And then as for the actual position, to know what position you are, as we look on the field, you can see right now in the bottom hand of your screen, one of the colors is actually lit up just like glowy white, kind of.
Yep.
So they'll just transition to the white instead of like a specific color being displayed on the dashboard or something.
Here, Brennan, do you want to go to Dar's point of view, and I'll get him to show what it looks like from the.
I think we can.
Or
I think it's okay.
Yeah, no,
do it. Do it during the match. I want you to go through all the different player views to show it to us during the match. Okay. Color wheel positioning only takes half a second. Do it quickly. That's another point. That's another part of it too. There is the color wheel manipulator, but once we get back to seeing alliance number 1. If you see Logan doing the color wheel, he normally just uses the side of his climber and drives a little bit forward to push it to where it needs to be.
Yeah, nudging it.
Yeah, if you just nudge it.
That's a neat approach.
All right, so we have the rubber match between 4 and 5, I believe. So we did see a replay, where the one match that got replayed was the Blue Alliance victory, so I think you have to say that they have the slight edge going into this one, but Red Alliance has kept it pretty close all the matches, so one mistake can really cost them for sure.
And we will see here. So yeah, you're right. Technically, these alliances have played 3 matches already, and it's been 2-1 in favor of the Blue Alliance. But we'll see if that happens again as robots get underway.
Yeah, a little bit of a mess up there for the Blue Alliance, missing a couple of shots, but the rest of it seems to go fairly smoothly, and it's actually going to be the Blue Alliance coming out ahead, 118 to 110. Going to see all these alliances try and kind of find their groove, find their method for maximizing their points. And Blue Alliance already kind of jumping out ahead a little bit, even after the first kind of round of cycles that these robots are taking.
We're seeing Jack just giving Anthony a hard time and actually getting some of those power cells away from that guard. Space Turtle flying across the field there as he got reset. We've seen things like that happen before, where a robot will get reset and they just fall down.
Yeah,
132
absolutely.
left on the clock here with a 30-point gap between the two. We're seeing Anthony putting up their power cells right now for the Red Alliance, and Casey still there, still playing some defense as he gets respawned across the field here. Blue Alliance has the opportunity to go for, I believe, the control panel right now, or believe the rotation control right now, as does Red Alliance. We see those power ports light up with the fancy LEDs, 289 to 266. Big cycle from Dar, by the way, that he just put up on the Roboteers. That helps bring Red Alliance right back in it, in what is a match where we're seeing right now power cells just going up at the same time for both alliances, but Blue had more robots there for that cycle, and we also saw Blue Alliance do the rotation control earlier than the Red Alliance. 47 seconds left on the clock here. It's this 40-point gap between the two, and Waxton putting up the power cells for the Blue Alliance. Dar's going to get respawned now, so seeing a bit of a shift in how the Red Alliance is playing this one, seeing different people playing defense. 30 seconds left on the clock with, this one looks like it's in the hands of the Blue Alliance pretty heavily here, but we're not, nothing is set in stone until the clock strikes 0.
Yeah, color wheel set already by Jack, it looks like. So Blue Alliance is completed. And they're just climbing super early. Look at this, 10-second climb. They're already going to go up. Red Alliance going to scramble to get their climbs off as well. But it looks like Blue Alliance is comfortable, especially with the missed climb potentially there at the end. Anthony falling off the bar. We'll see if that one counts. But comfortable win here for the Blue Alliance.
And if this score stands, they will be booking their ticket to the semifinals to go against the opponent alliance here. So 600 to 542, I believe, is official. Yeah,
Yep,
that
that's
match
confirmed.
does stand.
So be Alliance 5 in the semifinals against Alliance number 1.
Well, that'll be an interesting matchup. They both have 600-point potential, as we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, definitely. And we see the contrasting styles too. With the double inertia from the Blue Alliance, we've seen Casey been very successful with that. We'll see if Red Alliance can deal with that in the semifinals. But before that, we have one final rubber match to go. 3 versus 6. It's gone the distance. That's one that you called out, Karthik, as being a potential close one, and close it has been. So, going to be coming down to this final match here.
Yeah, close and high scoring every time out too. So
absolutely,
that is very true. So this is 3v6. Predictions are open, so you can put your coins on it. My apologies, I missed the last one.
Yeah, we see no robot changes. Same old, same old. All of these alliances, they know what they do best, and they know how to do it great. It's just going to come down to execution and seeing who can really, cement themselves as the better alliance for this final and deciding match.
And so some other things too that I want to point out is we're seeing here like Cone on the inertia. It seems to be where he's most comfortable, but Colin, I want to give props to him. He was one of the lower seeds, and he's playing very well on that high-scoring robot regardless. Jeff also had a really good day. He was up in the top of the seeding for quite a while, even taking a stab at the top 3 for quite some time, and so I think he's really bringing it this time on the inertia instead of the Roboteers, which he was more comfortable on. I don't know. I really like these alliance compositions. I think they're very solid in the way that they play. But
absolutely,
we should see.
All right, let's do this.
All right. Do or die. Once again, Cone really attacking Jeff. Jeff's going to attack back, but you can see Cone was able to get a couple balls off of Jeff's side, which would traditionally be, owned by the Blue Alliance, air quotes. So
nice start for Red.
Wow.
Yeah. I guess that's another thing too that just like you don't realize until you think about it later, because it's not autonomous. You do get a lot of contact happening. And they just don't tech out Cone. He was right at the edge of that trench there. But,
yeah,
you can get some pretty big contact between these two teams in the quote-unquote autonomous period where points are just worth more for, the fact that it's the first 15 seconds of the match, not because of any programming or anything like that. And so Dakota had a bit of a jam. I saw 2 of those power cells fall out the front of his
he flipped on the... Oh, he's on top of the blue robot.
Oh, and
that's
critical. Red robot.
Calling having some issues. Something I also just wanted to point out. Dakota or at least did, in that one cycle, drove backwards under the trench. Not sure why it worked. He didn't hit anything, but it was interesting to see, that different approach taken to it, to just go under fast. Which normally, an inertia maybe, because you've got the turret, you can do that a little bit better. You don't need to be necessarily looking where you're going, but I just thought that was something interesting to point out. As C gets respawn, nearly lands on top of Colin for the reverse of what we had seen earlier, where Colin was on top of C.
Yeah, Colin just had a really weird physics engine glitch or something with the picking up, and just got flipped and was forced to reset, so... That definitely brought Blue Alliance back into this a little bit, especially after their Red Alliance's pretty dominant autonomous mode.
Absolutely. And it's about a 40-point gap. Now make that even higher because of that cycle that just came in from Colin, who's now also going for the control panel. Does look like that one's done. You can see the light blinking.
It.
Yeah. And that's going to be a nice hollow points. Some interesting shots missed from the Blue Alliance there. Those were going straight into the wall from Jeff, who has been, again, playing really well this whole tournament.
Bacon's getting held.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my.
With 5 seconds left, it's chaos in the rendezvous.
And Blue misses a climb.
Blue misses, I think, most of their climbs.
Oh, man.
Blue
But
was
it's been close, but this one was just, I don't know
Red
what Red
really
Alliance
gave
did,
some
but yeah.
Red gave some opportunities to the Blue Alliance there. Blue had their
That's
chances.
true. That's true, and they'll need to patch those out if they want to, seal the
Continue
deal
going
when
on.
it comes to semis. And this match does stand, so that means that's going to be your number 3 alliance, captained by Dakota, with Cone and Colin moving on to the semifinals versus Bacon, C4678, and Jeff. So C, your captain, who was on so many alliances during alliance selection.
Yeah, went from the 1st seed to the 4th seed to the 6th seed, and now eliminated in quarterfinals. Maybe Alliance 1 was a better place.
Hey, Brennan and Tegan, I just want to say thanks for having me here. My dinner just arrived, so I'm gonna go do that. But I'm probably gonna watch on my phone anyways to keep seeing this action because this is like super. I'm invested at this point now. But thanks for having me here. This was a lot of fun, and this is like some cool stuff. And you're ever doing more double alliance selections? Let's bring this to a real event somehow. I'm intrigued.
It's happened before. We can make it happen again in off season.
Yeah, in
sure.
an off-season event.
Yeah,
Yeah.
off season.
Well, yeah, obviously, yeah.
Pull up Dean. Let's see if we can make this one happen.
Let's just sneak it in at like the Carlton district, Brennan. Let's just do that.
Yeah, nobody will notice.
No, exactly. All right, thanks for having me, folks. This has been a great time. Take it easy,
All right,
everyone.
thanks for joining us, Karthik. It was a lot of fun having you.
All right, bye.
Bye. All right. So, with that being said, our quarterfinals are done. And it means we've got a few more matches to go. This one's going to be Alliance number 5, who pulled off the upset versus 4, although it was a very close one, versus Alliance number 1, who's been, on they 2-0 sweeped early on. They've had some time to practice, but maybe they're not as on their toes as the other alliance might be.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be an interesting challenge for both of these, or for all of these alliances, as they kind of move to the next stage of competitiveness. One had a very close call with 8. 5 had to battle it out with 4. So neither of these guys are, escaping quarterfinals unscathed. You have to say they had a little bit of a rough ride to get here. So we shall see.
Absolutely. And so as we get the semifinals about to get underway, we'll see, again, Logan on the OG, Josh on the Robo Tiers, I believe, and Ricardo on the OG. All right. So waiting again for the one final member of Alliance number 5 to join the field before we get this started. We see Casey loading in on the inertia, unsurprisingly.
Yeah, and looks like all of the robots are in the field, and it's going to be a real battle between, the defense of Casey that we've been seeing is so effective versus other alliances, and this raw scoring power of Josh 4910 and Logan 4476, seeing what they can do. All right, so it looks like one of the players is not quite ready yet, so we're just going to wait for a couple seconds.
And so what are you expecting? Who do you think takes this one?
Oh, man. I am not confident in this. I think it's going to be very close. I think if Casey is allowed to do what he did to Alliance number 4, Alliance number 5 is going to take it. But if Ricardo can negate Casey and really slow him down, I think number 1 has it. So it's really hinging on how Ricardo does, I think.
I would agree. And I think the whole thing is fouls. And this one, we saw Ricardo in the first match. They obviously clean swept the number 8 alliance. But in the first match, in the first 20 seconds, he got a tech foul. And you just can't be doing that when it's a much closer matchup. Oh, predictions, I believe, were opened. Yes, the predictions were open. They have now been closed. So that means we are good to get this match underway. And with
All right.
all 6 robots on the field, yeah, we're seeing Josh and Logan carry. We'll see if what Ricardo ends up doing. Right now, he's got to get his power cells for the autonomous period.
Logan a bit of jam, bit of a miss, and Ricardo blocking, but Logan's not going to go for that, and it was not a great autonomous from either side, to be honest.
And it's still like slow to the next cycle. Normally you get people scoring like right after Otto. Waxton and Ricardo are the next ones. Waxton with a jam just finally goes off for the tech for Casey. And Casey, you can't be doing that, man, especially not against the number 1 seed. He does get respawned. And 187 to 169, your current score. So Red Alliance feeling a little bit more comfortable with their 20-point gap, but anything can change so quickly here in XRC. 208 to 195. Casey with the blocks, and he's not going to get reset either. He's kind of in control of his own destiny there, holding a high pin circle, but able to make his way free from the rest of the field.
Ricardo bumps Logan. Oh, the tech, though.
The tech, Casey, yet again, that's 2 technical fouls, and we've seen him win events while getting teched out twice a match before, but especially against the number 1 seed, it's really difficult when you can't, counterplay against that. But Jack and Waxon right now just scoring full pin right now, whereas Josh currently the MVP of the match, 136, but Waxon and Jack are coming for that title really quickly here. We see Casey going in for another steal.
Josh having to go running around everywhere.
Look at Josh. He's just trying to find a path, but there's nowhere for him to go. 337 to 303. Man's be driving out like the Sahara Desert here. It's insane. He's like trying to find like absolutely anywhere. He's just driving the opposite direction of where he needs to be, but it's in Red Alliance's favor right now, 400 to 347. Your current score with 39 seconds left on the clock right now. So Logan and Josh right now really putting in the work there. Logan at 149, Josh just over 180 points contributed. And it is going to be hard for the number 5 seed to do anything. And it's all the tech fouls. It's the 2 tech fouls separating these 2 alliances right now. All in the name of 8 blocked power cells, indeed. Red Alliance now able to do position control should they choose. And you've got Josh and Logan there, both able to just do it so quickly. We see Josh do it like it's no problem. And with the far shot coming in at the last second, always fun to watch. And as the robots go up, it looks like they just get the climbs. We'll see what happens.
I don't think Ricardo climbed. And
I don't
looks like
think
we
so
have a
either.
question box immediately.
Unsurprising coming in from that last match. We're going to see that one go under review. Semifinals 1-1 immediately. And we go from one guest commentator to another. I'd like to welcome in Nick862 to the announcer's box. Nick, how you doing?
Doing all right. Somebody had to be better Karthik, so here I am.
Oh my gosh.
Crowd
Karthik,
favorite.
watching, I am playing. Much respect. All right, so what just happened? Fill me in. I didn't watch.
So
are you caught up on the alliances at all?
Oh yeah, that too.
It's starting with that. Oh.
No.
Nick. Okay. All right, so
I joined in at the second quarterfinal.
Awesome.
Okay, so there's 4 alliances still in, 1, 5, 7, and 3. We just saw 1v5 play where it was Logan, Josh, Ricardo against Casey, Jack, Waxton. Tentatively, Red Alliance won that match, but the match is under review because there may have been some climb D by the Red Alliance. Could swing the match. Not sure yet.
We do have someone in the question box from the number 5 alliance.
Yep.
So our head referee is just chatting with them. You know, the number 5 alliance who were pretty naughty in the quarterfinals. They're cleaning up their act a little bit now, and just want to check in and make sure that everything's going according to the book.
It would not be an SRC event if there wasn't match deciding climb D in a very prominent eliminations match. So glad to see the return to normality.
Well, I mean, question box. I mean, I don't know how else to put it. When you break an event rule such that the match has to be replayed, I don't know how else to put it, Adam. That's how she goes sometimes. Nick, I'm not sure if you saw that, but the other thing, just while we're here, that I want to mention. We did a double accept, as you know. So, just as a fun little fact, the captain of the number 1 alliance seated second. I'm just trying to pull up the rankings and compare that to who was where. 1 second. So the captain of the number 1 seed is Logan. He seated second. The captain of the number 2 alliance was Jake. He seated 7th. Captain of number 3 was Dakota, who seated 4th. Captain number 4 was Anthony, who seated 5th. Captain number 5 was Jack, who seated 6th. Captain of 6 is Jeff, who seated 8th. Captain of 7 is Labib, who seated 9th. And captain of 8 is Jose, who seated 22nd.
Wow, what an awful format. Makes 0 sense.
It's highly entertaining.
It only took 45 minutes to get through alliance selection. Don't worry about it.
I think we should try out. I think we should try out triple accept.
Triple accept.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know. I can barely wrap my head around how double accept works. So I'm not interested to go further. I think we should just pair people by ranking because it's such a good indicator of robot performance. Like, one just auto chooses 2. Let's speed this up.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I mean,
double accept, double
always
decline, Casey's saying. So, according to chat, I'm supposed to ask Brennan how you think that Jeff did on inertia.
Is this Jeff asking?
Yeah.
Or chat asking?
Chat, according to chat by some random person named Just Call, how did Jeff do?
I think everybody did fantastic.
That's such a wholesome answer, and he's also lying.
I wouldn't say he was lying. I thought the playstyle was pretty good, especially for someone who's not, an inertia main. I think Definitely. I've actually been really impressed with everyone's play. Like, I don't think anyone's dropped the ball today. Everyone brought their A game. And I would credit that to the incentive that if you win, you get a $25 Vex Pro gift card, thanks to our sponsor, Vex Pro.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when I declined the event, I didn't know there was prize money, so kind of heated, but
when you
life goes
the event,
on.
There wasn't prize money yet.
That's brutal. I don't know. Most players seem to be playing well. Cone consistently scoring under 100, so really sad to see him underperforming for his alliance. I know he's not regarded as the best player in the community, but I'd like to see him do a little better in the future.
And while the final ruling has come in, we're just getting the points adjusted. Accordingly, it's going to be 590 to 572, so a win for the Red Alliance still after all has been said and done due to some end game points added to the Blue Alliance, but also some auto defense points added to the Red Alliance. So all evening out to be 590 to 572. Your final score for semifinals, number 1, match number 1. Welcome to semis. And so that means alliance number 1 is going to be up by 1. I'll start a prediction for semifinals 2, match number 2, before we get the match started, which means I have to go find the alliance numbers. Yeah, so this is who will win this match? Alliance number 7 versus alliance number 3. So get your votes in now.
Yeah, alliance number 7 has been pretty dominant so far. They kind of crushed alliance 2, wasn't really very close. So I think they have to be the favorite heading up into this matchup. But, if anybody's going to pull off an upset, Cone, Dakota, and Colin, that might be the alliance that just, really nails it out of their performance and just playing better than they would maybe necessarily on paper.
Yeah, they've been playing very well, and I think part of that is just like Cone on the inertia. Not only, he scored up to over 180, I think, in his first match on inertia in a Tribot setup. Like, he's still putting up, I know it's the rookie bot and all that stuff, but he's playing, quite well for that. And so we're going to see out of Autonomous who takes this one. I think that sets the tone for the match out of Auto. right away. And we see a few power cells left on the field here and there.
Adam was struggling a little bit there with the autonomous. He was trying to pick up balls. Labib jamming, and that's going to give Red Alliance a bit of a deficit, but they did recover a bit.
Adam already being reset. So 129 to 111, the current score. Blue able to get a few extra shots in after teleop that popped it up for them here. 1 minute and 58 seconds left, so still plenty of time for things to change. But right now, this one's looking like it's in the number 3 alliance's favor, perhaps unsurprisingly, or perhaps surprisingly, or unsurprisingly, depending on who you favor in this match.
Couple balls hitting the wall, not really finding their home in the goal. Adam's in a danger.
Very dangerous position, but just gets out in time. That could have spelled disaster for the Red Alliance really quickly.
And it is slowly but surely going towards Red Alliance's favor as Red Alliance is slowly edging out. They're just getting more shots off, and Cone's focusing exclusively on preventing Adam from doing anything rather than like actually doing anything to the Red Alliance. And it is close, folks. Neck and neck. Now Cone getting some action in on Andrew, trying to get some shots off.
And we're seeing here 300 to 295, so still 5 points between these two alliances. As Blue Alliance finishes the control panel for the rotation control, that's going to be a few extra points to buff that gap, but it's still anybody's game here with 45 seconds left. And Dakota putting up some power cells for the Blue Alliance there. So it's, again, the number 3.
Lying in wait for Labib, but he lets him go.
Colin and Adam really going toe-to-toe, but Adam, not only does he fire them away just in case, he did get out without being reset. So best case scenario there for Adam, gets the power cells over for Labib to scoop up, and he does do so. Again, Alliance number 7 in the red bumpers. We've got Adam resetting yet again, and Red Alliance having taken the lead for a brief moment, going for control. If Labib gets control panel, that's going to help them out because I don't believe Blue has not done that thus far. Not available to them until this point with 9 seconds left. Cone going for the climb D. Adam going for the block on Cone as well, trying to get him reset with 3 seconds left.
Cone's going to be really hard to get in there.
And as the climb go up, is the number 7 Alliance just hanging on for the time being.
Wow, that happened.
Man,
yeah,
the reset on Cone at the end really
that
just
really hurt.
Swung the match there.
I don't know if I'm misremembering it from 15 seconds ago, but Cone intentionally reset himself out, right? Like he wasn't getting pinned from the other direction.
No, he was getting pinned.
Yeah.
Oh, that's an L.
Yeah, he was getting pinned by Adam and Labib, and I think Labib got up. Adam or Cone did not. So out of that, Labib is cracked, says Cone. So obviously, the camaraderie between the alliances is there, which we always like to see. Someone asking for him to clip that, so if someone in Twitch wants to clip that, while we get the other 2 alliances loaded up. Score still not official just yet.
It is really funny to envision Adam congratulating himself in the alliance chat and no one responding due to the lack of mics. It's just a funny visual.
That's true, right? Like the other, like Labib is over there climbing absolutely last second, and his alliance partners have no idea what's going on. The whole reason why they win this, though, an end game score of 10 points for the Blue Alliance.
Let's go! Wow.
He gets the climb, and whatever happened just knocked all of the Blue Alliance off the bar.
I think they were all just confused because they thought Cone was coming in. Cone's like, I'm coming. And he got reset, and he's like, I can't move yet. And they just didn't press the button, They didn't press the button, and none of them got off the ground. So, dang.
Cone saying
At some point, you got to leave. At some point, you got to leave your fellow men for dead, and you can't gun for the 90 if there's half a second left. You've just got to send it.
Yeah.
And I think, but I guess I can just you're right. Adam congratulating himself after the match is over, but also like I said, Adam and Jose had no idea what was going on. Like they just see Labib swing it in with like half a second left. They're like, all right, we climb. Let's go. absolutely nuts.
Yeah, and so that means that
I'm
the
always
Red Alliance
astonished.
is taking both the first wins, Alliance 1 and Alliance 7. Go ahead, Nick.
Oh, I'm just always astonished at how well alliances with a majority mute players tend to end up doing. I mean, I know some of the best players in the competition don't have mics, but communication during the match is such an important aspect. So just praying to God that your teammates are doing what you hope they're doing and just playing the match without talking is crazy to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And
But it's
props to
working,
Adam,
and
too,
that's
for clearly
crazier.
calling. Yeah, and Adam's clearly making good call-outs, too, during the match to give some semblance of communication. But you're right, Nick. It's absolutely insane how much, how much you're able to get done when you can't talk to each other.
You've just got to trust. You've just got to trust.
I'm imagining, in a world where Labib and Andrew have like webcams, but they don't have microphones, so you just see like their faces and they're trying to like read each other's lips during the match.
That seems very counterproductive.
Well, it's better than typing. Andrew's saying, we have a complicated system of smoke signals, eye movements, and bird calls that allow us to communicate.
I can't say I'm shocked, but it's always surprising to see a revelation.
Just like to point out, like Andrew from Michigan, Adam from Illinois, and Labib from Washington. Like, these are some fast-moving birds here.
True.
Okay.
Long-range smoke signals for dropping huge
Speaking of
things.
fast-moving birds, I'd like to again give a huge shout-out to Vex Pro, makers of the Falcon motor, one of the fastest birds.
You gotta be
Oh,
kidding
what
me.
a segue! What a segue!
It's true. The motor is pretty cool.
It's all right.
And so we should be shortly getting this match underway. We're just
waiting on head referee to be good to go.
Head referee, also owner of the world record for still the most number of declines during a double alliance selection event, or a double accept alliance selection. Anthony went for his crown, but was unable to secure it in this match.
Wait, how many did he get?
9,
like
I believe.
Or something. 8 or 9. Yeah.
Whoa! Whoa! Wow. That's heartbreaking. I'm sorry.
Well, he declined early on. He declined his first pick, so he was locked as captain of 4, and he just kept getting people yoinked from him.
I have no idea how this format works. And you could try to explain it, but I'd rather just live in ignorant bliss.
The video comes up. It'll be a 45-minute video. We can all watch it together and just watch it unfold.
Alas, I will not. But I will live happily knowing you're enjoying it.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
What can I say?
So, as a
Speaking
reminder,
of what can we say?
Alliance number 1 versus Alliance number 5. Alliance 1 is up 1-0. It was close, though, and Casey had a lot of techs that I think kind of gave Alliance 1 a bit of a pass here. So
it literally gave them the win. It was 50 points in techs, and the score came down to 27 points. So we'll see if Casey can clean it up his act a little bit, and that'll help because, number 1, they've had a few close wins. They also only beat Alliance number 8 by 4 points in quarterfinals. So,
yeah.
Alliance number 1 has just been getting by the skin of their teeth for every match here, and they're slow to the autonomous game here. For a while, it was 12-98, but they do still get their points off. They're down 118-137. As Logan versus Waxton right now, going in for the defense, or Casey rather, for the defense. Casey's going to get spun, or he's going to get reset before he gets his way across the field here, 150-176. Now, as the Blue Alliance has the advantage, we did see Jack kind of colliding with the low power port. Is the inertia that's really dangerous because you can get stuck.
Josh,
but he does get a tech on Josh. Josh has been pretty clean throughout this entire tournament. does just get caught wrong place, wrong time, as Ricardo trying to do what he can, but he looks a little bit lost as the inertia. He's now playing some counter defense for the Red Alliance. Will tech out Casey. We see Casey shoots the power cells, trying to get them across the field, but they actually all land in the Red Alliance trench. So maybe, better than, I guess, having them just drop right in front of a robot, but didn't do what he was looking for them to do there. And we see Casey going in now for the hit on Josh yet again. Now Ricardo holding him. A few power cells do fly off the climber of the Blue Alliance here, but right now they are still up, and that's what happens when you don't get any tech. Right now we see Logan going for the control panel, rotation control indeed. Jack doing the same for the Blue Alliance, so we'll reciprocate 337, make that 352 to 315 as Logan puts up the power cells. The hit from Jack is making it hard, but he does get the power cells off in the end. Waxman and Casey a full cycle coming in for the Blue Alliance, helping pad their lead here, 392 to 330. As a clean match from Casey is making life really difficult for the Red Alliance here as they are down and they are running out of options with only 30 seconds left here, 407 to 365. Holding off Casey, resetting him across the field will help Josh with a full hopper to go back to after popping that human player station, 434 to 381. Josh, a full cycle coming in. 2 of them miss and land on the floor. A few of them also not making it into that inner power port. Logan able to activate the control panel now. We see him do it. It's smooth like butter. He just grazes the
Nice
side.
placement.
Easy.
Yeah.
With 9 seconds left. He'll get a few more.
Well, he's getting caught behind Josh, though.
But as the climbs go up, it looks like a Blue Alliance robot has fallen. But will that be enough? It appears that they are going to hang on to the win there, 551 to 528. In what was, a very close match last time. The clean match coming in from the number 5 Alliance, meaning the number 5 Alliance will take the match. And this one's going to a rubber match. As we see this time around, it went in the Blue Alliance's favor, actually winning off of the penalty that happened when Josh just got stuck at the wrong place, wrong time.
Yeah, wow. You got to say Casey having a huge impact in that match as well, just really disrupting the Red Alliance from their scoring potential, just not making it easy.
Absolutely. And so Alliance number 3 versus Alliance number 7 is going to come up. But either Alliance, so who took this first one? Alliance number 7 did in the red bumpers. So we'll see if we get 2 rubber matches or if we're going to have this one in a clean 2-0 sweep. And remember, what happened in this match, the way this match went was the literal last second climb from Labib when Cone went in for the climber block. So this one is like, hold on to your hats, hold on to your chairs. This one's going to be close. Nick, are you holding onto your chair?
I am holding my chair. I just got back to my seat, which is why I'm holding it. Who won? Oh, 5-1. Sheesh. Okay, so one needs to give it a little...
It was a tech foul that changed the winner of the match there. Josh getting teched out when he was trying to pick up the power cells from his human player station.
How do you get teched out from your human player
He was just a little too far over, so he got teched by someone who was scoring.
Yeah.
Wow. That's not what you like to see.
No.
Well, it's probably exactly what the Blue Alliance likes to see, but not Josh in particular.
Very true. And we're going to see if Cone and Dakota and Colin can take it to a third here again. Alliance number 7 has looked absolutely lethal. They haven't been really challenged at all, I feel like, versus any of the alliances that they've been up against. I guess the last one was kind of close, but at the end it wasn't close because of the missed climbs from Blue Alliance. So maybe if they can pull everything together and really get things going, then we can take this one to a third as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always down for more rubber matches, so make sure you... we'll see who ends up coming out on top here in what could be an incredibly close match with the double tribot composition from these 2 alliances.
Yeah, the steal attempt from Cone, disrupting Adam once again. Adam's going to kind of work to collect all those power cells. He does end up getting them all. Labib
not
struggling a little bit.
graceful, though. It wasn't particularly graceful, but it was effective. And Labib just gonna get the power cells from the overflow. So 124 to 126, but a quick cycle coming in from the Red Alliance will help them in what is the match currently separated by 3 points.
Oh, and Cone holding Adam just enough to let Colin shoot off his entire hopper. Really great heads-up play there. And now he's going to slip in behind Adam, give Labib a little bit of a bump. Not really going to affect him too much.
And as Andrew puts up that power cell cycle for the Red Alliance, now 212 to 196 is Adam resetting himself, or getting reset rather, and Dakota firing away for the Blue Alliance. This one's still anybody's game with 1 minute and 32 seconds left.
Oh, Labib is in a bad place. Oh, he gets out.
Somehow, I have no idea how he did not get teched there. Mans was just wild, and 252 to 245 now. As Blue Alliance able to get that cycle. Dakota, a little bit of a jam, but does get it all off pretty
Cone's
quickly.
in trouble.
And Cone just getting respawned before he was about to get a tech. We see Labib now going to the control panel, getting that done for his alliance. Andrew and Colin going toe-to-toe. The two Roboteers meeting in the rendezvous. Adam giving Colin also a hard time now dealing with Cone, but because Cone's the inertia defense, not as effective on him. 351 to 319. As the power cells continue to shoot, looks like Blue Alliance has a little bit of an advantage for now. We see Colin waiting at the human player station for the power cells to come in, and Cone will go and clean up the rest of them. 381 to 371 with 38 seconds left on the clock. Adam now picks up the power cells and will fire those away on the inertia before going back for some more defense. There's one power cell that he goes for the steal, taking that opportunity away from your alliance partners. 434 to 446 with 25 seconds left. Red able to go for position control, and we'll see Labib instead going underneath. Now I'm going to deal with Cone and no counter defense nearby with 17 seconds left. Now Labib waiting, going for the control panel instead of going for, now that Adam's there to counter defend, he can fire them away nice and quickly. 8 seconds left. We see more attempts at climb blockage here with 5 seconds left. Cone going for Andrew instead. Some very, very close incidents here, but with with the clock striking 0. 524 to 555. Absolutely insane stuff happening at the end. It was going in the Red Alliance's favor for a brief moment, but then it all fell apart. This match is going to be under review, unsurprisingly. Unsurprisingly. That was a really, really insane match. Very back and forth.
Yeah, and do they take it to the rubber match?
The one thing I want to notice, Adam only has 63 points to his name, so I have a feeling he not only didn't climb, but also, compare that to Labib and Dakota scored the exact same, by the way. So Labib and Dakota scoring the same, the difference being between Andrew to Colin on the tiers versus Adam to Cone on the inertia. That's where a lot of the difference is between those two. Did you say what?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I heard you. But I just heard in my ears a what? I wasn't sure where that came from. I'm going crazy. I've been behind the desk for too long. I'm hearing things.
I'm very sorry to hear about that. But yeah, definitely a bit of a, hate to call it that, but underperformance from Adam compared to Cone and compared to what Adam normally accomplishes. So most definitely the catalyst for this supposed loss, unless there's any crazy rule changes in the question box.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on there. Looks like there's no one in the question box, so it's just the referee being proactive, recognizing he saw something that was a little bit funky going on in the rendezvous zone at the end, which, fair enough.
Well, who's winning this whole thing?
Ooh.
I mean,
I have no idea. I would have said alliance number 7. I
Yeah,
would have said Alliance number 7, but they kind of got destroyed here. Like, you know,
I think
I don't
that,
know.
and I think that was. I don't want to say like, oh, it's all Adam's fault, but I definitely think that's a pretty big. I think it's less Adam's fault and more Cone just popping off.
Someone
we've
saying
seen him
Casey
put-
going all the way, so that's 7th Alliance, I believe.
I mean,
Or no, 5th
Casey?
Alliance, sorry.
Are you correct?
5th Alliance, yeah.
Yeah.
7 didn't get dumpstered. I mean, if they hit the climb, they would have lost by 2 inners. That's not a dumpster. That's like a
Small
true.
trash can at
an
best.
edge.
But I think part of it, like we've seen Cone absolutely pop off on the inertia, scoring like he scored like a 180 in a Tribot match. Okay, yeah, blame the non-mutant the Alliance. Now, I think it's Adam. You know, has to be hyper aware of everything's going on too. It's not an easy position to be in. I think it was just like he was probably one of the ones who missed the climb. So that really hurts your score, right? That's an additional few things. Yeah, Andrew's saying, it was a bad match. Better to get it out when it's not do or die time for the number 7. So as long as they learn from it, I think they still have that potential that we've seen them show in quarters.
Even better to never get it out, but sometimes you
Well,
can't
not
help
all of us can be Nick 862, okay? Some of us are flawed.
Unfortunately.
Sorry, which events did you win this season, by the way?
That was cold and uncalled for, but valid. So hi. Thank you all for having me. I will now go cry.
Oh.
You
All right,
and
well,
me
I had
together, Nick. You and me together.
Still not as bad as season 2, but
Yeah, fair. It's okay. You still did better than I did that season.
yeah, well, that's not hard.
Fair enough. Hey man, I got
So what's
picked in a
the ref
6-man
hang up?
match. I got picked in a 6-man match last night. I'm living on cloud 9. We lost the series, but that's not the point.
Pick?
It was not an auto pick.
Oh my god, so someone was tripping. So what's the ref hang up for this match? What is the ref worried about right now?
There was some weird climb stuff at the end of that match. I assume that's what they're checking.
Yeah. Yeah, there was some people in places. Oh my goodness.
That's a lot of different stuff that needs to be added.
Spoiler alert, points
the
are
secret
changing
channel.
fast here. Although I believe.
Whoa!
Now
This
he
change-
sees it.
This changes everything.
I'm pretty sure it actually changes nothing.
Tegan, you are really bad at being a suspenseful commentator.
And we have the match results.
And there we see. Wait a second. Yeah, no. 574 to 610. 3 points all around.
Whoa.
Plus 55 added to the score for blue. Plus 50 to red. So not match outcome affecting, but it is going to mean that we're going to 2 rubber matches.
Basically, there was climb D on both sides. End of story.
Yeah, a good amount of it, too, from the looks of it, eh? And so, with that being said, that means we are seeing double rubber matches. Did no one made a prediction for that match. So, congratulations. No one gets any points.
Now that's equality.
All right, well, I guess I'll start up the next prediction too, and I'll have it go for who will win this match. Is going to be Alliance number 5 versus Alliance number 7.
Prediction in chat.
Now.
So Alliance number 1 won the first one. Alliance number 2, or it's not 2. Alliance number 5 won the second one off of a tech. Both of them have actually been off of techs. Let's be real. So
this is true. In theory, we'd be going to
don't get teched. That's the strategy.
Exactly. All right.
All right, looks like we are good to go.
Indeed, we are. So we'll wait for the prediction. I was going to say wait for the prediction to run out, but that's okay. I guess we don't have to do that.
We're rolling with it.
We're rolling with it. And so as robots are on the move, we're going to see who scores first. Looks like it's going to be Blue Alliance pretty easily here.
Oh, Logan barfed out a bunch there. Yikes.
Disaster, never say that again, has stricken for the Red Alliance as they are down at 141 to 116 with 2 minutes and 7 seconds left on the clock. Josh is going to make his way down the field. He's going to have a full cycle to put those up and try and bring the gap back, but it'll all be in how much defense can Ricardo play as the inertia for the number 1 alliance. Ricardo, who for a good amount of time was the Alliance number 8 alliance captain, now sitting as the third robot on Alliance number 1. 195, make that 210 to 249.
Logan about to get bumped. Only missed one.
Casey here, about to get teched out just before Josh gets there, which is possibly the worst possible timing. Casey also having to reset because he was on top of Jack. And again, getting there a little bit too late. Ricardo holding him while Logan fires the shots off for the number 1 alliance. They're looking in much better form this time around, looking much cleaner, and it's 311 to 300 as Ricardo really focusing on that counter defensive role as opposed to getting in the way of the Blue Alliance, is helping out Logan and Josh, who are just firing on all cylinders here, but it's still not enough right now. It's 352 to 349, 3-point gap. But
Waxman's got a real good though.
Logan going in for the hit now on Waxton, playing some more defense.
Which is perfect because Josh gets the good pop, right? So
exactly.
Logan found something to do in the meantime. Just perfect positioning, great synergy between the two main scorers of the number 1 seed, and they are bringing this gap very very close.
Yeah, and so Casey going in for the hit on Logan, but Logan was almost finished the cycle. Ricardo held him off for a little bit, now picking up a few more parasols. Both alliances have the option to go for the position control for an additional 30 points. We'll see who elects to do that. Casey going in again for the hits on Logan. His climber's up, but Ricardo's saying, not today, leave my captain alone, with 10 seconds left in the match. We'll see Josh going for the control panel. Looks like that's going to be locked and loaded with 5 seconds left. Josh, 2 final shots. Looks like he might get Ricardo off the bar, but he gets back up. And oh my goodness, at the last second, the climb looks like it goes to the Blue Alliance unofficially. And I'm not sure what went wrong because Red looked to be in a rhythm, but it just didn't happen for them in this match. Under review because that just wasn't another close one, but this one was at least clean for the time being.
Yeah, wow. Man, number 1 seed is been a struggle all season long, and it's not different this time either.
To be fair, I don't think this one's the fault of the alliance selection as much. We do have someone in the question box. Yeah, it's just compare the inertias there. That's kind of where most of your point gap is. Waxman also really popping off that match with a 264 contribution.
Yeah, I don't know. Number 1 just isn't in a super fantastic position at the end of the draft.
That is not what I thought would have happened. Now, I agree with Tegan. Like, number 1 seemed like they were in a rhythm, and then the points just magically appeared on the other side of the field. I'm kind of shocked almost.
I think it's Wax, and he was just...
Yeah, the climbs were even. There was a missed balance on both sides.
Something is hilarious, I'll bet.
I have no idea. Will we continue the 7th-month drought of number 1 not winning?
Wow.
Score is in.
467, 1L.
All right, so
All
the
right.
score is in. We're going to get that updated for you.
And moving on by 7 points, it is the Blue Alliance. So Alliance number 5 will be advancing. Alliance number 1 knocked out in semifinals.
Just auto.
It's
Just
auto. And the
Man.
missed balance.
How did the score
balance
line
would
up
have
like
swung
that?
it.
Wait.
Actually,
Wait, if Teleop and Endgame are identical,
no.
and the only difference is auto, where
No,
Blue won it by 22.
the balance isn't added onto the breakdown, but
Oh,
the Red Alliance does have a balance as
lame.
well.
Yep.
It was a really close fight, but in the rubber match, the number 1 alliance gets reverse swept. And again, we love having you. It's always a lot of fun, but unfortunately, your journey ends here.
Wow.
Not used to seeing Alliance 1 on the back foot, but if that's not the story of this season, then I don't know what is.
Very true. So we are going to see the rubber match of 7v3. And will we see an all lower half alliance finals with 7 versus 5? That would be interesting.
Normal.
Yeah. You'd have to say, and
Unfortunately,
I'd have
normal.
to give 7 the edge here. Like their alliance is just so good.
And remember,
we'll see what
alliance number
happens.
7.
Quiet.
Okay, alliance number 7. The only alliance that doesn't have an event winner from the season on their alliance. All other alliances had one, but alliance number
Right.
7 still
But all of them are finalists of
all
an
of them are
event.
finalists, and all of them are playing top quality today.
All right, this is the moment.
God, I could.
Here we go.
All right, so the final semifinals match getting underway now. Alliance number 3 versus alliance number 7.
Yeah, Adam not contested in the middle this time by Cone. Cone was just able to the bumps. Adam just slightly taps Cone or Colin, and look at the score gap, 30 points nearly. Red Alliance ahead.
Something to note is that the Blue Alliance didn't get the overflow from the human player station until Teleop had started, whereas in the at the end of auto, looks like Labib was the one who was able to get it off for the Red Alliance. So they're up now 178, make that 181 to 166, the current score.
Yeah, wow, this is crazy. This 7th alliance is very, very strong, and they're looking like they're going to command it here in this final match. Unless Blue Alliance can do something, they're extending their lead now, and Cone just... Oh, Beach by Dakota. He's so stuck on so many balls there. We even see defense from Andrew, because Andrew's got nothing better to do. He's just carrying Cone over to the other side. That's going to be a tech.
That's going to be a tech.
If Andrew's on defense, there's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, will that tech stand? We've seen a few of them get reversed on the C8 grounds.
Yep. We're going to see some more shots coming in from Andrew. Just, man, Red is almost 100 points ahead now. This is not looking pretty for the Blue Alliance. Adam just caught in the middle between Cone and Dakota, really slowing them down. We see the wheel stage already active. Andrew's going to go for it. I don't think he got it there, though. He thought he had it, but it did not actually work. So we're going to see Labib come in for that.
And that's part of it.
He keeps missing it, but he does get it eventually.
Luckily, they have the lead there, so that the extra time there isn't going to be too much of a problem for them right now. But that is one of the ways the Blue Alliance could have taken it if they had missed it. with 8 seconds left, it looks like this one's done and dusted, but we'll see for sure because anything can happen.
Climbing with
in the
full
last few
hoppers
seconds.
here. They just want to secure this, and
Fair enough
I
to them.
think,
6:37
yeah.
to 5:86 unofficially.
You know, funny enough, that might have been an example where being mute actually helped them. Because if Andrew had a mic, he would have said wheels done and ran away. And then Labib might not have questioned it for a while. But
yeah,
since they couldn't talk, Labib just saw wheel, had no idea,
like,
maybe
"I'll
had
do
no
that."
idea Andrew tried it, and just said,
Yeah.
I'm going for it.
Yeah.
Like, maybe
Very
one of
true.
the very, very few advantages of being completely mute. I mean,
Wow.
very, very few, because I really don't see many.
Nick, we got you talk a lot and you couldn't do it if you tried.
Pardon?
Nothing.
Oh, Mike. All right, so we do have the final results.
And so,
And there
like I
was
mentioned earlier,
There was
go
a
ahead.
removed tech foul from the Red Alliance due to C8, and that still gives Red Alliance the win, 612 to 586. And with that,
We
we'll
have a
send
finalist.
Alliance number 3 packing home. Thank you to Cone and Dakota and
Colin.
Colin. Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
did
Dakota,
great. You
the
took
Alliance
them,
captain.
took a match off them.
Yeah, for sure, and they kept it close here. But so Alliance number 3 heading on out. Again, captained by Dakota with Cone and Colin rounding out the other 2 picks. Played very well, just didn't materialize in the end. But guys did great, good games. That means we do see Alliance number 7 versus Alliance number 5 in the finals.
Absolutely, and 2 of the lower seeds making it all the way once again to the finals to kind of do battle and see who will take this. And you know, it's kind of a interesting meta clash too, where we have the Alliance number 5 in red. They did the double OG or double inertia OG composition, while Tribot on the blue Alliance just kind of very standard for them. And you got to say the heroes of the alliances have really been the key inertia players. Casey on the Red Alliance and Adam on the Blue Alliance really impacting the match, disrupting the scoring of the opponents, countering when required, and really putting their alliance on the map.
All right, and so prediction is up for who takes the final series. So this is just for the whole finals. We're not going to do one for each. So make sure you get your predictions in. There's 2 minutes to do your predictions. And remember, winner of this gets each member gets a $25 Vex Pro gift card. So, you know, it's not just Pride on the line today. We got lots of exciting stuff thanks to our sponsor. You know, $25 on the Vex Pro website can get you all sorts of great things. So make sure you get your predictions in, you cheer on your alliance of choice, and we hopefully will see a really close series here.
Yeah, we're seeing most people going for 5 in terms of fun bucks, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, interesting to see. And again, you can wager your fun bucks. We got Lightspeed putting it all in on Casey.
Who do you have, Nick, taking this one? The final series. Who's winning this event?
You gotta go with 7. I mean, the story of this entire season has been not the alliance with the 2-star players on it, the alliance with 3, maybe not like in contention in the discussion for the best player, but 3 undoubtedly high tier players always takes it.
What I would argue, though, is that all 6 of these players are in that conversation. I think all 6 of them, they may not be the top players at this event. We saw those players get eliminated earlier. But all 6 of these players are incredibly capable players. And so I would not be like, this one could, I think, go either way.
Definitely has potential to go either way, but there's definitely just a little more, I'd say, name recognition on 7.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely Waxen and Andrew, 2 undoubtedly high scorers. Casey and Jack are both well known, but Labib and Adam, I get cold sweats whenever I see I'm against either of them.
Very true.
Get a deodorant? I don't know. I wonder if you can get a...
No, those are for hot sweats.
Okay. And so with that being said, predictions are in. That means we should be good to get this match underway very shortly. Again, this is Alliance number 7 versus Alliance number 5. 5's in the red bumpers, 7's in the blue bumpers.
Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot to vote.
If Blue wins this, Adam will have been a champion for all the championship events aside from Fun Champs, because he won the
only
May
one that
Champs.
mattered.
He won he won May Champs. He won the most recent Ladder Champs, and then if he takes this, the 2021 season championship, that's 3 in a row for him. So that's really big. That being said, on the other side, all brand new to the finals of a championship event, I believe, and Waxton potentially the newest face on the field for sure, but definitely showing his worth with the very strong OG play.
Absolutely. All of these players have proven to be very capable here. And they're all on comfortable robot picks. We're seeing here it's going to be Tribot versus the double inertia, which is also another variable to be thrown into the mix here that, some may not have been anticipating.
All right, it is time for the finals. Finals match number 1 is going to get started right now, folks.
All right, hold on to your hats as we get this match underway in 3, 2, 1.
Go.
Go. It is lights out and away we go for the finals match number 1. Alliance number 5 versus Alliance number 7. It's all on the line. Looks like
Labib
Red
jamming.
Alliance. Yeah, low scoring autonomous all around actually. 108 to 100 is the current score, but Labib finally getting that first cycle off as the OG. That's really not what you want to be seeing here. 118 to 117 as Waxton with a massive hopper is about to make his way down the field and put those power cells up. First few go in the outer port, but the rest of them do go in the inner, and Jack will complement that as well for the Red Alliance there. 161 to 174 now your score. So Labib, despite that jam early on, has been hustling across the field trying to get those power cells. Adam finishing off that cycle, looking to maybe go back to play a little bit more defense, but against 2 inertias,
he gets through to the defender. Man, just bullies Casey out of the way, and Casey's going to come in, transition into blocking, but Andrew is in position. No, some climber blocks were successful. Casey able to get a couple balls there. But, Blue Line's still with the edge here.
Yeah, so 7th Alliance right now in the lead, 277 to 259, as Casey putting up some more for the Red Alliance. Both alliances can do rotation control now. Labib doing that for Blue.
Waxton getting beached.
Doing it for Red. Waxton getting beached, but it looks like he will recover. Does have to.
But he's alone again. Adam just on him, and
Adam
Casey went for the defense.
Jack does get there eventually and puts up a cycle of his own, but still a lot of time wasted, and Casey resetting himself. While Waxton was making his way down the field. So Waxton's alone again, but whether or not anyone notices, Andrew notices, but only a quick hit coming in now.
Labib.
Casey's busy with his climber up, and 347 to 376 right now. Casey respawning and landing on top of a ball, has to back up, almost gets teched. Adam now making his way down the field, and Casey really going in heavy on that defense, 365 to 390, so not working just yet for them. But Waxton finishing off that cycle, puts them in the lead for a brief moment. What power cells just flying all over the place near that Red Human player station. Adam with a steal, and will get away with it as he gets out with about 6 power cells for the Blue Alliance, and that's really going to help them put up the lead there that they have. 11 seconds left. Jack going for position control. I don't think Blue Alliance is going to get it, and with 5 seconds left, we'll see if that's going to be enough. That might be enough, but it's not in the end. The unofficial score here, 586 to 551. So Alliance number 7 unofficially taking that first match.
Wow. I don't even know what happened with Red Alliance. I guess there was a couple times where Adam was just able to find those really strong blocks off on the Waxton, right? And it really made a huge difference.
Yeah, and we are going to see finals number 1 will stand which means that the number 7 alliance is going to go up by 1, despite being down in autonomous. Both alliances getting perfect climbs, but the teleop coming in just too fast from the Blue Alliance. Red just couldn't keep up, and that means that we are going to see Red Alliance, they're down. They got to change something up. Will they go with the 2 inertia strategy again? What do you think?
I think they will. I think they just need to make sure that Wax is not getting as blocked. And then at the end there, Adam was getting a whole bunch of steals off of the overflow because they were falling behind in cycle tempo. So if they can kind of protect Waxton a little bit, keep the cycles even, they can definitely be in this one. It wasn't a huge gap, but they definitely need to be kind of more on the ball here.
I'll let some of the more strategy inclined people speak out on this one, but generally, if you've been playing the same strat for a whole Elim set, I'd rather stick with the devil you know than the one you don't, and change the entire composition up on your last match just because it didn't work one time.
Yeah, 100%. It got them this far so far, and I think the difference here is Casey just wasn't able to have that same effect that he was having before with the blocks, because Adam was constantly kind of getting into positions where Waxton was in trouble, and Jack wasn't there to counter for that, as Jack was kind of trying to do the secondary score, cycle as much as possible with inertia.
Absolutely. I can totally agree with the concept, like go with the devil you know over the devil you don't. But whether or not that's going to pan out for this alliance, not too sure.
Yeah, definitely unclear. All right, this could be the final match of the 2021 championship here at SRC. And it could be going to Alliance number 7. Can Alliance number 5 do something? They definitely have the ability to, and we're going to find out now.
All right. Will, quote-unquote, Waxton play neutrons? Who's to say? Looks like Red is keeping it, both alliances keeping it the same, so we'll see how it goes. Really aggressive autonomous mode coming in from the Red Alliance there. Casey, Waxton, and Jack. Looks like, Jack may be having some issues in auto, but Blue having some issues of their own.
The tech.
The tech on Labib early on, 145 to 128. The current score is Adam now in the pinning position. He's going to respawn. Where he lands is in the center, so not too big of a problem for him. 166 to 140, though. So currently, at a massive bump on Wax in there. He's now stuck inside of Casey's robot, but gets away with it and is now making his way down the field. 192 to 162. So this one is in Alliance number 5's favor. Crucially, they need it to stay alive. 204 to 183. As Casey now resetting across the field, will have to go yet again, and this tech foul really sets the tempo of the match here. Casey playing defense in the rendezvous zone, making it difficult for Andrew, who's on that Roboteers, to put up his power cells. A little bit of a slow cycle. We see them all get off eventually from Andrew, but it's 255 to 228. Your current score is Waxton putting up the power cells. He's not defended this time, but I think that's still something Red needs to work on, is the defense. Leaving your prime scorer alone. If you're doing that, you better have a good reason for it. Is what I think, and not sure how that's going.
Jack getting some good counter in there for Waxton, preventing Adam from accessing the bumps. And Casey's going to get in there, blocks a couple from Andrew, but nothing too devastating. And look at this, Blue is kind of in this again.
Yeah, the tempo just really working in their favor here. Labib's got a big hopper, and Casey's there to get in the way, but I don't know if he actually gets to the scoring robots. I think he's actually being held by Adam instead. So Jack's going for the defense and just avoiding attack. That was very close there. So we're seeing, really focusing on playing defense on Blue, which is leaving Waxton to score. He's currently the match MVP at 193, which you expect when you see a single OG. Casey and Waxton getting in each other's way, and Casey almost loses his hopper over it. 435 to 430. It's a critical mistake with only 13 seconds left.
Blue's ahead.
Blue's ahead, and they just did the position control.
They don't have
Red
the position.
Not able to do that.
The touch. They missed it.
Do they get it? With 3 seconds left, they don't get the position control.
No.
that's going to be it. And while it would not have swayed the match, 30 points doesn't change the match. We see that critical last second coming in, and that means that we have a champion, Alliance number 7, Adam, Andrew, and Labib, taking the match in the dying seconds to take the win and be the 2021 Winter XRC season champions. Alliance number 7 pulling out the win in the 2-0 sweep. Credit where credit is due. The double mutes, they played exceptionally well. They came to play today, and they did a fantastic job.
Absolutely, fantastic play from the 7th seed, and coming from all the way down there, forming that alliance. I said when the alliance was formed, they were the scary looking ones, the ones to beat on paper, and it turns out they were the ones to beat in practice as well. They just pretty much dominance the entire way through. They did only drop one match in the end, 2-0ing in the finals. Very respectable performance from all these players.
Absolutely, they played so well this whole event, and that means that your champions are Labib 12, Adam D, and Andrew 2137. The alliance no one heard coming will take the winner's title of Sim Champion, and they are going to go home with $25 gift cards, courtesy of Vex Pro. Each of them can spend it on whatever they choose from the website. For Vex Pro, sponsor of First Updates Now, sponsor of this competition, and Labib having won an event as the captain. This is I believe one of his first event wins, if not his first event win. Am I correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I don't know if he was in the had an event win previously, but really great job from the 7th seed. They took it to everybody, and they came out on top in the end.
The 3 who didn't win an event all season long, the only alliance without an event winner, takes the win, and I think they take it in the most important tournament of them all.
Absolutely. And we saw some fantastic play. Thank you to all of the volunteers and commentators that we had over the course of this event, especially Karthik and Nick for joining us for periods of time. Thanks to our head referee, Cobby, and some of the behind-the-scenes people who have done work for all of the back-end stuff that we do with Nicholas Batone and all of our event staff that have helped with the sheets and overlays and all these great ideas that we have, for everybody to have fun.
Also like to congratulate Labib. He took a double win today. He also won the fantasy draft for the tournament as well. So a double win for him. He took the DCMP draft with 109 points, beating out Jack by 1 point. So poor Jack just couldn't get Labib today, but all things being said, an incredibly low stress, high excitement. I was going to say that, but then I realized I couldn't lie. It was stressful. It was exciting. We had a lot of fun here. And if you were watching and you had fun and you want to know how to get in on this, you're able to just join in. We have a ranked ladder that you can just join in and play on. A Discord server that you're more than welcome to join. There is the SRC Team League starting on March 14th, where you can pick your friends, you can form an alliance. It's, one series a week that you can set based on your own availability. So if you haven't signed up for that and you thought this was a lot of fun, you want to watch it, and you want to be the one behind the glass, you are more than welcome to join. That league is open to everyone, no matter how good, bad, or in between you are. And we'd love to get you if you thought this was a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, and thanks once again to our prize donators, Vex Pro, for donating $25 gift cards to all 3 of these winners on the screen of our event. We really appreciate it, and we'd love to see the suppliers involved in the community. And Vex Pro just has so many great products. Definitely check them out if you haven't already, though. I'm sure many of you know all about them.
And if you don't, now you do.
862 survives on Versa Planetaries.
Yeah,
There
4176
you go.
definitely use them. Use the Vex stuff a lot as well. And so with that being said, again, huge congrats to our winners and to our competitors who, without it, there literally wouldn't be an event. So again, massive thank you to everyone. And with that being said, enjoy the rest of your Saturday. Take some time, grab a snack. You deserve some rest. And you know, this VOD will be up too. If you missed some stuff, if you want to relive Double Alliance Selection, you can do that. The VOD will be up shortly on our YouTube channel. And thanks once again. Have a good rest of your evening, everyone.
See you guys.
Who subbed, donated bits, donated other subs, used your fun bucks, all that stuff too. We see you. We
Been real.
appreciate you. It's been real.